When you feel like you're nothing, but you wanna be something, yeah. Well, all you really need is hope. I just want you to trust me if you wanna be something. That's right. Let's go. Yeah, when you're feeling down and you're out, like you got nothing but doubt, you're alone in the crowd, just trying to figure it out. All that is cloud and this money got you feeling left out. Listen up to me now, every word that's out of my mouth. Wake up, it's me. You gonna follow your dreams, or are you just gonna be another cog in the scene? You feel the hope in this beat, yeah, the hope that you need to proceed and be exactly what you want it to be. I feel right and I'm proud, hype and I'm loud. I'ma shout all about how I feel in the now. Ain't nobody ever gonna try to change me till I'm dead, pushing up daisies. I'm alone in the crowd, I won't feel down. I got hope right now, and I know I'll be found. I don't really care just what all other haters gotta say. I know everything I do is gonna make them fade away, yeah. And when you feel like you're nothing, but you wanna be something, yeah. Well, all you really need is hope. I just want you to trust me if you wanna be something, yeah. Then all you really need is hope. Yeah, let's go. Yeah, it's what you need when you're down, need when you're out. It's what you need when you're sad and when you feel left out. You feel an energy drought and then creeps out, but with a little bit of hope you can figure it out. Keep your head high even when you're down inside. Through the pain you fight and through the painful nights you keep striving, keep trying, keep driving, rising, keep thriving, surviving. Nothing's in your way but yourself. Don't need nobody's help. You can make it through this hell. Take it one step at a time, one step as you climb. If you fail you'll be fine. Get back up to the grind and never lose sight of your mission. Be driven. This life is a prison if you don't have vision. You're in it to win it, so get it, don't miss it. Your chances now, so be something somehow. Don't let yourself down. That's right. Sometimes all we really need is hope.
Good morning, everyone. How's everyone doing this morning? Good morning, good morning. Good morning, Winged Beats. Emily Flotilla. Hello. Good morning, Sandra R. Hi, Savvy's aunt. Good morning, Kim. Amanda, how are you? Andrea, frazzled mom of 3. Struggle is real. Good morning, hun. BC, hello, Miss O. Hi, Chica. We had to listen to a song whenever I was in Spanish class in, I guess it would have been 7th grade, and it was called Chicas de Hoy, and they made us completely memorize the song, and this is very like a feminist song, to be completely honest, about how girls of today are extremely powerful and things like that. And so but good morning. And let's see who else. Awaken the Ark. Good morning in the bushes. Hello, Stacy C. Ramblin' Rome. Hi, Tennessee Mountain. Rexy. Let's see, who am I missing? I know there's more here. Judy Jones, good morning. Boo Will, Angie baby, Jane Doe, hello, hello, hello. Jenna, hi. Hi, Vicky G. So guys, I let my Discord know already, and I did type in the chat here, but as you guys know, the very first witness today is intended to be the coroner who did the autopsy on Gannon's remains. Good morning, Vicky G and Colorado Mountain Girl. I knew that there was a few names, and I'm sure I still probably missed some, and so if I did, it was not intentional. Katarina, good morning. Just a lot of names in the chat. Good morning, Daddy's baby girl. And so we know that the very, very first witness on the stand is about to be very hard today. I will say that if you need to leave or take a breath or walk away or any of those things, do it. But we're here together. We are going to get through this together. If Gannon had to suffer through it, we can at least listen to what happened and be here together for justice for Gannon. It's going to be hard. I do want to let you guys know in advance as well. They have moved the camera. The judge did not want the angle that we were getting that very first day, but they needed to figure out a different setup that was going to be safe for the jurors and for anyone else who had to walk across the front of the room. And so he had mentioned, about the camera wire and things like that. And it looks like over the weekend they found a solution because this is our view this morning. With that being said, with this being our view this morning, we are going to see this coroner on the stand, and any pictures that they put up while he is testifying are going to be on this screen behind him. We know that they have already showed on this screen behind him the pictures of Gannon in the suitcase. We know that they have already showed pictures of his clothing and what he was wearing. I expect today, you guys, that they are going to show the autopsy photos during this coroner's testimony. And so there is a very good chance that we are going to see this baby today and what this monster did to him. And so I want to make sure that you guys know and understand that. We'll still be able to see T. If you look, the other two cameras are up above this. We'll still be able to see T. They made Georgia Peach, but they literally were setting up this camera. That's why I was able to see this. They have it black right now. It's not showing, but they were setting this up to make sure that the angles were good and to check everything. We have 9 more minutes, Georgia Peach. So this is just a screenshot that I took while they were doing it. And part of this is, with this being a public court and available to the public, this is part of what they're showing, part of the evidence. We're supposed to be able to see this from the beginning. So this is my trigger warning, right? And this is probably the only one that you guys are really going to get, because I don't typically do trigger warnings. I don't typically sit here and constantly say that or anything else like that, because this is true crime, and true crime is horrible and horrific, and all of these crimes are horrible and horrific, right? And so true crime in itself is a huge trigger warning. And if you're watching this type of content, then you know that there's going to be horrible, awful things. But this is Gannon, and we are likely going to see his remains today. So that's the very first witness that they are calling to the stand. And I just wanted to prepare you guys, because I know a lot of you, like myself, are extremely emotionally attached to Gannon in this case and his family and all of the things. And so I just wanted to make you aware, Usually they don't show the autopsy photos. Thank you, Rexy. I don't know, though, because they said during jury selection multiple times that the jury was going to see the autopsy photos. So we will see what happens. I'm just preparing you guys because this is the first time that we have been able to see the evidence screen in its entirety. So that's just it. It is helpful to brace people, Emily. You're right. So they shifted away from the evidence TV during sensitive photos in the Jodi Arias trial, but you have to remember, there's no cameraman in this courtroom. This is the cameras that they have set up. They're just stationary cameras. This isn't the news recording this. This is just the WebEx cameras. And so they may zoom in on the person. They may turn it off. It's certainly possible. But like I said, I wanted to let you guys know to be prepared just in case. I don't know. We will find out, Lee. Soon enough, 6 minutes, and we will find out. So, like I said, I just wanted you guys to be prepared just in case. Because, So during lunch today, you guys, we are going to have on Crime on the Record. She is, she's a doctor, a psychologist, I believe. I believe that's her official job title. She's going to talk to us about DID. And so we will get a little bit more about DID. They can black it out from us seeing it. Yes, Daddy's baby girl. We're here for Gannon. We'll see what happens. I don't know. I'm just letting you guys all know that the screen itself was changed. We're not going to get just the bottom corner of the TV anymore. I've had I don't know, just the pit of my stomach all morning. all morning, just waiting for this. So 6 different so, DB, what they are doing whenever they have 6 different shots of the courtroom at once, what they're doing is they're using Stream Labs, which is a different type of thing, and all they're doing with that to have the different shots is taking zoomed in filters to put up the different camera shots. It's all still the same camera, it's just zoomed in shots of those cameras. So that's the only difference. Honestly, I like it better with the full screen option so that you guys can get a clearer footage if there needs to be any screenshots done or anything like that. It gives a better thing. Allegedly innocent. If you want to come on at some point too, hun, maybe not today, maybe tomorrow, since I have the other lady on today, it would be awesome. I seen that you just popped into chat. I had no clue that you had a degree. I was not aware of that. And so Yvette let me know. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if T looks at the pictures on the screen. My guess is that she will, but just my guess. Yeah. Set up. I gotta get my second screen here put in. Good morning, Michelle. Oh, she's wearing white today. Let me get in here and I'll pull this up.
All right, court will call 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury is not present in the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time? Prosecution?
No, Your Honor.
Defense? Okay, let's go ahead and bring him in. All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. You may all be seated. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to start our day again as we have every other day. Has anything occurred since we were last together that causes any of you to believe you could not continue to serve as a fair and impartial juror in this case? If so, please raise your hand. No response? All right. When we took our break on Friday, we were still in the midst of the prosecution's case in chief. That's where we will resume today. Mr. Allen, call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. We would call Dr. Susan Ignacio.
Dr. Ignacio, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please, ma'am.
And then the witness stands right
You swear affirm the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand. All right, Mr. Allen.
Thank you, Your Honor. Doctor, will you please introduce yourself to our jury and then spell your first and last name for the record?
My name is Susan Ignacio, Susan Ignacio.
Dr. Ignacio, what is your occupation?
I'm an associate medical examiner
Where is that?
at the District 6 Medical Examiner's Office in Largo, Florida.
Okay. Can you give the jury your employment history basically as an assistant medical examiner?
I did a year after my fellowship in forensic pathology in Miami. I did a year in District 5, that's in Leesburg, Florida. And then after that, I worked at the District 6 Medical Examiner's Office, and it's been approximately 23 years.
23 years as a
Associate.
associate medical examiner?
Yes.
What do you do as an associate medical examiner?
We determine the cause and manner of death by performing autopsies or external examinations of a dead person.
Okay. Do you have specific education that allows you to do that job?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury about that, please?
4 years of med school, 5 years of general pathology, a year of forensic pathology.
What schools did you go to?
I went to med school in the Philippines, and then I did my 5 years of general pathology in Jackson Memorial Hospital in Miami, and then a year of forensic pathology in the Miami-Dade Medical Examiner's Office.
Do you also participate in training that allows you to stay current on your job?
Yes.
Tell the jury some of that, please.
Every year we attend meetings, conferences by the National Association of Medical Examiners and the Florida Association of Medical Examiners.
Are you licensed?
Yes,
Tell the jury about that.
my license?
Yeah. I mean, what state are you licensed?
Oh, I'm licensed in Florida.
How long have you been licensed in Florida?
24 years, I think.
Do you have certifications that you hold as a part of your job?
Yes, we have to take a board exam after my general pathology residency. I had to take a board exam that's in anatomic pathology. So I'm board certified in anatomic pathology, and then I had to take a board exam after my forensic pathology. So I'm board certified in forensic pathology.
Okay. How long have you held that certification?
20 years.
Okay. Quite a long time.
Yes.
How many autopsies have you performed as an associate medical examiner?
At least 6,000.
Have you testified as an expert witness in a court proceeding?
Yes.
Can you give the jury a rough estimate as to how many times you've testified as an expert?
I don't know. It's too many to count.
Can you give the jury an impression of where you've testified as an expert? And what I mean by where is which courts?
Mostly in Florida, or all in Florida, in Miami, Pinellas and Pasco counties. Those are my counties in District 6. I testified in federal court in Tampa, which is Hillsborough County. When I used to work in District 5, there are 5 counties. So I testified in those 5 courthouses. Volusia County, which is Daytona Beach, and Miami-Dade.
Okay, so am I right to understand that you've testified as an expert witness in both federal court and in state court,
Yes.
all in Florida?
Yes.
At this time, I would move to have Dr. Ignacio qualified as an expert witness in forensic pathology.
Defense.
No objection.
Witness will be so qualified. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Ignacio, I want to have you go back to March of 2020. Were you helping out in Santa Rosa County for any autopsies that they needed at that time?
Yes.
Did you get involved in an autopsy of a young child by the name of Gannon Stauch?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury how that happened, how you got involved in that?
We were helping District 1, which is in Pensacola. We were covering that district, so I happened to be working that week there.
And what were the, I guess, the initial information that you got before you performed that autopsy?
I was told that there was a decomposed body of a child found inside a suitcase underneath the highway.
Were you able to see some pictures of that body as it was recovered underneath that bridge?
Yes, I saw the scene photos.
And then the body that was brought to you for the autopsy process, was it the same body that you were able to visually observe in those photographs from the scene under the bridge?
Yes.
What date did you actually perform the autopsy?
On March 18.
Okay. And Your Honor, may I approach with People's Exhibits 144 through 180?
You may go ahead.
First, and Your Honor, can I stand here for just a moment? Like
Yeah, that's fine.
these bigger diagrams. I'm showing you what's first been marked as 144. Do you recognize this?
Yes,
What is 144?
that's my body diagram.
Is this taken directly from your autopsy report?
Yes.
Is it a fair and accurate representation of the overall body diagram that you generated for this autopsy?
Yes.
And then 145 and 146, do you recognize these items?
Yes.
145, what does it appear to be? This is the top one.
Yeah, that's the diagram of the head.
Did you prepare this when you prepared your autopsy report in this case?
Yes.
And then 146, do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is 146?
It's the diagram of the top of the head, the skull, and under the chin.
Is it, did you prepare this the same time as you performed or prepared the autopsy report for this case?
Yes.
Are these exhibits 144, 145, and 146 fair and accurate representations of the diagrams you prepared?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I move for admission of 144, 145, and 146.
Defense.
No objection, Judge.
You will have to submit copies of those for uploading after the case is done, because obviously you can't do those. So, but other than that, 144, 145, and 146 are admitted. Go ahead.
And then, Doctor, while I'm going to set these diagrams up, if you could look through the rest, 147 through 180, I believe it is. Will you flip through those and tell me when you're done looking at those?
Okay,
Have you had a chance to look through all of those, doctor?
yes.
What do all of 147 through 180 appear to be?
These are the photographs of the decedent.
Are they fair and accurate representations of what you saw when you performed the autopsy on March 18th of 2020 on the young child Gannon Stauch?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I would move for admission of 147 through 180.
Mr. Cook. Right. 7.
No objection.
It's 147 through 180 will be admitted. Go ahead.
And permission to publish, Your Honor.
You may.
Go to 7. So Dr. Ignacio, I've got 147 on the board behind you. And then to help the jury understand what we're looking at here, if you need to reference any of the body diagrams, please just let us know which body diagram that we need to have up on the easel. And then we'll use that to coincide with what we have in the photographs up on the screen. Is that okay?
Okay.
So in People's 147, is that a picture from the scene underneath the bridge of the boy that was eventually identified as Gannon Stauch?
Yes.
And is that the same child that you performed the autopsy on March 18th?
Yes.
Okay. You could advance to 148. So we're looking at People's Exhibit 148 now on the screen. Let's just go preliminarily. Are there very apparent signs of decomposition visible in People's Exhibit 148?
Yes.
Can you just describe, so that the jury understands what it is that you are calling that decomposition?
The whole body looks decomposed. It doesn't look like, normal fresh body. You see a brown gray discoloration on the skin. The right hand, you can already see the bones because it's starting to decompose the skin.
Dr. Ignacio, that red handle thing is a pointer. I see that you're
Oops.
pointing with your hand. That may help you, may not. It's up to you.
Okay.
And the tip of that thing pops off just to keep you on your toes, doctor.
So you can see that the right hand, you're already losing some skin there, so the bone's exposed. You're already seeing bone here because the skin's already decomposed and disappeared, brown discoloration all over.
And then there's black linear lines in the abdomen and chest area, and also on the, I guess would be the left hip there. Are those also signs of decomposition, or what does that appear to be?
Yes, I think it looks like could be from the clothing.
Okay. So clothing can have an effect on a body as it's decomposing as well?
Yes.
Okay. So there's a measurement device there in People's Exhibit 148 as well. Is
Yes.
there a wound apparent in People's Exhibit 148 that you can point out for the jury?
Yes,
And if you need to stand up, you can feel free.
there's a laceration here on the left chest, right? This one here. You can't really see it clearly because of the decomposition. The lines are ill-defined. There's a wound here, a wound here, here. There's another wound up here.
And then as we go through these photos, is it a wide angle shot like this where you can see sort of contextually where a wound might be and then it zooms in closer in the next photo?
Yes.
All right. When you say a laceration, just so that we're all on the same page.
It's
Yeah.
not a laceration, it's a sharp force injury.
Okay. So that's what I wanted to ask you about. A sharp force injury, what does that mean when a person like you, a medical examiner, says that?
It's a wound caused by a sharp object like a knife or a blade.
Okay. And can you tell us, generally speaking, we're going to look at a number of these sort of sharp force injuries. Are these deep injuries, shallow injuries, generally speaking?
It depends. Some could be shallow, superficial, or they can be deep.
And that's as apparent in this particular autopsy as well. Some are deeper than others.
Yes.
Okay. If we could go on to 149. Is 149 a close-up of what we just looked at in 148?
Yes, this is a close-up.
So can you tell us, as we look at that, how we understand that to be a sharp force injury? What about it tells us that?
Looking at the wound here, you can't really tell it clearly, but when it went into the rib, the third rib, you could see that it's a sharp, like clean cut line because it hit the rib and the space between the two ribs, which is called the intercostal space where there's muscle. So that wound there looks like a knife wound or something that's sharp, caused by something sharp.
Did the decomposition state of this body cause some difficulty in identifying injuries that might have been contributing to what caused the death in this case?
Some of them.
Okay. Now, if we can move on to 150.
This is another sharp force injury. And you can see that it doesn't really look like a sharp force injury because it's got jagged edges from the decomposition. But then you can see the wound inside that it was just like a linear, straight, clean cut wound.
If we could go on to 151.
And that's a close up of the wound.
So let's talk, now that we're seeing this one close up, this looks almost like a hole in the body as opposed to a slit or a slice or maybe even a stab. Tell the jury why that might be for this particular injury and how you can still call this a sharp force injury.
Yes, if you look at the skin here where it was cut, it's clean, it's a straight line. But because of decomposition, there's stretching of the skin and it loses elasticity. So that's why it looks round and not slit-like. Like this one is another wound that looks like a sharp force injury. You can see that it's got sharp tips. That looks like a knife wound.
Okay. If we can move on to 152, I believe the numbering is.
So there's another sharp force injury in the chest, the left chest, and you can see that it's also elongated. That didn't enter the chest cavity, but just hit the muscle, the pectoralis muscle.
Okay, and then 153.
That's a close-up. You can see that it's got a clean line there, straight edge.
Okay, and then these measuring devices that we see in these photographs, does that help us give an idea as to how long a particular wound might be?
Yes.
Okay. 154.
Showing the sharp force injury that's like right above the clavicle on the left.
One thing I want to have you point out in this particular photo, Dr. Ignacio, is there's a blurred area on this particular photo. Has that been altered?
Yes.
Does that just, if it had been unblurred, would show the victim's face?
Yes.
And is this just to be more sensitive to the victim and potentially the jurors as we're watching this or looking at these?
Yes.
155.
This just shows you a close-up view of the same one that was above the clavicle, left clavicle.
And this one again looks almost roundish. How can you tell and how can we understand this to be a sharp force injury as well?
The edges are clean and straight. It's not jagged. And the wound that was in the muscle was also straight.
Okay. 156.
This one shows you another sharp force injury in the left upper arm that's near the armpit, right there.
And 157.
And this is a close-up view.
So now that we've seen several of these sharp force injuries where they're almost pulled open and in a rounded appearance, is that basically what you testified to earlier, that as the skin is shrinking and pulling away, that it pulls the wound open more than it would have if we were close in time to when these injuries occurred?
Yes.
Okay. 158.
Here's another sharp force injury on the left wrist region.
And this one we can now see must have been taken before the clothing was taken off the body. You can see some of the clothing that the victim was wearing. Is that likely what the person was wearing when they died?
Yes,
How can you tell that?
because of all the fluids, decomposition fluids, the coloring, the clothing.
We had a crime scene technician from Santa Rosa testify late last week that also testified that there were defects in the clothing indicating that there were these slices or sharp object cuts into the fabric that coincided with the injuries we see on the body. Did you notice that as well?
Yes.
Okay. 159.
159 is a close-up view of the wound on the left upper arm, like near the axilla.
Okay. In all of these injuries that we're looking at, are all of those injuries marked on that body diagram that you have up on the easel there, which
Yes.
is 144?
Yes.
Okay. We could go to 161. Is that right? 160, my apologies. What are we looking at in 160?
So this is a photograph of the left hand, and there's it kind of covers, the ruler covers it, but there's another cut here. Sharp force injury.
Then moving on to 161.
And this is the right hand, the back of the right hand. And you can see here that you've got 1, 2, 3, 4 wounds here. And you can see like the edges are clean cut, caused by a sharp object.
And we're looking at these in conjunction with the last photo of the arm and then this one here with hands. When we're talking about cuts to the hands in the forearm areas of Gannon Stauch, how would you characterize those types of wounds?
They're consistent with defensive wounds,
Okay.
trying to protect yourself.
Indicating that potentially Gannon was putting his hands up to guard against whatever was happening,
Yes,
and then they get cut in the process of that.
yes.
Okay. 162, please.
This one shows, excuse me, this one shows the right hand, like the palmar aspect of the right hand. And this is another cut in the middle finger, right middle finger.
163.
Same photo right there.
Okay, and this is
This is
just
the ring finger.
right.
This is the, oh, sorry. No, sorry, that's the middle finger and the ring finger's right here.
Okay, and then you're just pulling the fingertip back to be able to see that particular cut on, more towards the, I guess, the pad of the fingertip.
Yes.
164, please.
So we're looking at his back, and there's a sharp force injury on the left upper back, right there.
This sharp force injury to the upper back, was this one of the deeper sharp force injuries that you were able to document that Gannon suffered?
Yes, it fractured the left sixth rib, and it also penetrated the left fifth intercostal space. So that's the space between the fifth and sixth ribs.
Does that then cause, I guess, entry into, I guess, the back side of the chest cavity? Does it go that deep?
Yes, it does enter the chest cavity.
165.
And that's a close-up view of the back injury.
Again, is this a sharp force injury similar to the other sharp force injuries we've been looking at this morning?
Yes.
166.
So there's another sharp force injury here. Another one here.
Would this be essentially the backside of Gannon's left shoulder?
Yes. So this wound ended in the scapula. It hit the bone here, so it just went through the bone, the shoulder blade. And then this one went deeper into the shoulder joint, the left shoulder joint, about 4 inches deep.
4 inches deep, you said?
Yes.
167, please. This is a close-up of that more shallow injury, and then the other deeper one is apparent sort of to the left of that.
Yes.
There appears to be some black fiber there. Can you tell the jury what that is?
It could be from his jacket or t-shirt.
So basically fibers from clothing.
Yes.
Is it common for fibers from clothing to get caught up in wounds when there's these sharp force injuries that travel from outside of clothing through the clothing and into the body?
Yes.
168.
This is another view of the top of the shoulder where you can see the injury that went into the shoulder joint.
169.
That's a close-up view. And you know that it's a sharp force injury because it's got clean edges here.
So when you're pointing at those, what you call clean edges, to me, it doesn't necessarily look that way, but I'm not in your shoes with your expertise. Those edges that you're pointing at, is that where the skin would have met before being sliced open?
Yes, this is fat, subcutaneous tissue underneath the skin. So these are the skin edges, but they just like, stretched and separated. But this is where it was cut.
And is this that deeper injury that you mentioned just a moment ago?
Yes,
To the, basically the top, maybe backish part of his left shoulder?
it entered the shoulder joint.
Okay. 170?
This one is a blurred photo of another sharp force injury on the left forearm.
The inside of the left forearm?
Yes,
And then this one also has a blurred area sort of in the groin area. Do you see that?
yes,
Is that blurred out just for sensitivity's sake?
yes.
171.
And that's a close-up view. So you can see it's got another sharp edge and you've just got tissue that's coming out from the wound, but that's the cut edge right here.
Yeah. And this is on the, what I would describe as inside of the left wrist. Is that right?
Yes,
Or forearm area?
yes.
172. What are we looking at in 172?
So this is the head and you're looking at the left side, the ear is right here. So there's a cut right in the posterior or the back part of the ear on the scalp.
173.
And a close-up view, the cut.
Let's talk, since we're now seeing for the first time head injuries. Can you tell the jury, just so that we're all clear, do head injuries have a tendency to bleed heavier than other types of injuries that a human could sustain?
Yes, there's a lot of blood vessels in the scalp.
And does that cause more bloodletting, potentially staining of scenes where blood is coming out of a person?
Yes.
174.
So we're looking at the right side of the head and we're trying to show, this time it's a laceration. It's not caused by a sharp object. It's caused by a blunt object. So we call them lacerations because it's so hard to see because it's decomposed, but the edges are jagged and underneath the skin, you can still see what they call tissue bridging. That means it wasn't completely cut. Like with a knife, you can completely cut the skin and the subcutaneous tissue, but with blunt trauma, with a blunt object, you may still see some tissue that's not separated yet. So this is a laceration on the right temporal region.
So would this be basically right side of the head towards almost a little bit to the back of the head there?
Yes, the ear is right here, right ear, and then you can see that there's a wound here.
Okay. 175.
And here you can see the wound. I don't know if you can see it, but that's the wound right here. And you can see like the edges are not like a knife wound.
So these injuries, as you look at them as the expert in this, the edges are different to you from what we've seen before from the sharp force injuries.
Yes.
And then when we talk about a blunt force injury like this, what kind of things can cause a blunt force injury like these?
Any blunt object like a bat, piece of wood, hammer.
Could even the butt of a gun.
Yes.
176.
So this is another laceration that's on the top of the head.
And when you say laceration, are we again talking about another blunt force injury
Yes.
to the top of Gannon's head?
Yes, and then this is the skull, the bone right here, and there are no fractures.
170, is it 77? 177?
So this is the one we were looking at previously, and then there were other two lacerations on the top of the head.
And again, just so that we're clear, when we say other two lacerations on the top of the head, are those other two also blunt force injuries?
Yes, and you can see that the edges are jagged. It's not like a clean cut. So that's why I called it laceration.
Okay. 178?
So when we peel the scalp, remember the laceration that was on the right temporal region behind the ear? These are skull fractures right here. And then some of the bone fell, and you can see some brain tissue, decomposed brain. So this is a fracture, 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 fracture.
When we talk about this area of the skull, you use the word temporal. Does that to layperson mean temple area basically extending to the back area?
Yes,
Is that bone thinner than other parts of the skull on the head?
yes, the temporal bone is, but it also involves the other bones.
And so what I'm driving at is, would it take a lot of force to cause these types of fractures through a blunt force strike?
Yes.
And just so we're clear, since we've moved past the sharp force injuries and now we've looked at all of the blunt force injuries in these photographs, how many sharp force injuries did Gannon suffer that you were able to document in your autopsy?
I counted 18.
And then as it relates to the number of blunt force injuries that Gannon suffered, how many did those occur?
4 lacerations.
4 lacerations that coincide with blunt force injury.
Yes.
Okay. If we could move on to 179. What are we looking at in 179?
So this is the left side of the face. Here's the ear, head, eye area. This is the jaw, the left side of the jaw, lower jaw, and there's a hole right here.
What caused that hole?
This is due to a gunshot wound.
180.
And this is a close-up gunshot wound.
Is it typical, doctor, when you document a gunshot to try to figure out path the bullet traveled as it entered into a human victim?
Yes,
Did you do that in this case?
yes.
Can you describe, either using the diagrams or just through words, however you want to do it, can you describe the path that this particular bullet took through Gannon as it entered his body?
I think we should use,
Okay, I'll come over and help.
oh, it's not easy.
Which one do you want? 46, 145? 145. Make it easier on our jury, we also got the shortest easel we could find. So I'm gonna hold this up actually, doctor, if that's okay. That's, well, they won't be able to see. it
Okay.
back there.
So the entrance gunshot wound was in the left side of the jaw, lower jaw, the mandible. This entered the oral cavity. It hit the cervical, this second and third cervical vertebrae. So it went to the back. It crossed the midline, and I recovered the projectile. It didn't enter the skull, the cranial cavity. So I recovered it on the right side where the muscles are of the neck. So there was a projectile that went from left to right and then front to back.
And then, so when you recovered the projectile, was it still in the, basically the muscle tissue in the back of the head?
Yes.
Okay. So, doctor, you can sit back down if you'd like. When we're talking about the types of injuries that Gannon, that you were able to identify that Gannon had suffered, 18 sharp force injuries, 4 blunt force lacerations, and then 1 gunshot through the chin. Does that indicate to you that there's some progression that these injuries had to occur in?
Yes.
Tell the jury what we mean by that and what it is that you're using to rely on and make that conclusion.
Regarding the sharp force injuries coming first.
Well, do you know which one came first?
I don't really know, but I'm thinking that it's the sharp force injuries because he could still defend himself. And then I don't know which one came first, the gunshot wound or the blunt trauma to the head, which caused fractures of his skull and bleeding in his brain.
So the best that you can tell is that sharp force injuries occurred before gunshot. Is that right?
Yes.
But it's unclear whether blunt force or gunshot, which one of those occurred first.
Yes.
Does that indicate some period of time to achieve all of those injuries for whoever was attacking him?
Yes.
The fact that there's 18 sharp force injuries
Yes.
and then 4 blunt force injuries
Yes.
and then a gunshot that entered into the lower left chin and traveled through the oral cavity and all that.
Yes.
What were you able to rule as the cause and manner of death for Gannon Stauch?
My cause of death was gunshot wound and blunt head trauma of the head.
Were there contributing factors to the cause of death?
Yes. Sharp force injuries.
Those 18 sharp force injuries that we talked about?
Yes.
And what was the manner of death?
Homicide.
Is it typical, doctor, that you perform a toxicology test as well
Yes.
when you do an autopsy?
Yes.
What is the purpose of doing a toxicology report?
We do it in all violent deaths, and it's to determine whether there were any drugs or what drugs were in the system.
Was that performed on Gannon Stauch?
Yes.
Was there anything unusual detected in Gannon Stauch at the time of autopsy?
There were some drugs, or there was a drug that was present.
Okay, so let's talk first. Acetaminophen, a typical over-the-counter medication, was that found in Gannon?
Yes.
Would that be anything unusual that a child would have potentially residual acetaminophen at the time of autopsy?
If maybe the patient the decedent at that time was having a fever or pain, they would give them acetaminophen or Tylenol.
Would that be common though? In an 11-year-old to find that in a body potentially?
Not, you don't always see that.
Okay. What other things did you find in Gannon's bodily tissues?
He also had hydrocodone in the liver tissue.
All right, so let's talk about hydrocodone. What is hydrocodone?
Hydrocodone is a narcotic analgesic. It's a drug used for pain, and that is also found in cough medications because it's supposed to suppress your cough.
Is hydrocodone a controlled substance?
Yes, you need a prescription for that.
So I can't just go to Walgreens without a prescription and buy hydrocodone.
Yes,
Is it indicated as highly addictive?
yes, you can be dependent on it.
What are the effects of hydrocodone on a human?
Depending on the dosage, you can initially become drowsy, lightheaded, dizziness. And if you take a higher dose, it could lead to respiratory depression, or you'll have problems breathing. You'll have lethargy, um, coma, and eventually death.
Was it unusual, in your opinion, to find hydrocodone in a child of 11 years old, like we did here in Gannon's death?
Yes, I found it unusual.
Is that because of all of those issues you just described?
Yes, and if it was for a cough, you would give something that didn't have the, narcotic analgesic in it.
Typically, people would not.
Yes, that wouldn't be the first line of choice.
Okay. May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
May.
Go ahead, doctor. Thank you.
Cross-examination, Mr. Cook.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Dr. Ignacio.
Good morning.
My name is Will Cook, and I'm a defense attorney in this case. I'm going to ask some follow-up questions. Were you able to tell the blunt head trauma injuries, the three on the top of the head you were discussing? Can you tell the jury if those were post-mortem or pre-mortem?
They were pre-mortem.
Pre-mortem. And by that, you mean before death?
Yes.
Okay. At one point during your investigation, were you kind of unsure whether the blunt force trauma had happened before or after Gannon had died?
No.
Okay. And the injuries that you noted in your report and during the autopsy, they would indicate that this was a violent death.
Yes.
Okay. Also, it looked like a lot of the injuries, the blunt force injuries, the sharp force injuries, it looks like it was just a random act, whereas there's no pattern to it. You have injuries to the head, you have injuries to the body. Some are deep, some are shallow. It indicates that this was a random attack, correct?
Yes.
Okay. There was no pattern to it.
Yes.
Would the blood force injuries, were they fatal by themselves?
Yes, they could be.
Okay. And you say the gunshot was fatal in and of itself as well?
Yes.
Okay. Did the bullet from the gunshot, I can't remember what you said, did it enter into the cranial vault?
It did not.
It did not. Okay. And the mechanism for death with the gunshot, it was that it severed the spinal cord or some vertebrae?
Yes.
Okay. And what would have been the mechanism for death with the blood force injuries? Would that have been bleeding or hemorrhaging in the brain? What would that have been?
Yes, there was hemorrhage in the brain.
Okay. When you're doing investigation and autopsies and looking at toxicology reports, Did you go back, or did your office, or did you receive any information about whether Gannon had had a prescription for cough syrup or cough medicine that contained any hydrocodone?
No, I didn't inquire.
Okay. So it is possible that he could have had a medication or a prescription from a doctor to assist with the cough.
It's possible.
Okay. And if he had had a prescription for a opiate-based cough syrup or cough medicine, then it would follow that it would show up in his blood or his toxicology results.
Yes.
Okay. Could any of the injuries noted have happened? There's evidence that there was a suitcase that he was in. He was, the suitcase was thrown off an overpass of a highway near Pensacola. Is there any way that some of the injuries could have been caused by the impact of the suitcase hitting the ground?
Like which injuries?
The blunt force trauma injuries,
No, they were on the top of the
the
head.
top of the head.
No.
Okay. In a lot of injuries, doctor, you'll see stippling or powder burns on the skin where a bullet or a projectile will enter. Did you note any of that, any of those type of injuries on Mr. Gannon?
I didn't see any stippling, but
Okay.
it's also because of decomposition. I might not be able to see it.
And that was my next question. Would decomposition, even if it had originally been there, would it make that disappear or decay?
Maybe.
Maybe. So what I'm getting at is, were you able to make any type of conclusion as to the distance the gun was from the body when it was discharged?
No.
Okay. Were any of the sharp force injuries, were any of them in and of themselves fatal?
Because of the decomposition, I couldn't really tell. I mean, when I looked at the lungs, because I was thinking it would penetrate the lungs, I didn't see any injuries, but because there was decomposition, it was hard to see. So I couldn't really tell with the injuries that went into the chest cavity.
So I guess all you can say is it's possible. Is it possible that some or one or more of these sharp force injuries were fatal?
Yes, it could be fatal if left unattended.
Okay. And it looks like in your report, you look for organs, you remove some of them, you measure the contents of fluids in different organs and that sort of thing. It looks like in your report, it mentions that you couldn't find a pancreas. Is that because Gannon did not have a pancreas, or because it had just decayed to the point of being able to identify it?
Yes, decomposition.
Composition. So a lot of this stuff, a lot of the organs and whatnot in Gannon, they had decayed to the point where you couldn't identify him anymore.
Yes.
Okay. And is that typical for a body that had the history of exposure to the elements?
Yes.
Okay. Just a moment, doctor. Oh, thank you.
Redirect.
Thank you.
Mr. Cook was just asking you some questions about the sharp force injuries. Do you remember those questions?
Yes.
And couldn't tell whether those could have been fatal on their own or not due to the decomposition.
Yes, but I think I said something I forgot. I couldn't tell, but then you could die from injuries into the chest cavity if left unattended.
Is that why you determined that the sharp force injuries were contributing factors to the death of Gannon Stauch?
Yes,
The fact that this body was put into a suitcase and thrown over a bridge, does that indicate to you that this was an attempt to hide this type of evidence, the evidence that we're finding from these injuries?
I'm gonna object to speculation.
I think if you can lay a little bit of foundation about what expertise you might have in that regard.
Okay.
Let's try that first.
Yeah, sure. So doctor, when we're talking about investigations into deaths of persons, especially I guess in Florida where there's lots of waterways and that kind of thing, is it common to find bodies that have been disposed of into waterways or bayous or marshy areas in Florida?
yes, we have had some deaths.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
We
Finish.
have had some deaths found in bodies of water.
Is it typical in your expertise to find that a person may have been murdered in one place and then intentionally moved to another place like a waterway or bayou or marshy area to make it harder for authorities to find and examine the body?
Yes,
Okay. Was that apparent in this case? That a
Yes.
body had been moved some distance in mileage and then pitched over a bridge into a potentially marshy and watery area?
yes,
And so, does the fact that that occurred here indicate to you, in your expert opinion, that there was also the attempt to hide this body from authorities so it wouldn't be detected and examined to determine how this person died?
yes,
Is that an intentional act?
yes,
I would object.
Overruled.
You were asked by Mr. Cook about stippling. So let's talk, and so the jury understands what stippling is. Is stippling essentially powder burns on the surface of skin that would be caused by somebody shooting a gun at somebody in close proximity to that skin?
yes, usually 2 inches to 2 feet from the skin. The gun would be 2 inches to 2 feet from the body. And so you would see the gunpowder leave marks, little pinpoint marks on the skin.
These powder burns, are these expelled out of the barrel of the firearm when it's fired?
Yes,
If somebody put a pillow between the gun and the victim, would that prevent stippling from appearing on skin?
yes,
Did you, in your autopsy, also include a pillow and x-rays and find 2 bullets inside of that pillow?
yes,
Mr. Cook started out by asking you about if these sharp force injuries and the blunt force injuries, if these appeared to be random acts. And I want to be clear, do you mean that these were just randomly happened to Gannon without somebody intentionally causing these injuries?
Can you repeat?
Yeah. Well, were these random injuries or did somebody intentionally cause these injuries to Gannon?
Oh, it was intentional.
Okay, so when we say the word random, when Mr. Cook was asking you that, you don't mean that these were randomly happening with no rhyme or reason as to who or might be causing these injuries?
Yes, because he said there was no pattern. So I said there's no pattern.
Okay, and that's what I wanted to drive towards. These were intentional acts, as you just testified to. They did, though, target specific areas of Gannon's body, correct? It's not like these were injuries to his lower legs or toes or feet, correct?
Yes,
And so were these targeted towards upper body area, head area, chest area?
yes,
Does that indicate a person had an intentional desire to cause potentially fatal injuries to Gannon
yes,
because of where they're targeting?
yes,
Is it more fatal to cause somebody an injury to their lower leg or to their head?
more to the head.
Okay. And Gannon had lots of injuries to his head, is that right?
Yes,
And all of these injuries, are these all the injuries that you talked about? 18 sharp force injuries, 4 blunt force injuries, and a gunshot wound to the chin that ultimately killed Gannon. Are all these pre-mortem injuries, meaning they happened while Gannon was still alive?
yes.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Dr. Ignacio? Looks like we have a few. Council, retrieve those and approach, please. Sorry. Dr. Ignacio, can you determine how long the body has been decomposing? Do you know when the time of death was?
No.
And Dr. Ignacio, during the autopsy, was there evidence of any burns on the arms, burn marks, or bubbling of the skin?
I couldn't see that because of the decomposition.
And how long does Tylenol and hydrocodone stay detectable in the body?
Usually 12 hours after the body would already metabolize the drug and come out in the urine. So that the drug was already there at the time of death.
All right. I will allow reasonable follow-up as to those questions only. Mr. Allen?
So Dr. Ignacio, just so we're clear, when you say 12 hours for those things to metabolize in the body, if it hasn't completely, like the hydrocodone, had not completely metabolized and been expelled by the body, even if it's been an extended period of time, like in this case, you would still detect hydrocodone.
Yes, if you were alive and you would take hydrocodone, after 12 hours, we don't even test for drugs anymore because it's going to be out of the system. But when he died at that time, he had the hydrocodone. It was even able to metabolize because it converted to hydromorphone. So there's some time there, but the drug was still there because he died around that time.
When you say that the hydrocodone had started to metabolize, so that means, does that mean that the body has processed some of that hydrocodone, but not all of it at the time of death?
Yes, maybe before he died and he was attacked.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. That's all I have.
Mr. Cook?
Thank you. Doctor, when you were talking about the burning or bubbling of the skin, so there could have been burn marks or burn injuries on the arms, but due to decomposition, you would not be able to detect those any longer, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And when you get a sample to test for drugs, as in the case with Gannon here, where are you getting the sample from? Or is there still urine that can be captured from the bladder? I know they do that a lot of times in these toxicology tests. Or just tell the jury where you got these samples from.
Since he didn't have any more blood, it was all fluids, body fluids. We couldn't test that, so we take liver. So these levels are from the liver tissue.
Okay. And a lot of times in these types of investigations, you have a blood level and a urine level. And I've heard testimony before that a urine level's they're not as accurate about time of ingestion and everything, and it's mostly byproducts. Would the samples that you got from the liver, would that be considered a blood level or a urine level test?
It's a liver tissue level.
Liver tissue level, okay. Which would indicate if it was to the liver, there had been some metabolism of the drugs that had already taken place by the body.
Yes, it was recovered in the liver.
Okay. Did you attempt to get samples from anywhere else?
Can't recall. I think
If you have your report, would that refresh your recollection?
we took liver tissue and spleen tissue, but they tested the liver.
Okay. And what is the significance, I'm sorry, of taking samples from the liver versus the spleen?
If you can't take from blood or urine, we take from the liver.
Okay,
So, you can see there will be drugs in the liver too. And there might be levels for that. But with this case, because of the decomposition, it's hard to determine the values.
okay. And I guess I asked a bad question and I apologize. When you're taking a sample from the spleen, why take it from the spleen as well as the liver?
Because you could also have drugs in the spleen. Blood flows through the spleen.
Okay. And would you expect to have the same results with a liver sample versus a spleen sample, or could there be differences?
It could be different.
All right. Thank you, doctor.
All right. Thank you, doctor. You may step down. Ladies and gentlemen, we will take our morning recess at this point in time. Again, do not discuss the case with yourselves. Do not discuss the case with anyone else. And if we can have everyone back in the jury room at, say, 10:25, we should be able to start on time at that point. All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. You may all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury? Prosecution?
No, Your Honor.
Defense?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Court will be in recess. Thank you.
All rise.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. That was a lot, you guys. That was, wow. Yeah, it was heartbreaking. I'm glad too, Andrea. We had each other. Yes, go for a walk if you need to, guys. You got 20 minutes. 20 minutes to take a walk and get a breather and step away if you need to, because that was a lot. And I know that there was probably a lot of people in here that were emotional, including myself. We did need a break. Yeah. For those of you guys who are newer to the channel, this is something that I have been talking about since the beginning. I knew for a fact that he had drugs in his system. My source had read me part of the autopsy and let me know that he had drugs in his system. And that's part of why I included that in my theory. But also with the fact that she talked about the bath salts and different things like that. She talked about the bath salts to Albert at 9:28 on the morning of the 27th. 9:28. So it was before she left to go to Petco, PetSmart. That was before she brought him home and inevitably did what she did. And I truly believe that whatever happened Sunday night, whatever it was, I don't even know about the whole candle incident. I don't know if that truly has anything to do with it. And like Criminality said, she could have thrown that candle at him. She could have harmed him with the candle, and that could have been part of it. Whatever her promise, you didn't do it on purpose. Like, I don't know. I don't know. I know that there's more pictures that we're eventually going to see. Yeah. But so my thought process behind all of this has always been that she was probably going to say Vicodin was the bath salts. Yeah, playing stupid like she didn't know the difference. My thought process behind all of this has always been that whatever happened on Sunday evening, whatever it was so severe that she knew she was going to get in trouble, right? So severe that it went beyond her typical abuse that she did towards Gannon. And she had no way to explain it. I think she was going to lose Albert. She knew that he would have left her. She knew that she would have lost her Kim Kardashian type of lifestyle. And so at that point, she tried to think of a way to cover everything up so that she couldn't get in trouble, so that she couldn't lose her family. And I think at that point is when she decided that she was going to have to drug him or make it look like he did something on his own that had nothing to do with him. And so she talks about in one of those calls or text messages or whichever one it is, I can't even remember at this point, but she talks about the fact that she drove around the block with Gannon that evening after the candle incident, that she took them out of the house and stuff like that. That's also when she alleges that she met our friend Egg Guardo, right? And that she asked him to come and fix the carpet. I think personally that while she was driving around that evening, that she found a drug dealer, bought drugs from them, took them home, and that Egg Guardo was the drug dealer that she got the drugs from. I think that she then went home and gave Gannon drugs, hoping that Gannon would die from an overdose, and that didn't happen. He didn't die from an overdose. I think that she intended for him to die in her truck while she was inside of the Petco, and that she was going to come out after having already sent Albert the text message about the bath salts and things like that, and that she was going to come out and be shocked that Gannon died from a drug overdose. And she was going to have all these witnesses from the Petco to come out and help her because, oh my God, he overdosed, or oh my God, something's wrong with him. And they were going to come out and she was going to have somebody to call, right? And so that there would be witnesses that he had this accidental overdose. But it didn't work. Whenever she came out the first time after Petco, he was still alive. And so I think she drove around, either found more drugs or gave him more drugs, and waited and tried to do the same thing again. And again, the second time she came out of Petco, he was still alive. A lot of people have questioned how he got back into the house. A lot of people have wondered that. I think she backed up to the garage, and that likely before they got home, I think it's possible that she took him back into the house in the suitcase because he was too unconscious and passed out-ish to walk in on his own. And so she took him back into the house in the suitcase, and she intended to lay him down into his bed. And whenever Lena or whenever Harley came home, she was going to have them go try to wake him up for dinner or something along those lines. And then this time he was going to actually be dead. But I think whenever she got him back to his bed, Gannon was not only still alive and still there, but that he popped up and started to fight her whenever she tried to put him back into his bed, or she carried him in. Exactly, Lee. And so then at that point, whenever he started to fight her, That's whenever she reached over and grabbed the first thing she could off of his nightstand and started stabbing him. Now, as deep as those wounds were, that part I didn't know how deep his wounds were in some places. It's possible that she used the pair of scissors that were in the dishwasher, but they never found that box cutter, guys. They have never found his box cutter. And so I've always thought that it was the box cutter, that it could have been the box cutter. And I think she stabbed him and then she eventually shot him. Blunt force trauma mixed in there somewhere. Even the coroner doesn't know exactly when that occurred. I don't think she ever intended for him to do this, or for this to happen as brutally and as gruesome as it ended up being. I don't know, Kate. Will they talk about the shadows? I think honestly the prosecution has to prove whenever he got back in. Yeah, very deep at the shoulder, she said. But this has just always been my theory and my thoughts on what happened. I can't in a million years think that she intended to do it as bloody as she did it with Lena coming home in minutes to make sure he was dead, Emily. She had tried to kill him already twice that day. In my opinion, she tried to drug him twice within that short time period, and he still was alive. And so I think she shot him to make sure that he was deceased. That's just my opinion though. Right? My opinion based on the facts that have been laid out to me, based off of things that I have been told over the course of this last 3 years. And guys, guess what? There's still more coming that I know about that you guys haven't seen yet. And it's devastating. There's still more. Yeah, Kate, the human body is designed for survival. You think the box cutter are the shallow ones? Yeah. Exactly, criminality. Yes, he was pissed that she was pissed that he wouldn't die nicely. She was upset that she planned out this perfectly planned, perfectly orchestrated death for him, right? He was going to die from quote unquote bath salts. He was going to die because he got mixed up with a friend with drugs. And it didn't happen. She planned it out to the point of texting Albert about it. Oh, Judy Jones, it just keeps coming. She is such a wackadoo. And not in the insane needs to be in a hospital type of way, but in the like, how could anyone do this to a child type of way? Exactly, Tracy. Yes, she went into fight or flight and then overkilled. He did, Sammy. He put up such a fight. I don't know who their next witness is going to be. I don't know what's going to happen. But in a way, I am glad that we got this out of the way very first, because those pictures were so hard. They were so hard. I don't know, Avery. Yeah, beat him and they go into the volcano type of way. She did, Kate. She sat there watching the screen. How do you go from sitting there looking down the whole beginning of the trial and not looking and not making eye contact with people and everything else like that, but whenever they are showing what you did to a child, how you brutalized his body, you're sitting there staring? She looked and studied every single photo, every single one. Like, you disgusting freaking monster. What is wrong with you? I'm so glad that Alan Landon were not in that room, because I'm telling you, I couldn't have done it. There's no way. There is no way. I couldn't have. Thank you so much, Emily, for the super sticker. Thank you. It's devastating. Yeah, you've always wondered why she texted Al the bath salts lie. Beat him, I think it's possible. Reliving it like a serial killer, I think it's very much so possible. I don't know, Judy Jones. It depends on how they call the witnesses and what evidence they show. But I'm telling you that there were photos from Sunday evening from the Candle Innocent that were sent to admins in several of the groups that were never shown. That were never shown because they weren't in the preliminary, the probable cause affidavit didn't include them, and so they were never put out public. And so I know there's more. And it just depends on what and how the prosecution is going to continue putting out their evidence. Right now it seems like they're kind of like setting the groundwork for a lot of different things. So, yeah, because Judy Jones, if they don't show it, if the prosecution doesn't put it out, and obviously these admins of these groups have never put them out, then it doesn't need to be out. You're just not understanding the bath salts. What was the text to Al again? Okay, let me pull up. I think it's in here. You go through. So she had sent, she was texting with Albert that morning, and he says he's talking about a friend that brother has a car and doing a sleepover. Same kid that asked about bath salts. Absolutely not. She says, I haven't ever let him do a sleepover, and he will not sleep over. We don't even have bath salts. Is it like the ones for the tub? He says, yes, research it. It's bad. It's kind of like meth. I think that when they use them for drugs, it's deadly. She holds up a bag and she says, this. And he says, I think. He came into my room asking me last night about it. I gave him a bath bomb. He took 2 baths. I just thought he was dirty from pants. It's fine for baths. He said something about a friend. Bath salts are dangerous. And wait. And she says, he asked me yesterday if they're the same as salts. I told Harley and she was like, Mom, the bad ones. And I just told him no, bath bombs weren't the same. I'll ask him why he asked you. And he says, the kids need to stay off TikTok. She says, okay, is that bad? And he just said, don't worry about it. He was just asking to see what they were. So like he sent, I know I got these out of order because this one actually goes last or in the middle and this one's last. And I mess it up every single time. But so they were setting this up to be, yeah, she was setting him up to look like he was getting into drugs and getting mixed up with a bad friend. Yes, the people who were eating each other's faces and stuff like that. Nana is 7. I'm trying to read down through stuff. So I wasn't looking exactly at the chat, and it has nothing to do with people being mods or members. I typically interact with just about everyone. The problem is whenever we are going down through things, it makes it difficult sometimes, especially with as many people in the chat, and it's never intentional if you feel like you're getting ignored. Has nothing to do with that. This channel does not have a ton of members. A lot of these members that you see right now are gifted memberships, and I super appreciate the people who have been in here doing that because it doesn't normally happen here. So I apologize. But this has been a very, very difficult morning already. And my brain itself is like mush because I just seen a child I just seen a child who I have been following and caring about and who I've felt emotionally connected to for the last 3 years, and his family. I just seen his dead body on a screen for the last hour. So I apologize, but yeah, I didn't see, I don't know. So I apologize if you feel that, but okay. Well, I apologize for that, Nana of 7, but please don't, I don't know, don't take it personal. We're in court right now. Most of the court is not me talking. It is, yeah, Emily. It's very, very overwhelming.
Hey, Mommy.
You want to say hi to everyone?
Hi, everyone. I just drank my juice.
You're drinking your juice. Is it delicious? You can reach out to me in my email or on Facebook. Sleuth Mom on both places. Sleuth Mom on Facebook, Twitter. Check for an email from you. Okay. The struggle is real. Thank you so much, hun, for your Cash App. I just seen that whenever I just opened it.
All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. May all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358 People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Prosecution, call your next witness, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, we would recall Al Stauch.
All right, Mr. Stauch, if you would resume your seat in the witness stand, I invite you that you're still under oath. Okay.
May I proceed, Your Honor? I don't know if there was something.
You may,
Okay.
yeah.
All right. Good morning, Mr. Stauch. How are you doing today?
Morning.
When you were previously on the stand, we talked with you about your woodworking. We saw some of the photos in the garage of that woodworking. Did you at one point suffer an injury as a result of your woodworking?
I did, yes, sir.
What was that injury?
I cut off the tip of my right pointer finger,
Your index finger?
my index finger, yes, sir.
When did that occur?
May of 2019, around that time frame.
Did you get any prescription medications to deal with pain from that injury?
I did.
What kind of prescriptions did you get?
I believe I would have, well, I had a ibuprofen prescription and then some sort of pain medicine, I think hydrocodone, some sort.
Was that hydrocodone, was that a prescription that you got from your doctor?
Yes, sir. Directly related to the finger injury.
Where did you typically keep that hydrocodone in the house?
That one I typically, and the ibuprofen I kept next to my bed in my little nightstand type area.
Did you consume all of the hydrocodone when you had that prescription?
I did not. I believe I only took 1 or 2 of the pills. I don't take a lot of prescription medicine anyways, and the ibuprofen was enough for me to manage the pain.
Did you ever, did you or anybody else in the family, prior to when Gannon went missing, would you ever give these hydrocodone pills to any of the kids in the family?
No, they were hidden in the drawer in that nightstand area, so only myself and possibly the defendant knew where they were.
Would you have ever given those to Gannon?
No, sir.
That's all I have for you. Thank you.
Cross-examination? No questions. Do the jurors have any questions regarding that part of Mr. Stauch's testimony? All right, thank you, sir. You may step down. All right, prosecution, call your next witness, please.
We're just checking in the hallway to see if she's out here yet, Judge.
Okay.
Turn the camera back on now. All right, this time we would call Special Agent Andrew Cohen.
All right. Agent Cohen, if you would step forward and raise your right hand. You swear affirm the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand.
Good morning, Mr. Cohen. How are you doing today?
Good morning. I'm fine. How are you?
Will you please introduce yourself to the jury and then spell your name for the record?
My name is Andrew Cohen, Cohen. I'm a special agent for the FBI.
How long have you been with the FBI?
Since 2014.
What are your duties with the FBI?
I'm assigned to a violent crime task force. I primarily investigate criminal enterprises, complex narcotics investigations, fugitive work, and other violations of federal law.
At some point, did you get involved with the investigation into the disappearance of Gannon Stauch?
I did.
What was your role and how did you get involved in that investigation?
I was requested to assist the El Paso County Sheriff's Office shortly after Gannon was reported missing. My role at the FBI was the lead case agent for the FBI. So information that we obtained from search warrants or interviews or other data would be compiled and would eventually all come through me.
The fact that the investigation spanned from Colorado through to Florida and then South Carolina, did having the FBI on board assist with that investigation and just the spread of the investigation?
It certainly did. The FBI has a lot of resources nationwide, and it's sometimes a little less complex for the FBI to arrange resources in other states than, say, it would be for the El Paso County Sheriff's Office locally.
When you said that you were the lead agent, what does that mean for the FBI to have a lead agent on a case?
I was assigned the responsibilities of that case, of maintaining the case file and of making the investigative decisions at the FBI.
Are you also serving as an advisory witness in this case?
Yes, I am.
Is that why you're sitting sort of behind us in during testimony here?
That's correct.
Is it probable that you'll testify more than one time?
I think that's up to you.
Yes, it is. So, Agent Cohen, in your work as an FBI agent, is it typical for you to get involved in wiretaps?
I've been involved in several wiretap investigations throughout my career.
What does it mean to have a wiretap?
A wiretap, common language, is actually the interception of oral or electronic or wire communication. In essence, we're able to listen to phone calls or to view text messages as they're sent.
Tell the jury what the process is to gain access to listening to those types of things.
A wiretap is considered a very intrusive investigative method. It's not something that you can just do on any investigation or even at the start of any investigation. Quite frankly, it's the most intrusive technique law enforcement has, where we're listening to somebody's phone call in the scenario where you would think you'd have the highest expectation of privacy, talking on your phone in your own private setting. And not only are we receiving the communications of the person whose phone we've installed the wiretap on, but we're also intercepting communications of other people that would be in contact with that person. So in order to get a wiretap, it's a pretty lengthy process. We have to show to the court that there has been an exhaustion of all other techniques that could be used in investigation, like, and that other techniques wouldn't be effective. So in this particular investigation, we had done multiple search warrants. We had done GPS trackers on cars. We had done location on cell phones. We had done physical surveillance. We had conducted interviews. And we have to demonstrate not only to the court that this is a necessary technique and that it would be reasonable that we would collect evidence, but we also have to show that all that other stuff would no longer be effective in the investigation.
What would happen if you've got the wiretap set up, you've got the approval of the judge, and you start to hear something that is outside the scope of the investigation? What would somebody listening to the wiretap do?
Well, earlier I told you that the privacy of individuals is so important. And if we were listening to a wiretap, we have a set of instructions called minimization instructions that come with every wiretap. And part of those instructions, it tells investigators a certain set of rules that if we were to listen to things that weren't relevant to the investigation, that we can't really do that. We'd have to pause the listening for a certain period of time, and then we could pick it back up. Say it could be 30 seconds or a minute, but we'd pause that and then pick back up to see how the conversation was progressing.
Does that protect the information that you're gathering so that it's really only case-specific information as opposed to extraneous or other private information that might be discussed in other types of phone calls?
That's correct.
Was a wiretap method used in this particular investigation?
Yes, it was.
During the process of you being involved in obtaining wiretap authorization from a court, in your knowledge of the case, was it apparent that this particular defendant was switching the way that the person was communicating, meaning phone numbers or devices, that type of thing?
Yes.
Tell the jury about that.
Well, the defendant in this case had her original phone seized by law enforcement shortly after she reported Gannon to be missing. After that, she decided she was going to leave the state of Colorado, and she purchased a new phone at a Walmart with a different area code under a name of a person who may or may not really exist. It certainly wasn't her.
Was that purchase made in Trinidad, Colorado?
Yes, it was.
And then do you know this because of listening in on the wiretaps and seeing what numbers are being used, but also because of another investigative method that was being used in this case as well?
We had other investigative methods being used too. We had done search warrants for financial records for the defendant, and we found that one of those financial records was a purchase at a Walmart in Trinidad. Some further investigation led us to the purchase of that telephone.
And then we had Mr. Stauch on the stand the first day of testimony in this case, and we listened to some recorded phone calls, which I think we've articulated as pretextual phone calls. Is that another method that you were able to obtain that information that the defendant was using other phone numbers beyond the first phone that was seized by law enforcement?
Yes, it was. One of the common things that I've seen in my training experience as an FBI agent is that people who are involved in criminal activity oftentimes will change phone numbers or will download Wi-Fi only calling applications that allow them to have different phone numbers frequently, and it's mainly to avoid the detection of law enforcement.
Is that an intentional act by somebody that is being investigated?
Those applications don't self-install on a phone. Cell phones don't just show up in your car. So yes, those are all very intentional acts.
Okay. And then as you're doing these wiretap investigations or methods, are those phone calls actually recorded so you can listen to them later?
Yes, they are.
Is that what occurred in this case, that wiretap conversations were recorded that captured the defendant's voice?
They were.
Did you have actual physical contact with this particular defendant?
Yes, I did.
Were you familiar with her voice?
Yes, I was.
The person that you had physical contact with and you know as the defendant, is she present in the courtroom today?
She certainly is.
Will you identify her by where she is sitting and what she is wearing?
She's seated at the defense table. She's wearing a pink shirt and has long dark hair, and currently has her hand on her chin.
Your Honor, I'd ask that the record reflect that the witnesses identified the defendant.
The record will so reflect. Go ahead.
And how did you become familiar with the defendant's voice?
Through several aspects. I had reviewed body cam footage from when deputies originally responded to the defendant's home. I had listened to other phone calls she was involved in. I saw the defendant give interviews on the news, and ultimately I was present for her arrest.
And the pretextual phone calls that you were participating in, and then these wiretap phone calls that you were able to intercept, are all of those voices that are caught in these recordings the defendant's voice?
Yes, they are.
I may approach with 688, 689, 690, and 691.
You may.
Special Agent Cohen, I've got in my hands people exhibit 688. It's a disc. Do you recognize it?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
I reviewed this disc and I initialed the disc.
What does the disc contain?
This contains wiretap calls, recorded wiretap calls.
Does it indicate a time and date of this particular call?
This particular call is February 18th, 2020 at 10:14 in the morning.
The file that this disc contains, is it a fair and accurate representation of that particular phone call?
Yes, it is.
As it relates to 689, do you recognize this disc?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
I've also initialed this disc.
And what does this disc contain?
This contains a recorded phone call from the wiretap on February 18th, 2020 at 10:19 in the morning.
Is this file on this disc, is a fair and accurate representation of that particular phone call?
Yes, it is.
And then looking at 690, do you recognize this disc?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
I've also initialed this disc.
And what does this disc contain?
This contains a recorded wiretap call on February 18th, 2020 at 11:16 in the morning.
Does this file on this disc, is it a fair and accurate representation of that particular phone call?
Yes, it is.
And then looking at 691, do you recognize this disc?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
I've also initialed this disc.
What does this disc contain?
A recorded wiretap call on February 18th, 2020 at 2:47 in the afternoon.
Does it actually say 1447?
It does.
And that's 2:47 p.m.
Correct.
Is this file on this disc, is a fair and accurate representation of that particular call?
Yes, it is.
All right, at this time I'd move for admission of 688, 689, 690, and 691.
Mr. Tellini?
Your Honor, subject to the section I had in the prior hearing.
Council approach, please. All right, subject to the objection, the exhibits 688, 89, 90, and 91 are admitted. Go ahead.
And permission to publish, starting with 688, Judge.
You may.
How can I help?
Yes,
I didn't get any confirmation about
You paused
my
it, please.
test I paid for.
And so just for reference sake, before we get too deep into the phone call, sounds like there's two voices.
That's correct.
Do you recognize one of the voices?
I do.
Is it the female voice?
Yes,
And whose voice is that?
that's the defendant's voice.
Okay, go ahead. Thank you, Angela.
Okay, can I have your name, please? I can check if we've got the order here.
Yes. Keisha, last name is Stauch, Stauch.
Okay, give me one moment, please. Let me have a little look. Okay, yeah, perfect. I can see that we've received that, and we have actually sent the test. Have you not received that yet?
Have what now?
We have already sent the results to your email account.
I don't have them. Mm-mm.
Okay. Okay, let me try resending that, and if you don't receive it, give us a call back.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, now. Bye-bye.
So Special Agent Cohen, the phone number that, at the very beginning, let me back up. There, you can hear ringing. Does that indicate that this is a phone call that was initiated by the defendant to a particular place?
That's correct.
Were you able to investigate and determine who it was that she was calling?
I was.
What was the phone number that she was calling?
Objection, foundation, and basic.
Mr. Allen?
I can lay some foundation, Judge.
Okay.
When a wiretap is obtained, does it record both the outgoing and receiving phone numbers?
As part of the overall wiretap in this investigation, we also installed something called a pen register trap and trace device. That particular device will record both the outgoing or incoming phone number from the subject telephone.
And so does that mean that the receiving phone, the person that is being dialed or place that the originator is dialing would be caught in this trap and trace?
That's correct. It's identified as either an outgoing or incoming phone call, and we have the telephone numbers on both ends of that conversation.
And then were you able to look up that particular phone number that was dialed for this call and see it being associated with a particular web page?
Yes, I was.
What web page was that?
Fakepolygraph.com.
Okay. And is that what all of these phone calls are in relation to, is calls originated by the defendant to a purportedly fakepolygraph.com webpage?
That's correct.
Okay. Let's jump into 689 and permission to publish 689, Judge.
You may go ahead.
May I help?
Hi, yes, I was just talking to you. Is there a way you confirm where you sent those? Because I still didn't get them.
Yeah, so I'm just going to get that resent for you. So if you wait sort of for the next sort of 10, 15 minutes and let me know if you haven't received it by then.
I'm saying, can you check the email, because I just want to make sure.
Okay, yeah, give me a moment. Spelled TECIALYNN2006 @yahoo.com.
Okay, cool. So you said
Okay.
like 10, 15 minutes.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Have a good day.
In that particular phone call, did it sound like there was an email address that was confirmed to the defendant?
Yes.
What was that email address?
It was Tisha Lynn at 2000. I can't remember the exact address, but it was an address that we knew to be associated to the defendant.
Okay, and that's what sounds like an English speaking person relayed, and then the defendant acknowledged that as being the correct email address.
That's correct.
Okay, and then 690, permission to publish, Your Honor.
You may go ahead.
Hello, how can I help?
Hi, yes, I'm calling again. I still didn't get that email.
Okay, can I ask your name, please?
His last name's Stauch, S-T-A-U.
Ah, right, yes, perfect. I can see here.
You talked 10, 15 minutes, then you said it again. I still don't have it.
Yeah, no, unfortunately, it's actually been blocked by management, this order, due to the content of the questions, so we're not going to be able to send this report.
Okay. So, do I get my money back?
Unfortunately, not on this case, no. Obviously, due to our terms and conditions, it does clearly state that any sort of illegal activities or anything like that, obviously the management do reserve the right not to send the report. Obviously, we do incur processing fees, so that's why a refund wouldn't be due.
So what do you do now? Just delete it and go on about life and keep money?
Yes, we would do indeed.
I got you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Now. Bye-bye.
In that particular call, is it essentially being communicated that a polygraph result is not going to be provided because it's associated with the illegal activity?
It's leading and further the jury has heard only their own determination.
Sustained on second grounds, the jury can make their own determination.
Okay. And then permission to publish 691.
You may go ahead.
Hi, how can I help?
I did it hang up.
Oh, yeah, sorry, I can hear you now. How can I help you?
Okay. I talked to you earlier and you said that the request I did was blocked or something, but I looked on the terms and conditions and it says you can say things about like infidelity and stuff like that. So I'm not sure how that was blocked.
So that again, sorry, that you can or can't?
No, okay, so I did a report earlier and you said you would send it to me. Then when I called back, you said it was blocked, that I wasn't allowed to get the report. But then I clicked the terms and conditions and it says you can do questions about infidelity and stuff like that.
Yes, infidelity you can, correct.
Right, and that's what I did.
Your report was about infidelity, was it?
What did you say?
So you're saying your report was about infidelity?
Yeah, like I put questions in for it and you had to put like answers and you said something about it being blocked.
Yes, so what were your questions?
So it was about during the time that we were away inside of in another state that I talked to, and I gave the person's individual's name, Ortega. That was one of them. Then it said, "Are your eyes blue?" And I did a couple of the questions that were on the bottom.
Okay. Yeah, not sure in that case. Unfortunately, that's not what came through. Yeah, I'm not quite sure what's happened there then.
Because I read that you can do this. Yeah, it says on there that you can do that.
Yeah, you would be able to about infidelity, but the questions that were submitted to your order were not to do with infidelity.
Yeah, I didn't submit questions that were not to do with infidelity.
Okay. All right. See, well, I'll have to look into that then in that case.
Do you want me just to write you the questions down?
No, it's okay. I'll just need to have a look into this then to see what can be done.
Okay.
Just remind me again, what was the name on the report?
It was Stauch, Stauch.
Uh-huh. And that's your surname, is it? Your last name?
Yes.
Okay. And first name is?
Tecia.
Okay. And how do I spell that?
It's Tecia.
Tecia. Uh-huh. Okay, all righty. Well, let me have a look into that and I can come back to you.
Okay, thank you.
What's the best number to get you on?
843
Mm-hmm.
798
Uh-huh.
1700.
Okay, right. Thanks a lot now. Take care. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Special Agent Cohen, these phone calls are from February 18th, as you've testified. Were you aware also at this same time that that's when these pretext calls were being recorded involving Al Stauch and the defendant?
Yes, I was.
Were there phone calls during that time with those pretext calls in which the defendant was talking about getting a polygraph examination?
Yes, she was.
What was she trying to convince the listener, I guess Al Stauch, of during those conversations?
Objection, speculation, as
Sustained. I think you can rephrase and refer back to the conversation, but I think it's up to the jury to make a determination about what the defendant's state of mind was during the conversation.
I understand, Judge. What was she saying to Al as it relates to the polygraph?
She was saying that she had passed a polygraph test and she was continuing to purport her innocence and that she had nothing to do with Cannon's disappearance.
Passed the polygraph as it relates to what?
Whether she had anything to do with Cannon's disappearance.
Okay. Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Cross-examination, Mr. Tellini.
I don't have any questions for Agent Cohen at this point.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Agent Cohen? Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Thank you.
Prosecution, call your next witness, please.
We would call Christina Cervantes.
Last name again?
Cervantes.
Cervantes.
Yep, it's spelled Cervantez, I believe.
Sorry, I need to write faster, don't I? Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand. Mr. Allen?
Thank you, Your Honor. Will you please introduce yourself to the jury and then spell your name for the record?
My name is Christina Cervantes, Christistina. Last name Cer, V as in Victor, AN as in Nora, T as in Tom, E as in Edward, Z as in zebra.
Do you need a glass of water?
Yes, please.
There's a water pitcher there.
And be careful when you unscrew the lid because it comes out fast when you do that.
You have to turn it just a quarter turn roughly, I think. It happens to all of us. Don't worry about it. What is your current occupation?
My current occupation is crime lab specialist with the Texas Department of Public Safety in Texas.
Did you used to work for the sheriff's office here in El Paso County?
Correct.
What was your occupation with this sheriff's office?
Evidence technician.
What were your duties associated with being an evidence technician?
My duties were to intake evidence as it was collected from the scenes, from the officers as well. We also responded to calls when we had evidence to collect from those scenes. We also received phone calls from the public in reference to getting their property back.
And what were your dates of employment with the El Paso County Sheriff's Office?
I was employed with El Paso County Sheriff's Office from 2015, and I believe that was August of 2015 to January of 2022.
Okay. Were you working in January, February timeframe of 2020 for the sheriff's office
That is correct.
in that same evidence technician role?
Correct.
You mentioned that sometimes you would get calls from people in the public. What were those calls typically in relation to?
Typically, they were the public wanting their property back. Anytime we had evidence collected, the person would call oftentimes and ask for their property to be returned to them.
Would that happen fairly regularly?
Yes, sir.
And when they're asking for property to be released back to them, is this property that might be held for either a criminal investigation or even a civil matter?
That is correct.
What would be the, I guess, the protocol on a civil matter if there's some property that's held by the sheriff's office and it's a civil issue?
So if it's property that is held within a civil matter, usually we would have to get authorizations from the detectives in charge, letting us know what we could release, what we couldn't. Oftentimes, if there was an authorization from the court stating, hey, you can release this, it usually was signed by a judge, we could release it that way as well. But we always have to have that authorization in place before we could release it.
What was the protocol in place as it relates to any evidence or property that's held on a criminal matter?
On a criminal matter, usually until the case was completed and we got the proper authorizations, till those were received, we could not release it until that time.
Okay. As it relates to this time frame, do you remember working on February 12th, 2020? And I know this is over 3 years away, but do you remember working at that time at the sheriff's office as an evidence tech?
Yes.
Do you remember getting phone calls as it relates to the Gannon Stauch / Letecia Stauch investigation?
Yes.
What were the nature of those phone calls that you were receiving in the evidence area for the sheriff's office?
So the nature of the phone calls could range from callers calling in saying they would like certain items of evidence back. From what I can recall, on several occasions, I had received phone calls in reference to property belonging to Mrs. Stout.
Okay, so just so that we're all understanding, did you receive some calls in which the caller identified themselves as Letecia Stauch?
Not that I recall.
Okay. So had you had a chance to hear Letecia Stauch's voice prior to these phone calls coming in?
At one point, I did. I do recall her coming into the lobby area at one point.
Okay, so what do you remember about that particular occasion?
I just remember her coming in and asking for her property back. And at that time, I told her I did need to get in contact with the lead investigator to make sure it was something that we could, in fact, release to her.
Okay, so you had a direct person-to-person interaction with her.
That is correct.
Did you hear her voice during that interaction?
Yes.
And do you see that same person here in the courtroom?
Yes.
Will you identify her for the jury, pointing to where she's sitting, and describe her clothing?
She is wearing a pink sweater, dark hair, long dark hair.
Your Honor, ask that the record reflect she's identified the defendant.
Record will so reflect. Go ahead.
And then did you get phone calls after that interaction with that same voice from the defendant?
Yes.
In a particular phone call, did you get a phone call from that defendant where she purported to be somebody different?
From what I can recall, yes.
Do you remember who it was that she was purporting to be at that time?
At that time, when I first got that call, the voice, it sounded like her, but claiming to be her daughter.
Okay. And when we were using the word her there, you mean her, the defendant?
Correct.
The voice sounded like the defendant, but was claiming to be her daughter?
Correct.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach with People's Exhibit 280?
You may.
Showing you what's marked as People's Exhibit 280. Is this a recording of that phone call that occurred on February 12th, 2020?
Yes.
Is it a fair and accurate representation of that phone call?
Yes.
Okay. Move for admission of People's Exhibit 280.
Commissioner Board.
On the exhibit?
Yes.
Yes.
So somebody called and they identified themselves as Harley Hunt.
Correct.
Have you ever spoken in person to Ms. Hunt?
Before?
Yes, before the phone call.
Yes. If what I can recall from 3 years ago, I remember her coming into the lobby area.
Miss Stauch or her daughter?
Mrs. Stauch.
Okay. Had you ever spoken to her daughter in person?
No.
So you don't have a foundation as what her daughter's voice sounded like
No.
and how much her daughter's voice may sound like hers?
No, sir.
I'd object to the foundation.
Overruled? I think it goes to weight, not admissibility. You can
So-
go ahead and publish.
Okay, so I had moved for admit, and I think you just need to formally admit it into evidence, Judge.
Exhibit 280 will be admitted.
Okay, and then permission to publish this particular recording.
You may go ahead.
Office evidence, this is Chris. Yes, I was
So that first voice that we hear, is that your voice?
Correct.
And then that second voice, whose voice is that? Based on your knowledge,
Based on my knowledge, Mrs. Stauch.
the defendant.
Correct.
Okay.
earlier. I think you might have been busy or something, so I waited to call back for a little bit. It's okay. Sorry. What time did you call? I just called you like maybe 15, 20 minutes ago, and you said, hold on. No, that wasn't, there's 4 of us working here, so that wasn't me. Yeah. I was like, oh, I don't recognize your voice. You were busy. Okay, so I'm trying to find out about some contents of mine that was in the car. So my book bag, which had a lot of my social security card, birth certificates and stuff that was in a car that's still impounded. And I just want to know, they gave me the purse one day out of it, but how can I get book bag? And I need my MacBook for school. Your MacBook, okay. What is your name? Harley Hunt. Harley Hunt. And do you have a case number so I can look it up? Let's see this. I have this paper. It says agency number. Is that it? Or I have a VIN number? It should be agency. Agency number? All right. 2020-1382. All right. Let's take a look here. Sure. Excuse me. Excuse me. Thank you. Thank you. You said it's a book bag? There's a black and white book bag that was in the back seat of the white Jetta. And it has like my passport, my social, my birth certificate, my dog paperwork, my MacBook. Let's see. Yeah, there's like there's a one blue bag that had a MacBook in it. And then there was a black and white book bag, and there was like my diamond rings are in it. And then there's a pink folder that had like my birth certificate and all that in it. Okay. Let's see. Like I understand they might still be holding the car, but like I can't like even like work or anything without having my passport because I'm a flight attendant. And okay. And you said your name was Carly Hunt, is that correct? Harley Hunt. Harley Hunt. Okay, Harley. Well, I can tell you right now, everything on this case is evidence. So because it's evidence, I cannot release it back to you without written authorization from basically a higher authority. They have not given us any written authorizations to release. So unfortunately, what you may want to do is contact the detective on this case. Have you been in contact with anybody? Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, let me go ahead and get the lead detective's number for you, and you can call them in reference to this. Okay. Okay. All right. Hold on just 1 second. Yeah. Okay, Harley? Yeah. Okay, so that's going to be Detective Bethel. Okay. And her desk number is going to be 520 72 Okay. 91. Okay, thank you so much. You're welcome. Have a good day. Bye.
Ms. Cervantes, did it seem odd to you also, the comment about it being a flight attendant?
I'm sorry, repeat the question?
Yeah, did it seem odd to you, when the caller requesting the information back, I guess relayed to you that they were a flight attendant?
Yes.
Overruled.
What was odd about that?
Just the fact that her daughter being young, the age, I thought I found it odd to be that age and a flight attendant.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. That's all I have.
Cross-examination.
No question.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Ms. Cervantes? No? All right. Thank you, ma'am. You may step down.
Thank you.
Prosecution, call your next witness, please.
Called Detective Michael Ballin. Stu Ballin.
Detective, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please, sir. You swear or affirm the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand.
Good morning, Detective. Will you please introduce yourself to our jury and then spell your name for the record?
Good morning. My name is Michael Bauman, Bauman,
Detective, who are you employed by?
the El Paso County Sheriff's Office.
What do you do for the sheriff's office?
I'm a digital forensics detective.
What are your duties associated with that position?
Basically, my job is to find and preserve data that may be evidentiary of nature on electronic devices.
What kind of electronic devices do you typically work with?
Computers, cell phones, DVRs, things like that.
And then is there a particular device that helps you get data off of these other electronic data points?
Yes, sir. We have a number of devices that we use. For instance, with computers, we use a software and hardware combination called Celebrite. We also use something called Gray Key, which is for extracting data from phones. For computers, we use Axiom and kind of beefed up computer workstations.
Tell the jury what Celebrite is. You mentioned it.
Celebrate is basically a combination of hardware and software. It is it's a little device that plugs into the USB on your computer, and then you can plug phones into that and so forth and extract data from the phones. And then Celebrite has a second function, which it actually goes through that data and turns it into something that's readable and sortable and so forth.
Do you have particular training that allows you to use that particular, is it a device or what is it?
It's a device, it's a combination of hardware and software.
Do you have training that allows you to use that?
Yes, sir.
What does that training consist of?
Well, I have 3 different certifications with Celebrite, and basically 3 levels. The highest level is Celebrite Advanced Smartphone Analysis. It's just basically each one was the first 2 together were a week long, and then the CASA, the smartphone analysis one, was also a week long. That specifically dealt with using that tool. Basically, it's a hands-on program that you go and county spends a lot of money, and I sit there and learn how to use the machine basically and get an idea of what it's doing. So
tell the jury about what the process would be like if I handed you a phone to use with this device. What process would you go through to obtain the data from that phone?
So effectively, if we know, for instance, if we know the passcode, we'll use that as an example. We'll take that phone. We will you set the phone up by enabling developer options and things like that. If it's Android, if it's iPhone, it's different. If it's iPhone, you just tell it to stay awake, basically. Then you plug the phone into the Celebrite UFED device, which is the little thing I talked about that you plug into your computer. And then you go through the steps on the screen that allows the phone, and you're interacting with the phone and the computer to set up permissions so that you can download data off the phone.
So basically selecting what data you want to extract from that phone?
Well, I mean, yes, what you're really doing is setting up the computer and the phone so that they can talk to each other. Generally, we do, I don't want to go too deep in the nerd world for you, but we use an application programming interface, Celebrite, which is kind of like a translator. It allows Celebrite to speak to computer, right? And so, iOS is talking to Windows at that point, so that it can say, okay, this is the data that you can pull off of the phone. And so that's kind of how that works. And so then it pulls the data off the phone. We then use the physical analyzer software to parse through that data and find the files that are in there.
What kind of things do you typically extract from a person's cell phone?
It depends on the phone, but oftentimes we extract pictures, text messages, instant messages, internet search histories, activity data, locations, all those types of things.
What do you do with that information when you extract it? You put it on a disk?
Yes, sir. We'll take that information, run it through Physical Analyzer, and then we'll take and create what we call a Celebrite report. And that Celebrite report is basically a standalone piece of software that puts all that data into something that you can categorize and search and let me look at these time frames, or let me search for these keywords in the extraction of the data we were able to pull.
Is it typical that you obtain these phones that you use this device on comes from some other detective that's involved in an investigation?
Yes, sir, generally.
Will that detective generally give you some guidance as to what they might want off of that phone if you can obtain it?
Sometimes, frankly, again, I don't want to go too deep in the weeds but Celebrite's able to parse about 400 out of 4 million applications. Now that was a couple of years old, those numbers. So I generally try to pull as much as I can, and then I allow the detective to take and based on the scope of their warrant or their waiver, they go through that data and find out what's pertinent to their case, since I don't know the case like they do.
Okay, so you're kind of leading into the next area that I wanted to go into. Once you put this stuff into a Celebrite report, as you described, put it onto a disk, does that then make it accessible to other detectives in the investigation to use for whatever investigative purpose they may or may not have?
Yes, sir. So once we've done that, we'll turn that over to whatever team is going to examine the device, and they'll go through and say, okay, we need to find all the messages that may contain the word John. So they'll go through and search for those things, or whatever might be the case in their actual investigation.
Would they do that separate from working in hand in hand with you? They would do it on their own?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Are there other people with the sheriff's office that have training in being able to use a Celebrite device to obtain data off of phones or other devices?
Well, through attrition, uh, no, currently I'm the only digital forensics detective with those certifications, or at least with current certifications.
Okay. Let's go back in time to January, February timeframe of 2020. Were you working at the sheriff's office back then?
Yes, sir.
Did you get involved in the investigation into the disappearance of Gannon Stauch?
Yes, sir.
What was your role in that investigation?
Again, basically what we just talked about. I was a digital forensics investigator dealing with DVR, computers, phones, etc.
Did you have an occasion to use Celebrite on 2 separate devices in that investigation?
Yes, sir.
When you get a device, like in this particular investigation that we're talking about, do you necessarily know who that particular device belongs to?
No.
So what information do you pay attention to make sure that the data that you extract from a device is assigned to that particular cell phone or whatever it might be?
Well, primarily the first thing we do is try to keep things separated, but I generally try to look at like IMEIs, the identifying numbers in the phone. And that's generally how I try to identify which phone goes with which extraction, things like that.
When you said that kind of quickly, the court reporter looked at you. Did you say IMEI?
Yes, ma'am. IMEI.
Okay.
Sorry.
So is that an unique identifier that's assigned to cell phones?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So let's talk about, did you have a chance to look at a rose gold iPhone 8 in this case?
Yes, sir.
Aaron, may I approach with People's Exhibit 222?
You may.
If you could just look over People's Exhibit 222, and when you're done looking it over, will you let me know?
I'm done.
Okay. Do you recognize People's Exhibit 222?
I do, sir.
What does it purport to be?
This is actually a Blu-ray disc containing a Celebrite of, I annotated it as Tisha's iPhone.
Okay. And when you do the Celebrite download, do you get the IMEI number? Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Are you able to obtain phone number associated with a particular phone when you do the Celebrite?
Depends.
Okay.
At times we'll do an extraction with it just depends on the extraction.
Okay. Do you remember for this particular one, if you're able to get the phone number in the report for this particular iPhone?
I don't recall. I can look at my my report and see if that refreshes my memory.
Would that refresh your memory to look at your report?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, may he refresh his memory with his report?
You may go ahead.
Thank you.
Do you have it up there with you?
I have, yes, sir.
Okay.
And so that the record's clear, you're asking for the phone number that's identified with this Celebrite extraction, right?
That's right. Yeah.
Excuse me just a second here while I pull out my Papaw glasses. Yes, sir. I believe I had that here.
Okay. What was the number associated with that particular iPhone?
843-6557-460.
Okay. 843-655-7460. Is that what you said?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. When you do an examination on a phone with this Celebrite process, do you examine the phone for any physical damage?
Yes, sir. Generally, I'll look at the phone and see if the screen is cracked. I'll try to annotate those things in the report.
What's the purpose of that?
Well, there's multiple purposes. One is we want to make sure that the device functions, so we're able to actually manipulate it to do the download. The other thing is we also want to make sure that we're showing the state of the phone when we receive it, so that down the road we can show that the phone's still in that same condition, that we didn't damage the phone or something.
Okay. Did this particular phone have any physical damage or defects?
Do you mind if I look at my report?
Would that refresh your memory?
Yes, sir.
May you refresh his memory with his report, Your Honor?
You may go ahead.
Thank you. I noted in the report that I observed no major defects on the device.
Okay. And then did you in fact perform a Celebrite extraction of that particular phone?
Yes, sir.
Is that extraction on People's Exhibit 222 that's in the envelope in front of you?
Yes, sir.
I move for admission of People's Exhibit 222.
Defense,
Subject to objection raised in prior hearing.
right? The objection's overruled. The exhibit
222.
22 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I approach with 224?
You may go ahead.
Yes, sir.
Swap you out.
Outstanding. Thank you.
Have you had a chance to look over People's Exhibit 224?
Yes, sir.
What does it purport to be?
This is again, a Blu-ray disc with a Celebrite of item number 671, which was an iPhone.
And when you examined this particular iPhone, did you have any contextual information about who this iPhone belonged to, where it came from, anything like that?
I don't recall. Actually, I may have heard that this was Tisha's other phone. I don't recall.
Okay. Was this by chance a phone that was seized in South Carolina from the defendant?
That was my understanding, yeah.
Okay. Do you remember, were you able to get the same kind of identifying information, IMEI, like you mentioned earlier on this phone?
Yes, sir.
Do you know if you were able to get a phone number associated with this particular phone?
I believe we were, yes.
Okay. Do you remember off the top of your head what that phone number might have been?
I would have to refer to the report.
Would that refresh your memory if it's in there?
It would.
Okay. May he refresh his memory, Your Honor?
You may go ahead.
Thank you.
Getting your glasses out again?
Yeah, either that or you'll have to hold it so I can see it further away like that. Sorry.
Your arms aren't quite long enough anymore?
No, sir, they've gotten shorter, I think. Let's see. Okay. The phone number associated with this phone is 843-798-1700, 1700.
Did you do a physical examination of this phone as well to look for any damage or defects?
I believe so.
you believe so, or you did or
Yeah,
didn't?
yeah, I did. That was a
Okay.
matter, yeah.
Okay.
I don't remember what the results were, we'll say that. so.
Okay. Would it refresh your memory to look at your
would.
report? May he refresh his memory.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Actually, it looks like I didn't actually note on this one that any damage, which would indicate to me probably wasn't any damage, but I didn't actually specifically note it in the report.
That's fine. Just so that we're very clear though, did you say was or was not any damage?
I'm assuming there wasn't. I think I would have noted it if there was. However,
Okay.
I didn't specifically note it.
Okay. And then did you actually go ahead and perform the Celebrite extraction on that particular device as well?
Yes, sir.
Similar to the last device that we just talked about, did you place that on the disk and that's what's in People's Exhibit 224?
Yes, sir.
All right, move for admission of People's 224.
That's same objection. Overruled. Exhibit 224 would be admitted.
Okay. For these particular two devices, did you do anything beyond extracting and putting them on disk and admitting into evidence?
There were a team of us that that kind of looked through things. I don't recall that there was anything specifically that I did that somebody else didn't do as well that wouldn't have been annotated by them.
Okay, perfect. Just want to make sure. That's all the questions I have, Your Honor.
Cross examination, Mr. Polini.
Detective, how are you?
I'm good, sir. How are you?
I'm not too bad. Sorry. So just so I understand, if somebody gives you a phone, then you hook it up to the Cellbrite, and the Cellbrite basically takes everything off of it it can, and that's put in a disk for the detective then to go through.
Effectively, there's kind of an intermediate step where we use that other software. There's the UFED software which actually pulls the information, and then the physical analyzer software is a second piece of software that actually goes through that information and turns it into something that people can read. And then I create the report from that.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I mean, as far as like the information that is being taken from the cell phone by Cellbrite, that's not contained by any dates or any other parameters. That would be up to the detective who does the search.
Correct, because Cellbrite doesn't, it would be kind of like if you had a self-driving car
Yeah.
and you only taught it to recognize stop signs. You wouldn't want to trust that car to drive you around town because it doesn't know the rest of it, right?
Sure.
And so Cellbrite knows 400 out of 4 million applications that it knows how to sort through. So we pull as much as we can so that we have the ability, if we need to manually sort through the other things, if that makes any
So,
sense.
I mean, the Cellbrite will basically pull years and years. If I've had a cell phone for 5 years, it would literally, it possibly pull 5 years worth of text messages.
Maybe more. If you had pulled that information, if you had pulled information from another device over to your
Okay.
phone at some point, you say you're, all the way back to, well, whenever Android started, say, so yeah, that's how that would work. So,
Okay. Thank you, Detective.
absolutely.
Redirect.
No.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Detective Ballmer? No? All right. Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Thank you very much.
Prosecution, call your next witness, please.
Yes, Sergeant Kurt Smith.
Okay, Kimberly. Sergeant Smith, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please, sir. Do you swear affirm the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand.
You all situated?
Yes, sir.
Good. Good afternoon, or good morning, I should say. Will you please introduce yourself to the jury and then spell your name for the record?
My name is Kurt Smith, KURT-SMITH, and I'm a sergeant with the El Paso County Sheriff's Office
How long have you been with the Sheriff's Office?
since 2006.
What is your current assignment with the Sheriff's Office?
I'm currently the sergeant of the Major Crimes Unit.
What are your duties associated with that assignment?
We investigate homicides, officer-involved shootings, kidnappings, major felonies,
I currently oversee 7 detectives who lead those investigations.
So that jumps into what I was going to ask about specifically as a sergeant, what do you do? And is it basically overseeing those detectives in their investigative efforts?
Yes, we manage their caseload. We manage and keep track of how the case is going, making sure it's thorough, accurate, making sure that all the leads are being followed up on, and making sure that they have the resources that they need to do their job.
What was your assignment with the sheriff's office back in January 2020?
I was the Special Victims Unit Sergeant, so I worked in the same investigation division, but I supervised 6 detectives who were doing crimes against children, things like that.
Did you get involved with the investigation into Gannon Stauch and him being missing?
Yes, sir.
How did you get involved in that investigation?
I was assigned to do several tasks. Obviously, it was a large investigation, so everybody within the division was assigned to a task or 2 at the time.
At some point, did you have get assigned a task to perform or celebrate extraction of a particular cell phone?
Yes, sir.
What kind of training do you have that allowed you to do that celebrate extraction?
Uh, in 2014, I was transferred to the investigation division as a detective. During that time period, I was trained how to operate the Celebrate equipment. Since that time, I've done about 75 roughly downloads of cell phones.
Describe, and I don't need you to go into as much depth as we did with the last witness because we just talked about the same concept, but describe what that process looks like when you are trying to extract data from a cell phone from your perspective.
So you would plug in a phone to get a charge. You would plug the phone into the Celebrate machine. You go through and you have several options of different extractions that you could do, and basically it creates an image of the phone. So it's basically like creating a copy of that phone that goes in the computer, and then the Celebrate software will decode it, for a better word, and give you a report of what's on the phone itself.
What do you do with the information once you extract it from a phone?
The phone is it's generated into a report that's readable. It's usually a PDF or a couple different fonts or formats that I burn to a disk and I place into evidence. I also give a copy to the detective so they can go through and look at the phone and see what's on it.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach with People's Exhibit 227?
You may.
If you would look at People's 227 and let me know when you're done.
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize 227?
Yes, sir.
What is it?
It's a Blu-ray disc. It's item number 45 inside of an envelope.
What does the Blu-ray disc contain?
The Blu-ray contains the Celebrate report for the phone that I did.
Do you know which particular phone this was?
It was an iPhone 6, but I can't tell you whose phone it was, sir.
Okay. On the evidence label, does it give you some identifying information about the particular phone?
Yes, sir. It says it's the kid's phone.
He's reading off the evidence label, Your Honor.
Overruled.
What does it specifically say? If you could just read it.
It says Blu-ray containing Celebrate report from kid's phone, iPhone 6.
Okay. Does that disc then contain the Celebrate of that iPhone 6 that you did a Celebrate download on?
Yes, sir.
Is it a fair and accurate copy of that Celebrate report?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, move for admission of People's Exhibit 227.
Exhibit 227 will be admitted.
Similar to what we just talked about with the last detective that was on the stand, once it's on that disk and downloaded from the phone, is that then accessible for the greater investigation if detectives want to access it to maybe search for specific things that might have been contained on that phone?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And was that the case with this particular disk?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Cross-examination, Mr. Tilley. Do any of the jurors have any questions for Sergeant Smith? No? All right. Thank you, Sergeant. You may step down.
Judge, if we may approach.
You may.
Oh, do you want to go? I was going to do it.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you have seen a number of conferences up here, and you're not going to be surprised. But we were talking about a break for this morning. Trials are dicey things. Sometimes witnesses go a lot faster than you think they're going to, and sometimes they take a lot longer than you think you're going to. So the downside here is that we have some time that we're not going to be able to use. But what we're going to do is have you come back from lunch early. So we'll have you come back at 1 o'clock. And we should be able to start right on time at that point. Again, don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. Don't do any independent research about any aspect of this case. And we'll see you back at 1 o'clock then. All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. You may all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Is there anything else we need to take up at this point in time? Prosecution?
No, Your Honor.
Defense?
No, sir.
Okay. We'll see everybody back at 1 o'clock then. Thank you.
All rise.
Okay, guys, so lunch break, and during lunch here, I am going to have Candace from Crime on the Record BC. If you could make sure that you drop her link. They have a smaller YouTube channel. Hi, Candace. How are you? If she's here. Sorry, I'm popping her up kind of.
Sorry. Yeah, I'm here.
How are you today, Candace?
Good. How are you?
We're doing good. If you could just tell like the audience a little bit about yourself, like what your degree is and your job.
Yeah. So I am a psychotherapist. I have a bachelor's in psychology and a master's in marriage and family counseling.
So are you familiar with the DID diagnosis that he is going to be presenting with?
I am as familiar as you can be, considering it's such a rare disorder.
Whenever you say it's rare, how often do you think that it shows up in people? Is there? God.
Let's see. In the last probably 5 or 6 years, I think I've had one client that came in for DID, but I specifically do not work with people with DID, so I referred them out.
Okay. But you're familiar enough with it.
Yeah, absolutely. The only reason I say I don't work with that is because it's so easy to malinger. I mean, it's so easy to make up DID. And so you spend so much time trying to just figure out if they're even being honest about having it that it kind of becomes overwhelming. So
No, that makes sense. Now, you use the word malinger, and I know what that means, but can you tell us, for those in the audience that may not know what malingering means?
yeah, it's when people are lying to gain something from it. So you'll see that happen a lot in like legal proceedings. They will exaggerate or just flat out lie about things that are going on to kind of gain sympathy or to get a lesser charge.
Okay, so that makes sense. So now, as far as DOD goes, can you tell us a little bit about the disease from like the most extreme side of the disease down to the least extreme, like the minimal types of signs and symptoms that she would have been showing, to like the most extreme. Obviously, we've all seen in Hollywood, right?
Yeah, yeah. And I don't think it typically looks like that unless it is really, really on the extreme side. I think most of the time it presents like it's a continuum, kind of like you would see autism is on a spectrum. So you have high functioning autism and then all the way to like nonverbal, things of that nature. So it's kind of like that. And on the low end of the continuum, you would see where someone might like their handwriting might change. They maybe just their overall personality might be a little bit different, but it's not necessarily noticeable to most people. And then at the other end of the continuum is, having several alternates that completely take over. They have amnesia about what has happened while this alternate was in play. And just about everything about them changes. I mean, their voice, their handwriting, their overall personality. I mean, it'll be very apparent that it's an alternate.
So, how much have you looked into tea during this trial? Like, have you seen anything that you think would associate with the DID diagnosis? I mean, I don't know if you've listened to like the phone calls or read any of the letters or been following the case, or are you just kind of just minimally familiar?
Yeah, I've been pretty much keeping up with it. I have to preface it by saying that I cannot diagnose her or anything because I've not met with her or treated her. But I have not seen anything. I mean, and here's the thing too. If she's at the lower end of the continuum where it's these slight changes and she's just kind of dissociating, then she would know right from wrong. She would not be to the point that an alternate has taken over. So throw that away. Then, if she's at the other end, she would have complete amnesia about what this alternate did, which she clearly does not have because she seems to remember everything that happened. So you just kind of have to throw that out as well. What's left? I mean, I don't see DID in any way with this.
Right. Um, so as far as okay, so if she's just dissociating, can you like describe what that's kind of like? Would it be like like she's watching stuff happen, but she's not in control of herself? Or is it like she is literally I don't know. I don't know, I guess what dissociating is fully.
Yeah, she would know what was going on. It's kind of like everybody dissociates at one point or another. Like we always talk about how you will be driving along, you have something on your mind, and all of a sudden you realize you're at home and you don't remember getting there. That's because you've dissociated. You just kind of went to a different place, were thinking about other things, grocery shopping, whatever, and you weren't paying attention. That doesn't mean if something happened during that time that you wouldn't have been cognizant of it. Then there are situations like when someone is sexually assaulted. You hear a lot of rape victims talk about just going to another place. They just kind of space out and think about anything else so that they don't have to be there and be in the moment. Um, but dissociating, again, it doesn't mean that you don't know right from wrong or you're not cognizant of what's going on around you. It's almost like you're outside of your body looking at it happening, but you could jump in and do anything if it were warranted, if that makes sense.
Yeah, like if say for example, if she was in the process of killing Gannon and seen it happening, she could stop her like other state of mind from continuing.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. And there is a lot of argument in the mental health field as to whether or not DID even exists and to what level. I mean, we all know that people dissociate, but not all psychiatrists even believe that people have all of these alternates. So
Mhm.
I think, I know they're going to have Dr. Lewis, I believe, is going to be the expert witness. And, you know, I I mean, she's got years more experience than I do, so I would not ever want to disparage her, but I think that it's kinda like the saying goes, when you're a hammer, everything looks like a nail, and I think that she has specialized in that to the point of everything looks like DID to her.
Okay. Yeah, DB, what she's explaining is that, yes, it's on a scale. Like, she could be on the lower level or on the most extreme level if she does, in fact, have this diagnosis. And Candace isn't here to diagnose her or anything like that. I'm just picking her brain about the diagnosis in itself because I don't know that much about it. I mean, I really don't. And some of the things that I seen was like this lesser state, and I'm curious, like, if it is someone with the lesser state, like say she's just level 1 on the scale, would there have been noticeable signs to her family and friends, or would it have been something that she would have been able to hide?
Well, and see, I think that's the where it comes in that people have differing opinions as to whether or not it even exists. Because for a lot of people, it's hard to understand how you could hide this at all. Um, I mean, I guess, you could hide it as much as you could hide any other dissociating, somebody having to snap their fingers to get your attention because you've kind of went off to another place. Or, if it were just, maybe like your handwriting changing, they wouldn't notice. But I can't imagine that they would be together for that long and there would be no signs. I mean, again, that's my personal opinion, but it's hard for me to believe that no one saw any signs of this.
Now with DID, if she had DID and things like that, say she watched her alternate personality, commit this heinous act, how long do these states last? Is it different with each patient? Like, would the DID episode, I guess is how you would say it, right? Would that last for the period of being able to like clean up a crime scene, move a body? Could it go on weeks or months or days or hours, or is it different with each person?
It is different with each person, but it can go on for a long time. I mean, you will have people that say they're missing chunks of time, like days, weeks, that they'll come to in a completely different place and they have no idea how they got there. But that's the thing, they have no idea how they got there. They don't recall any of the stuff that happened between the last thing they remember and now. And yet she has been able to talk about all these things that occurred during the time of his death.
Right, like the cleaning up and everything. Um, so then another question I have is, with that being said, like if she was in this other state of mind, like I'm trying to give her the benefit of the doubt because we don't know what the defense is going to present yet. We have no clue what Dr. Lewis is going to show evidence-wise prove that she has DID. And so I'm just trying to think, like, you've heard the calls. If she was in a DID state of mind and had no clue what she was doing, like referring to herself as Letecia, answering to her own name, telling people her name on the phone and things like that, would that make sense? Would that fit with a DID diagnosis if she was still like not in the right state of mind?
I mean, I guess it could if, to have DID, you have to at least two distinct personalities. So, if she given her the benefit of the doubt, okay, if she has two personalities and say one of them is this Taylor, then how do they know the same information, And it seems as if it would have at some point become apparent that you were talking to someone else. Now, maybe not, I mean, I guess we could always go with that argument, playing devil's advocate.
Yeah, devil's advocate. That's what I'm just trying to pick your brain, and I'm reading through some of their questions that they're asking as they're chatting here too. Kate said, what about the extensive slipping up and into being Harley to talk to other people, or slipping into being Gannon to text others? So there was instances where she pretended to be Harley to get clothing online. She also pretended to be Harley to try to retrieve her passport from the officers. And then she had been pretending to be Gannon and using his cell phone to text Al and things like that. Now, is that just her trying to cover up the crime and doing things like that? Or is that would that be something along the lines of like a DID? Could it be like, assuming these other personas, even though they're people that exist?
I would not think so. I think that's more of trying to cover her tracks because it's awful convenient that she's assuming certain people's identities. I mean, if you have DID, it is because you've suffered a trauma and there is during this trauma, usually as a child, you dissociate. Say you're being sexually abused, so you will dissociate from it. And it comes to a point where you do that so much that those personalities splinter and you now have two of them and sometimes more. And so you already have those personalities. Like they're there, they're distinct, they serve whatever purpose they do. She did not become Harley. Like that's not this separate personality she has that is something, within her that this trauma caused. This is, oh, I really need to get this, so I'm just going to pretend to be Harley for a few minutes to get this.
So if it's not DID, after seeing all this, what do you think? Like, what do you think about everything she's been doing? I'm just curious. Like, this has nothing to do with your personal or professional. This is more a personal. Like, she's, I don't know. She's been acting really different, right? Really
Something, all
interesting.
right. Yeah, I mean, I think personally, again, not having seen her, I think that the biggest thing that comes into play with criminal behavior is usually a personality disorder of some kind, be it borderline or antisocial personality. I could very well see borderline personality,
Mhm.
especially, if she did go through some of the trauma that she's, alleged to have gone through. Because with borderline, you do have this fear of abandonment and trust issues and all of that. So, kind of like how he said, I know, I don't remember if this came up yet during the trial or if it was something that I read about, but him saying that, and by him, I mean Al, saying that she had made up 2 times that someone had broke in and that never actually happened.
Mhm.
That's the kind of thing you would see someone with borderline doing to kind of garner sympathy, just making up this totally outrageous thing to have someone feel bad for them and, just like feeding off of that drama.
I'm assuming that borderline personality doesn't qualify for an insanity plea.
It does not. It does not.
Yeah.
It's very hard to, I mean, that's why you see it so seldom. It's
Mhm.
very, very hard because we say, well, I don't, because my profession, I try not to ever say anything like that. But, just as a society, it's very easy to say, well, of course they're crazy. What sane person would do this? But there is a very big difference between, you know, a mental health diagnosis and the actual insanity legal definition.
Mhm.
So, you can have a lot of different things and still know right from wrong.
Right, and that's what her competency hearings have been about that she had to go to was she does know right from wrong. She knows that she's doing stuff that she should or shouldn't have been doing.
Yeah. And a
So
lot of people that even that believe in DID, believe it causes all these things and all, they still don't believe that it is, a legal defense. So,
well,
I
that's
mean,
what I'm thinking, like, okay, so if one of her personalities did this, saying that if she does possibly have DID, I mean, shouldn't that personality still have to go to jail?
in my opinion, yes, because here's the thing, what's going to happen is they're going to put her, if she were to be found, not guilty by reason of insanity or however they do it in Colorado, she would go to a mental health facility. And I believe in Colorado, if she is at any point found sane, then she would be released.
Mhm.
I cannot imagine that. What happens then if this personality, if it is true, what happens when this personality comes out again?
Right.
Then
And
does
that's the thing too, like with DID, if it can go into like a dormant state was something that I was reading where like you don't have a personality split or like any episodes or anything for a long period of time sometimes until something else traumatic happens and then bam, here's your split again. Like where you're, that happens. So then what happens if they let her out because Letecia then is deemed sane? And then next thing you know, something bad happens at like a grocery store or something. So what, we get to kill people again? Like, I don't, that's not
Exactly.
it's not okay.
Exactly. I mean, I don't know. It's sad, for people that truly do have it, but I'm of the belief that there are a lot of people that have reasons for how they became the person that they became. I mean, we're all a product of our environment and, our raising, all of those things. But that does not mean that those people aren't dangerous. I mean, Ted Bundy had a reason for killing all those women. Doesn't make it okay. Doesn't mean he didn't need to be in prison and be put to death. I mean, he was a danger to society.
Logical one is saying histrionic. I think I'm saying histrionic. Could be more like her because of the huge sexual or provocative component. I don't even know what that is. Do you know what histrionic is?
Yeah, histrionic personality disorder. But you see that a lot of times as well with borderline and bipolar and things like that too. Well, with histrionic though, I mean, I could see her having symptoms of that. I mean, wanting to be the center of attention and not liking not being the center of attention. I mean, if, Gannon were pulling too much of Al's attention per se away from her, it may be that bothered her. They do have inappropriate sexual and provocative behavior. And then you see a lot of, like with other personality disorders, these huge mood shifts. But, there's so many overlapping features between these personality disorders and really, so many of the disorders in the DSM that, you'd have to really assess someone to have any idea of what's truly going
Yeah,
on.
I feel like this would take a lot of time, not just like 2 8-hour visits or 3. I can't remember how many exactly that Dr. Lewis actually had with her. I don't even think it was 8 hours. You know what I mean? Like whenever it
Yeah.
all came down to it. And so how do you diagnose someone with DID just looking at everything? And I know that there's the component with her letters and different things like that we have seen, but anybody can change their handwriting based off of whatever mood they're in,
Yeah.
especially if they're trying to change their handwriting on purpose because they've at some point looked up a DID diagnosis, which I think, I mean, I would not be shocked in the least if she Googled DID at some point through all
Oh,
of
I would
this.
not be either. I would not be either. I mean, and we as mental health professionals, we, go by the criteria in the DSM, but that is not the only thing we are to go by. We have tons of assessments to use. We are doing clinical interviews with them, getting to know them, and you put all of these things together and make a decision. But unfortunately, I do think that a lot of people just kind of go down the checklist of the DSM and they're like, yep, they got 3 out of 5 of these. So they meet criteria. So that's what they got. And unfortunately, I mean, if we went by that, hell, we've all got something in the DSM. We've all
Oh my
got
God, I was
3.
so nervous I took the DID test the other day during lunch and I was like, oh God, is it going to come out that I have DID? Because there's like those online survey things. I was pretty close, 24 points and 30 points was DID. I was like, ooh. So be
Yeah.
interesting. But yeah, we all have something going on, all of us.
And I mean, there are rather a lot of assessments. I mean, the assessments we have access to, oh my gosh, there's thousands of them. And there are different ranges of validity of them and how reliable they are. And also you do have some that are very reliable, they say, but at the same time, if you know that this is what you're going for, that like this is the exact diagnosis you're trying to get, I feel like a lot of people could figure out how to answer those questions.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so see, the sexual components was for the histrionic. I can't say that word. That was for that diagnosis where they have like a kind of sexual behavior behind it. And honestly, I could see that to a point with T because of the fact that, you know, her and Albert and how they met and things like that. Chopper wants to know if she had this disorder, would Al have noticed it? Would they have seen if that there was something up? In
I
your
have
opinion?
a hard
Obviously, this is all her opinion, you guys. She has not met T, she has not communicated with T, and she is not able to make a diagnosis on someone that she has never met just based off of the little bits that we are seeing. So all she can give us is her professional opinion. So I do want to preface everything with that. And I know we've said it twice now, but I just want to keep saying it. That way people don't take it out of context and, you know, all the
Yeah,
things. But
I don't need any letters to my licensing board saying that I that I gave her a diagnosis. So yeah, we have to preface that. But as far as the histrionic and her having is that what the last question you were asking about the
I
sexual?
think they were referring to DID in that question. Like, would Al have noticed DID over a 5-year period she was with him?
Gotcha.
Or Harley for that matter, because Harley grew up in the house with her.
Yeah, exactly. Now, if you're on the low end, you know, of that spectrum, I mean, I guess that you could just kind of write it off as kooky behavior or something like that. And Al was gone a lot, I imagine, with the military. I mean, my husband was in the Army for years, and I know he was gone a lot of time. I mean, even outside of deployments, they just have training and field work and all kinds of stuff going on that they're gone. So, you know, she probably could have hid that. But again, if you're on that end of the spectrum, then you're not having that, you know, amnesia when an alternate completely takes over. So again, you were cognizant enough to not have done this, and you did know the difference between right and wrong.
So someone else asked, how long does it typically take for DID to be properly diagnosed on average? Obviously, you don't know an exact number, but probably longer than a couple hours, I would assume.
Oh yeah. And I think it's very misdiagnosed too. A lot of times it will be diagnosed as like schizophrenia, things like that, bipolar. I mean, there's so many overlapping features, and especially because it's so rare, and there are a lot of people that don't even know that they believe it exists, that people don't even think of it. You know, like you have a client come in, you do your intake, you start working with them, and you're running through your mind, you know, all of their symptoms. And I think that people land on a completely different diagnosis before they ever even get to DID. So I think it would probably take a lot of time, and probably not the first person they're with. I mean, I think for people that do struggle with it, they've probably been to several psychiatrists before they get the appropriate diagnosis.
That makes sense. Yeah, Emily Flotilla is saying that it can take years. Another thing that Emily pointed out was that just because someone is diagnosed with DID does not make them any more dangerous than the next person in society.
No,
DID does
absolutely.
not mean that they're like serial killers or anything like that.
No, and I think a lot of people think that because the only times we've really seen DID is these extreme cases that, you know, they make movies about, or you know, fictional characters in movies. And you know, they talk about all these alternates that are out doing these horrible things, but that's not realistic. That's not how it is. I mean, the same thing with people with schizophrenia. I think a lot of people think that if someone has schizophrenia, they're dangerous, when in reality, they are more likely to harm themselves than anyone else.
So even if it's DID, that did not make her get to this point where she snapped. It wouldn't have been that alone. It would have been something else in her personality or in the environment or whatever that did this, likely.
Yeah,
So,
absolutely.
okay, so let me see. Just scrolling through. Do you guys, okay, question. How many people are diagnosed after committing a crime, then they use it as a defense? Oh, that's a good question, actually. Like, is this something that people try often to use in the court of law?
I don't think often, because I don't think that there are many states that even allow it. I know one of the last research things I was reading said that an insanity defense at all is raised in less than 1% of felony cases. So, I mean, you got to think if an entire insanity defense is less than 1%, how many of those are DID related?
Right. Absolutely. Okay. So Emily is curious if you have ever watched the woman on the Dissocia DID channel.
I have not.
It's a woman with DID who has her own YouTube channel.
I have not. I'll have to check that out. I'm going to write that down.
Yeah, I've never heard of it either, actually, until she was saying something in the chat. Let me see here. Schizoaffective disorder. I've never heard of that. Someone's asking about that one.
Yeah, and I mean, again, just another thing in there that it could be. I mean, so many of these overlap.
Right. Yeah, it's hard, especially like I said, guys, with the fact that she has never directly communicated with T. She's not the therapist on this case or anything like that. She cannot diagnose her. She doesn't know her whole backstory or anything like that. And so there's a lot of different diseases and illnesses and personality disorders and all of the different things that T potentially could have. But it's just a matter of basically we're here to pick her brain about, could this actually work? I mean, I just don't know how the defense is going to present this in a way that could potentially get her off.
Yeah, I have a really hard time. But, I will say, ever since Casey Anthony, I get worried about trials, period. I mean, because I never in a million years thought that we would see that.
Oh my gosh, I know. I know. And see, I do kind of worry because I never thought for a second that anyone would find her not guilty because of the DID, not guilty because of insanity. But I will say I've had comments lately, a couple different individuals on the videos afterwards saying how clear it is that she does in fact have DID. And so now I'm worried, like, oh goodness, what if we get one of those people who are thinking like, oh my God, yeah, this woman had to have had DID. Like, who would have acted this crazy? What if we have someone like that on the jury? And so now I've been like, I was up all night last night thinking about everything after the comments because I was like, oh man, like I don't want her to go to this mental hospital and potentially be able to get out in a year or 2 years.
Yeah. Yeah. That's terrifying. And I
It
mean, even
is.
like back, talking about schizoaffective, I mean, that's people that just show signs of bipolar and schizophrenia. Again, neither one of those would be a reason to let someone get away with murder. So, I don't really see any of these defenses as, being an excuse for what she did. I think
Mhm.
it's very clear that she knows exactly what she did. She made all of these attempts to hide everything. She knew what she did was wrong, or she wouldn't have lied about it and made up all the different stories she did. But I do think that it's hard for people to grasp the fact that someone would do something like this. So I think people want to latch on to,
There
well,
has to be something. Yeah.
yeah, like it's got to be that, because why would any woman do this to a child?
Right. So someone asked, is it DID genetic or can it be like schizophrenia?
DID is more trauma related because you have someone who goes through trauma and dissociates with that trauma to the point that they end up having these alternates that take on those aspects, so that it's like your brain's entire function is to protect you, and so it's you dissociating so that that person or part of your brain or whatever has to deal with that trauma and you don't.
Mhm. Okay, so then the other part is there a certain age that has to happen by, like this personality break, or can you have a trauma, say as an adult, and then have a personality split at that point, or does it
I
have to be while you're a
imagine,
child?
I mean, honestly, I'm not gonna lie. I don't know for a fact because I don't really know of any instances that someone talked about developing it an adult, because most people show it in childhood, from childhood trauma.
Okay.
So honestly, I don't know, and I don't want to lie. I don't want to give you an answer. I don't know.
Right. No, that makes sense. Let me see. It's not a real disorder. Sybil admitted to faking it. I didn't know that. I didn't know Sybil admitted to faking it.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of psychiatrists and mental health professionals that don't believe it is real. I mean, honestly, it's very, I mean, I have a hard time with it, which is why I don't treat it, because I feel like I feel like it would be a disservice to someone to treat something that I'm not sure I 100% believe.
No, that
Which,
makes sense. Because how can you truly help them if you're the whole time you're skeptical? Thinking like, are you though? Like, are you really Taylor right now, Letecia? Because nobody believes you. So I totally get that. I respect the fact that you know that that's your stance on it a little bit. You know that you're hesitant. Um, I respect that you walk away from cases like that. Okay.
I just looked it up just to see, and it does say DID can develop at any age. I think a lot of times what people say is DID or come up with is more PTSD,
Mhm.
and having those overlapping symptoms. So I think she might have some PTSD from trauma she's been through, but I don't know that I necessarily believe she has any alternate personality.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. I appreciate you so much that you came on and did this with me. Gosh, I can't talk.
No
Thank you so
problem
much.
at all. It's tough though. I hate it because, I don't have all the answers to every question, but it is very hard to come up with any diagnosis without meeting somebody, talking to them, knowing, I mean, reading their body language and how they're answering things. And, a lot of times to keep from them malingering, you jump around from one thing to another really fast to kind of throw them off and not give them the chance to come up with a lie. I mean, there's so many things to watch for that it's very hard to watch this trial going on and say, yep, that's it. That's probably what she's got right there.
It's so hard too, knowing that she had this 3 years, like she had all this extra time to put stuff out there and plant even, like for example, the letters that she has sent to all the different YouTubers and to the judge and stuff like that she can point to it, or Dr. Lewis will be able to point to it and be like, well, clearly she's signing the letters as different names. Clearly she's writing with
Yeah.
different handwritings and all this stuff. And it was like, she kept saying she had an ace in the hole whenever she was trying to represent herself, that she wasn't worried because she had an ace in the hole. And I constantly wonder, like, did she know that she was going to try to use DID as a defense? And
I
is that
mean,
the defense that her original attorneys didn't want to do that upset her so much?
I wouldn't doubt it at all because, knowing that, I mean, DID is so controversial already and hard to prove that. I imagine most lawyers were like, really? This is what you want to go with? I think not. What else we got?
Mm-hmm.
So it's very hard for me to think that anybody would want to go with that. But what do you do? I mean, you're her. You've committed this horrible, atrocious crime. What do you say?
Right.
I mean,
Oh, I
it's not
mean,
like
she could just say she did it, but I guess that's not an option for her. So,
No, because I'm sure she doesn't want to. I mean, think about it. Even when you see people who will rape and murder somebody, they will. Some of them will eventually get to the point where they admit to the murder, but they will still, even with irrefutable evidence, they will not admit to the rape because even though they're seen as a murderer, they just don't want to be seen as a rapist. And I think for her, it's like even if she can admit she killed him out of anger, she doesn't want to admit that she could be a child killer.
right. And then go to jail. Gen Pop
Yeah.
is tough. No, that makes sense. So Amber Riot is asking if she had DID, would seeing the pictures, hearing the recordings, and everything else that's going on in court right now, could that trigger her? Like, could that be another traumatic event that would trigger her alternate personality to come out?
Yeah, it could, but where is it? I mean, you know what I mean? Like,
Mhm.
where is this
No.
alternate?
No, I got you. I totally get it. How often do you think is this misdiagnosed? I think it's something that's still really being studied because she has said already that some therapists don't even believe in this. And so
Yeah, exactly.
it's really hard. It really depends on who you're talking to, I think, and if they believe in the diagnosis or not.
Yeah, I think that, and I don't know this for a fact. So again, I don't want to disparage her, but I think that if they're going to see someone like Dr. Lewis, whose whole entire focus is on DID, that they might very well be overdiagnosed because that's what they're looking for. And it's kind of like being an investigator. Like, you don't get a person of interest and then look for evidence. You find evidence and let that lead you to something. And I think that if it's someone who specializes in it to that extent, that they are going ahead and thinking DID and then looking for any symptoms they can find as evidence of that. And that's not the way that you should be doing it. I mean, you should be looking at the symptoms and then coming up with what they could possibly have going on.
That actually makes sense because, yeah, I mean, if you're looking for it, of course you're going to find it. That's very interesting. Seal, I didn't see what you were referencing. Oh, a woman who knows tea said she will never admit to it and will go the distance to prove it. I get that, but at the same time, she has officially admitted to it with this defense. She's saying, yes, I did it. I was just crazy and it wasn't my fault. It was somebody else who did it inside of me.
But yeah, that's what she's saying. Her body did it, but not her. It was an alternate.
Right.
So even now, it's like she can't admit that she did this, that she herself did this. It was like, well, it's not my fault. It's some alternate personality that did it, not me.
Right. It's awful. It really is. Well, thank you again, Candace, for coming up. I'm going to go ahead and let you jump down if you want to. Guys, please go and sub up to Crime on the Record. They did amazing work on the Debbie Collier case. If you guys are interested in looking back at that, they also cover other things, breaking news cases, police chases, looking at the Vallow case. I know that they're looking at that. Lots of stuff, lots and lots of stuff. So Nicola Boley, can't say her name. But so if you guys are interested in following her and checking her channel out, she does great work. Her and her husband both, they kind of do it together. They're a little podcast couple. You guys have a comedy one too, don't you?
We do, but this, we had it first and then we started this, and this kind of took off to the point that we don't necessarily have time for that one as much.
That actually makes sense. I know that with the Debbie Collier case, that was kind of really close and personal to you guys too. And you guys had actually interviewed the daughter, right? I can't remember her
Yeah,
name now.
Amanda, yeah, because she's my
Yeah.
cousin, so yeah.
Yeah, definitely close to your family on that one then. So thank you again for coming up, guys. Like I said, go sub up to her and check out their content. So
Awesome. Anytime. Thanks for having me.
have a great day, Candace. We'd
You
love to
too.
have you back at some point too, I think towards the end of this, if
Yeah,
you wouldn't mind. Okay, great. Thank you.
Not a
Thank you.
All
Bye,
righty.
dear.
Bye.
She does have a channel, Kim. Crime on the Record. Let me drop the link again. So please go and check her out. And I know that Allegedly Innocent also was willing to come up and talk with us about this as well. So hopefully, I think she said Wednesday or Friday. And so if you guys have more questions for either of them, they're both therapists, both have degrees in this area. I can't remember exactly what Candace said that her stuff was, but more professional than I am for sure. So I appreciate their insight in letting us ask questions and do all the things. Very, very much so. And apparently, like, my brain shut off, I think, after the autopsy stuff, because like I cannot get my brain and my tongue to communicate. And it's been awful for the last couple minutes. So I apologize to you guys for that. Yeah, she was awesome. A lot of insight. Letecia should have picked up Daryl Brooks as her other personality. Yeah. Yes, yes, yes. Absolutely. You guys welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome. So let me look at this here. What did you guys think about the fact that she literally called that lady back and tried to pretend to be Harley. She didn't change her voice. She didn't alter anything that she was asking for. Nothing. She just changed her name. Yes, Candace did phenomenal. She did very informative. Yeah, it's a total joke. Total joke. Let me open up the call lines here too for anybody who might want to call in. Let me get it set up real quick. We have about 30 minutes yet. Let me do this. You got your master's in psychology, Avery? I did not know that. No, thank you, DB. So there is that. And here is the link if anyone wants to come on panel. If you guys want to call in, you are welcome to. If you come up on panel, I do need to see you flash your beautiful smile first. You don't have to stay on camera. I obviously do not keep my cameras on. So if you don't want to stay on camera, you don't have to. But I do need to see who you are before I let you on panel, simply because I do not want to get a bomb. So let me see here. Hey, Alicia. Oh, from CDT. Thank you. What did I think? She's dumb as a box of rocks. Yeah, a ridiculous attempt at deception. She literally was only 8 miles away from the Mexico line, and I guarantee you at some point she probably Googled, can I drive into Mexico without my passport? I really think that she was going to try to skip the country and get out of there. Yeah, she's only worried about herself. Absolutely. That's it. That's all she cares about. People with DID usually injure themselves. Has she ever done so? Not that we have ever heard of yet, Jinx, but I will say that the defense has not testified yet. And so there's a chance that whenever the defense testifies and brings her medical records and different things like that, that then we will be able to hear it about what could have happened. Do I think she will take the stand? I don't personally think that her lawyers are going to let her take the stand. I mean, she can't even keep her face up whenever anybody is confronting her. So I don't think that she's going to take the stand and try to confront people or try to be looking at the jury or talking to the jury. The only thing she has looked at so far was Gannon's photos, what she did to him. She was like looking at it and studying it. She was memorizing those photos. The way she was staring, I couldn't even look at that half of the screen. And here she was just staring at it. And it's just infuriating that that's literally what she's doing. You know, what she did. Especially considering the fact that she's never looked at anything else. You think she'll fall apart on the stand? Yeah, because it's not true. I know. Show me her medical records before she married Al, right? Can't believe she tried to fake her polygraph about their TOS. I know. She sat there and literally argued about it. Called back 3 times. My first question would be, will I be refunded? Not, will this be deleted and move on in life? Right. And then she really called back and was like, Well, but I didn't actually ask those questions. So at that point, is that around the same time that she said she was hacked? That's my question. I want to know, was that phone call with fake polygraph, or when she did fake polygraph, the same time that she said that she was hacked and that the Trump post and stuff like that wasn't by her? Did she claim she was hacked so that she could try to prove that that wasn't her polygraph questions? We don't know yet, Mama Bear 20 or 2222. We have no clue if she's going to take the stand or not. Yes, guys, go sub up to her. Absolutely. I super appreciate her coming on like that. It was kind of like a last minute, like, hey, do you think in a couple days you can come on the panel and we can ask you about DID? And she was like, yeah, absolutely. So I was so happy that she said yes to that. Harley's dad did pass away, and actually there's a video about that I can show you guys. And I will link the channel because this is a very small channel that I just happened to find thanks to someone else sending it to me. Give me 1 second to pull it up here. So this channel, Analyzing Life. I'm not sure if any of you guys have ever heard of this channel before. Amy K at Analyzing Life. Let me drop her link first. And she put out a video. And let me see. About her stepdad. And she put this out yesterday, and it's only got 51 views, guys. So if you want to come out and subscribe to her, hit the like button, watch this video itself, whatever, help her get some views on this, that would be great. I don't know much about her as a creator or anything for that matter, but I just so happened to see this video that she did. And hopefully she doesn't like copyright strike me because I have not talked to her about this. But this video that she did, she pulled up James Lowry, which is Letecia Stauch's dad, and she pulled up his actual death certificate or his actual articles that were surrounding his death. And in this video, she shows that, yes, her dad actually did get hit by a car. So let me show this. Wherever it is. So on 1/15 of 2009, so January 15th of 2009, her father did get hit by a car and, oh crap, I got my screen thing up. Her father did get hit by a car and he did pass away from it. And so that was, it says, Pembroke, 43-year-old Lumberton man died early this morning after being struck by a car while walking in North Carolina 7-Eleven near Pembroke, according to the State Highway Patrol. James Lowry of 2695 Low Road was hit by a 1996 Ford driven by Alicia Jones of 667 Boone Road, Lumberton. The accident happened at 12:50 a.m. near Eddie Sampson and Chicken Roads of East Pembroke. According to Trooper Jay Green's report, Lowry was walking in the road the same direction the traffic flowed, and he was struck from behind. According to the report, investigators believe he was under the influence of alcohol or drugs. And so remember, her text message to the school was that he had been struck by a car and that it happened in the middle of the night around 1 a.m. and that she had to go, which was all true. That was all true. It just happened 11 years prior to when she said it was. And so again, the truth in her lies over and over and over. It seems like every single one of Leticia's lies have always included parts of the truth. Every single one, even this. It was 1 a.m. when he got hit. It was in the middle of the night. It was he got hit by a car. It just was all 11 years prior to when she was texting the teacher. And so will they say, well, she had a time gap and she she was a different identity at that point and had a time lapse of 11 years. Is that a thing? I have no clue. So, have a good meal, Emily. You heard of with Amber Heard, they mimic people. They want to be like, yeah, even style dress, so that may be what she was doing. So again, this is her video though. I did not pull this information up on my own. I did know that he was already dead, but I did not have this article, and so I super appreciate the fact that she got this and put this out there. Again, her name is Amy K. Come over, hit the like button and all those things for her on this video. Yeah, it all sounds shady. You should all put her on a rocket and send her to the center of the sun. I agree with that. I would love that. I don't know. My heart goes out to Gannon's whole family sitting here and watching all this and the fact that they have not been able to they haven't been able to pummel her. It would be so hard to sit in this courtroom and watch all of this happening. And I'm glad that they weren't in the room for everybody to analyze what their looks were and what their expressions were and stuff. So that we couldn't analyze their expressions and everything else while his photos were on there. Because honestly, what they're doing in the courtroom, how much him and Landon are talking, how they're reacting to stuff, none of that matters. You know, they're not the ones on trial. They're not the ones who did this. And I feel like they need their privacy through all of this. And I wish that they were able to watch court from a different room and not have to sit there and be on camera. Or at least, like, couldn't they have seats, like, over by the jury so that we can't see them? Like, I don't know. My heart goes out to them, and every time I look at them, it reminds me to, like, say a quick prayer for them and just grieve with them, basically, but I don't know. It's just heartbreaking. Oh. Let's see if they're starting to put the camera up. You're begging criminal reform, but it makes you think differently. It's sad. I don't think so either, Chopper. And I understand why they went to, right? They want to be able to stare at this evil woman who did this to their kid. To stare it holes into her because they know that she doesn't want to be seen. They know that she's trying to hide. They know that she's trying to, like, get away with this. But I don't know. It's a lot. It's just a lot. Some criminals should not be reformed. No, I know. Tammy Daybell, cause of death released for info as asphyxiation. Really? The victim statements, Chopper, I think that's going to be difficult to watch them have to give their victim statements and how she affected their life and all that stuff. We have about 20 minutes, Mama Bear. 24 minutes. just released 40 minutes ago. I wonder who their next witness is going to be. We should probably pull up the witness list and actually look at it. Every time they call people, I'm sitting here trying to remember the spelling of their name. Tammy. 40 minutes ago. Let me see. I wonder how the West Boys trial is going today. They are back. I've got to read through that after lunch too. Tonight I'll put out a video reading through the statements. There it is. Prosecutors say Lori Vallow Daybell was motivated by money, power, and sex as murder trial begins. The case of Lori Vallow Daybell is one of money, power, and sex. That's according to prosecutor Lindsay A. Blake, who gave the state of Idaho's open argument Monday in the trial of Vallow Daybell, who is charged with conspiracy, murder, and grand theft in the deaths of her two children, JJ and Tylee. But attorneys for Vallow Daybell say it's a story of unanswered questions. Vallow Daybell also faces charges in the death of her new husband's first wife, Tammy Daybell, whose cause of death was revealed for the first time as prosecutors laid out a map for the case jurors will hear over the next several weeks. Chad Daybell, who is also charged in the three deaths, has pled not guilty and will face a separate trial. The defendant, Lori Vallow Daybell, used money, power, and sex, or the promise of those things, to get what she wanted. I think so too. I think she was a master manipulator. I actually do believe that. And I honestly think that she probably had an inappropriate relationship with her brother, which is disgusting. But I think that she controlled him with that. So what she wanted was money, power, and sex, Blake told the jury. It didn't matter what obstacles she had to remove to get what she wanted. If it was a person, it didn't matter who. Her children, Blake said, were in the way. JJ, a 7-year-old special needs child, required time, effort, and energy. That took away from what Lori wanted, which was spending time with Chad. Tylee, 17, was receiving Social Security benefits from the death of her father. Lori wanted that money, and now Tylee is gone, the prosecutor said. And Tammy Daybell had a life insurance policy of which Chad Daybell was the beneficiary. Lori wanted those things. Tammy Daybell was revealed Monday died by asphyxiation at the hands of another person, the prosecutor told the jury. Chad Daybell originally told police that Tammy Daybell had died in her sleep after she went to sleep with a cough. The Vallow Daybell attorneys R. James Archibald countered with a brief opening argument, emphasizing to the jury that they are to consider the specific allegations against his client and no one else. The publicity that has tainted so many people in a county, state, and country is not evidence, he said. During his statement, Archibald read an alibi filed on the Vallow Daybell's behalf, which claims that she was in her own Rexburg apartment with her friends Melanie Gibb, Dave Warwick, and or Chad Daybell when the children were killed in an apartment belonging to her brother Alex Cox. The statement is also asserted that Vallow Daybell was in Hawaii when Tammy Daybell was killed. Archibald also challenged jurors to consider whether prosecutors have established beyond a reasonable doubt what happened to JJ, Tylee, and Tammy, and what Lori Vallow Daybell's alleged involvement is. You're here to determine if there was even a conspiracy. Cases, again, can be solved with evidence. They can be solved with lack of evidence. This whole case is crazy. This is one of those ones that I followed towards the beginning. Man, she looks rough. Wow. Nothing like the little sketches they've been putting out. I swear, guys, go check out ATS News for this one. ATS News has been doing a phenomenal job covering this and bringing up all the details and really diving in to all of it. Really. I was in her chat this morning listening, and we were watching one of the Melanie interviews. Welcome back, Kathleen. Yeah, who smiles at a murder trial? The thing is, too, that ATS was pointing out is that Charles is kind of getting lost in all of this. And so she's getting lost, or Charles is getting lost in all of this, and what happened to Charles, it's sad. It's sad, really. But yeah, I mean, I'm glad that justice is coming. I really think that she manipulated Alex, like I said, manipulated Chad. I don't know how much that he was the brains of the operation. The whole Jolie Rowe thing and all that connection. Thank you, Louisiana Girl, for dropping ATS News' link. But I really think that there's going to be a lot that's going to come out about their relationship and text messages and things like that. It's not that, Alex, baby, but you can say hi to the chat. You say hi to Louisiana Girl. She's back.
Say hi to
Well, it's not that Alex, baby. It's not your friend Alex.
Is that bad to find Alex?
Huh? No, it's just a different Alex. Do you want to say hi?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Hi, everyone.
You have to say it nice and loud so that.
Everyone.
There you go.
And I also like to play with my toys with my sister. And sometimes I fight. And to play with my friend Camille and I.
Yes, difficult research. Let me get their link because you're right. Exactly. They are a YouTube channel that are actually related to the victims. Let me get you guys difficult research's link because they are related to the victims and they are able to talk about it from a different perspective. It's Kate and Larry Wilcox's daughter. She has a small yet very informative channel. It's called Difficult Research. That's exactly right. So let me get that. I'm not sure coverage wise who is going to be playing the audio out of East Idaho news, outside of East Idaho news, because I know that they are putting it out, but I'm pretty sure Nate doesn't want people, like, you can clip parts of it, I think, but I don't think that they want people actually just streaming it because of the fact that they're paying so much for the audio. And so I'm not sure if sometimes whenever there's something important happens that people will pay for the audio for that day and then stream it that way. But I'm pretty sure that East Idaho News is the only channel that you're supposed to be seeing the audio or the actual video or audio on. I'm not sure. Nate Eaton, yeah. So, yeah, we did need that today more than ever. I know. She thought, because I said Alex and one of her best friend's names is Alex, and so she thought that I was talking to her friend Alex, not 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 talking about Alex from the case. Yeah, baby sleuth. Hi guys. They're all saying hi to you, Junior. Check my messages. Okay. She is very transparent. Her research is excellent. Would recommend it highly. I'm sure it's a lot easier to do research too, whenever you're related to the people involved. That's the same thing with Crime on the Record, whenever everything happened with the Debbie Collier case, they were able to do such an amazing interview with their cousin, because they were related to the person who is involved in this case. And that definitely gives you a different perspective. Nate said, don't download it for your channel, but you can embed. Yeah. Okay. So you can't stream it itself on your channel, but if you embed it, so you can put it in articles or posts or things like that. Because what that does is whenever you embed it, it takes you back to their original channel, their original audio. Krisha is awesome. Yeah. Diving in where no one else has. Mm-hmm. It must be hard. You're right. Let me see. So whenever this comes back, you guys, so the court is going to be playing, and I want to let you guys know in advance. I don't know how many of you guys were there the other day whenever I was talking about this on criminality, which, by the way, we'll be doing a breakdown of all three cases: the Orrin and Orson, this one here, and then of course the Daybells. Whenever I was on her channel the other day, I said about soccer practice. So we have our first soccer practice today. And so this will be playing. If they go to break and I don't notice it, I am so sorry, you guys. But I should be able to still be able to interact from the side of the soccer field if they should take break. I'll still be listening. Everything will still be the same otherwise. But if they come back from lunch and then they go on their break, then it might be like a weird little gap of time. Don't abandon me. I will still be here. I just will have to take a second to mute and get hooked in and things like that. So Larry will be able to be in the room, Kim, after he testifies. Let me get. I wanted to check too on the search for Harmony. I wonder if they found anything. They haven't said anything yet. Let me pull this up. They were out there searching, for those of you guys who didn't see. On Friday, we were looking at this, but they haven't said anything. It's been 2 days since the last update. I think so too, Louisiana girl. I think they'll bring him in early so that it just solves that. Oh, Michael, you got to be careful with that spelling. You're going to get timed out. The Google bots hate that spelling. Let me see. So this is the last update. This is from, I think, Saturday. Yeah, Saturday. So let's watch this real quick. Just kidding. Sorry, video not available. Let me just read it. It says a search was conducted Friday in Revere, Massachusetts, in connection with the investigation into the killing of Harmony Montgomery. Officials with the Attorney General's office announced Manchester Police, Manchester State Police, and other law enforcement agencies were at the search, which was in the wetlands along Route 107 in Revere. We're not releasing any information beyond that, given the ongoing investigation and ongoing criminal case, said the Attorney General John Formella. I will say we wouldn't be searching an area if we didn't have a reason to search it. Well, that's a good sign. That means that something led them there, right? The search wrapped up around 4 p.m., and Massachusetts State Police said no further information would be released. According to Massachusetts State Police, the search, which began just after 9 a.m., was prompted by information developed by investigators. Police said 18 troopers assigned to the Massachusetts State Police Special Emergency Response Team were joined by 4 Massachusetts State Police K-9 teams. And so I had seen a lot of comments about, why didn't they have dogs out there and things like that. They did, in fact, have 4 K-9 teams. And the Massachusetts State Police Drone Unit, members of State Police Detective Unit, for Suffolk County and Manchester police officers during the search. So this is video from above the search.
Fidium Fiber is here.
Just kidding.
And that's good
This
news
is
for
a
customers.
commercial for
Get a
Fidium.
dedicated fiber connection with symmetrical upload and download speeds.
Oh, which I thought was going to be like a
Contracts,
fiber
no
supplement.
bundles
It's
necessary.
apparently for
Big
internet.
speeds, awesome prices, better experience.
Thank you, Fidium. So this is the video from above. It's about 5 minutes long. But really, they were just going through and searching for... the only thing I can assume that they could be searching for is her actual remains. I mean, and that is just me making an assumption, because what else do they have to find that would strictly point to Harmony at this point? They have found so much already at the Guilford Street residence and at the other apartment that they searched, that what else is left? I mean, honestly, what else is left other than finding her remains? But look at how thick, guys, that this foliage is. All of this high grass and stuff. I mean, some of it looks like it's bent over, like weighted down places. It's going to be difficult to find her, I would think, if she is in fact there, because we are talking, it's been 2-3 years now. 4 years? Are we going on 4 years right now? Since she was last seen? I'm not... So, yeah, another beautiful child found by the systems. Byron is also still missing. Saw Norman Nix talking about him the other day. Not sure what's going on with that case. I don't know. Okay, wait. There's a noise. Hold on. I'm getting it. Sorry. It must be that video. Probably. Yes. Oh. Sorry, guys. Sorry. I had no clue that it was like... It's the video. I just muted the video and it's gone. I'm so sorry. I had no clue that it was making a noise. Jeez Louise. Oops. My bad. That was just in case anybody fell asleep during lunch. Yeah, bad noise. And I'm a whole minute behind you guys too, so sorry. That's horrible. Yeah, November of 19. So we're going on quite a few years now. Yes, she's in heaven. Her shell is down there somewhere. Oh, I bet it was hard on the car speaker. Sorry. Yeah, it's gonna be like looking for a needle in a darn haystack, literally. Like, look at how high this is. It's one of those things, like, I mean, even going, you would have to go step by step, literally, and then this is all marsh. So it's all like wet and soggy, and their feet are probably sticking at every step that they're making. Like, I just don't know how that's going to be difficult. It's going to be very difficult to search through. Hope you guys are all awake. Oh my gosh. Yeah, still easier than listening to yada yada yada, blah blah blah. Yeah. Whatever. Oh man. That's funny. We are only 4 minutes until they come back, so a few minutes here. But yeah, it's just so thick. But they didn't tell us anything. So we don't know if they found anything or not. Been missing, known to be missing for more than 2 years.
No.
Yeah, they need dogs. True T's voice is worse. Hi, Kimberly. That marsh is in Revere, Massachusetts. We looked at it on Google Earth on Friday during lunch. Let me get court pulled back up because we are almost there. We are almost back. So come on here and I'm just looking. Landon posted on Facebook and said, just a simple, quick request. I don't know if it's even possible, but I want to remember Gannon as I remember him, his laughter, his smile, his energy, his beautiful hair, and eyes that would even smile. I may even leave Facebook. I love you all, and thanks for the love and support. Prayers for G-Man's family here in Colorado Springs. I figured she was not in the courtroom during that, and I totally agree with her because I would understand fully why she would want to remember him as he was. Nobody wants to think of their kid after what some monster did to him. And look at her.
All right, court will call 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury is not present in the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury? Prosecution?
No, Your Honor.
Defense?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you have your witness?
Yes, we do.
Okay, all right, then let's go ahead and bring the jury. Folks. All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. May all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. With that, prosecution, call your next witness, please.
Thanks, Judge. Good afternoon. We would call Detective Christina Perry.
Detective, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please, ma'am. Do you swear or affirm the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand. Mr. Young?
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last for the record?
Detective Christina Perry, Perry.
And what is your occupation?
I'm a detective with the El Paso County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been with the El Paso County Sheriff's Office?
I've been with the Sheriff's Office for 9 years.
And what are your current duties?
I'm still a detective with the El Paso County Sheriff's Office under the Special Victims Unit.
And what is a Special Victims Unit?
Typically, we do cases involving children, cases involving at-risk adults, and sex crimes.
How about in January of 2020, where were you assigned within the Sheriff's Office?
I was with the El Paso County Sheriff's Office as a detective in the Financial Crimes Unit.
Were you asked to assist in the investigation in the disappearance of Gannon Stauch?
Yes, sir.
And what was your role back then?
I'm sorry, as far as...
You had a lot of roles, right?
Yeah.
Is that why it was tough to answer?
Yes.
Let's talk about the investigation kind of as a whole. Was there a group of detectives working together, sharing information, following leads in the search in the hopes of finding Gannon Stauch?
Yes, sir. Due to the size of this investigation, it was kind of an all hands on deck. We were all involved in assisting with this investigation.
Back on January 28th of 2020, were you assigned to look into some social media pages regarding the disappearance of Gannon Stauch?
Yes, sir.
Tell the jury about that. What was that all about?
So I was trying to kind of gather more information because we were at an early point in the investigation, kind of just trying to figure out any little lead that we could go off of. And I found a variety of different search groups that were titled things like Gannon Stauch Search Party, Where's Gannon Stauch? And so it's kind of a variety of different groups. So I started using a undercover Facebook profile that is used solely for investigative purposes to get into those groups to see if there's anybody that was posting messages about what was going on or if there was any intel that we could gather by following those groups.
So would you routinely look at those different pages to see if there's any investigatory leads?
Yes,
those kind
sir.
of things? Okay. Back on January 28th of 2020, were you, along with Detective Bethel, in the process of interviewing Al Stauch and the defendant, Letecia Stauch?
I believe so, yes.
And were you present during the first interview at the police department with Al Stauch?
I was present. However, I believe that was the time that I was working on the Facebook groups. So I was not necessarily watching the entire interview.
Were you present when Mr. Stauch called in and said, "Hey, I got some additional information to give you"?
Yes, sir.
And what was that additional information? Do you recall?
I know the interaction was Detective Bethel was on the phone with Mr. Stauch, and he had had some additional information about Ms. Stauch's Tiguan not being at the residence.
Did he indicate to you that he went to French Elementary School and didn't see the car there, and that was troublesome because Ms. Stauch had told him that's where the Tiguan was at?
Yes.
Overruled.
Yes, sir.
And what did that cause you to do as a result of getting that information?
So myself and Sergeant Kurt Smith went to look at the surrounding schools to include French Elementary to see if we were able to locate her Tiguan.
Okay. And do you remember about what time of night that would have happened at?
I believe it was about 7:30, a little bit after.
If your report indicates that you went to Mesa Ridge High School at 7:37 p.m. on January 28th, 2020, would that be accurate?
Yes, sir.
And is that the first area you went to go look for the Tiguan at?
I believe so, yes.
And did you and Sergeant Smith go to the Colorado Springs Airport to look for the Tiguan?
We did not. I went with Detective Marissa Williams.
Okay, so you and Detective Williams went to the airport.
Yes, sir.
What time did you go to look for the Tiguan at the airport?
I do not recall.
Would it have been after 7:37 p.m.?
Yes, sir.
And why did you go to the airport to look for the Tiguan?
So we knew that she had obtained a rental car, which we were notified by Mr. Stauch. So we thought that most people get their rental cars from the airport. So we thought we would go and kind of trace the steps, see if we were able to locate the Tiguan at the airport.
And where did you look at the airport, within the airport, looking for this vehicle?
So we had checked the short-term lots as well as the long-term lot, I believe.
Did you go to the rental car return area as well?
Yes, sir.
Were you able to locate this black Tiguan that Ms. Stauch was driving?
No, sir.
Did you later learn as to when that Tiguan had left the airport?
I did. I do not recall what time it was right now, though.
Were you involved in the search of the Tiguan?
I was not.
Okay, we'll cover that with someone else then. Were you asked to go to the residence to pick up some additional witnesses, i.e. Gannon Stauch's sister, Lena Stauch?
Yes, sir.
What was that all about? Tell the jury about that.
So we wanted to conduct a forensic interview with Lena Stauch, and so I was requested to come in with Detective Williams or transport Lena to the office of the sheriff for that interview.
And did you do that?
We got there, and Detective Williams ended up driving her herself while I stayed to assist with the search of the residence.
Did you also come into contact with an individual by the name of Harley Hunt?
Yes, sir.
And do you know who Harley Hunt is?
Yes, my understanding is that Harley Hunt was Ms. Stauch's daughter.
And did you or anyone else attempt to interview Harley Hunt on January 28th, 2020, when you went back to the residence?
Yes, sir. When I was there, Detective Arndt had advised me that she had tried to speak with Harley, and Harley had refused to respond to the office for an interview and refused to give any information.
And while you're there at the residence, do you remember about what time you got back there?
I would have to reference my report.
If your report says 10 p.m., would that be accurate?
Yes, sir.
So 10 p.m. on January 28th, 2020, you're at 6627 Mandan.
Yes, sir.
And who else was there? Do you recall to conduct the search?
I know there was Detective Farrell, Detective Arndt, and Detective V. Hill were also present.
And what was your role in that part of the search?
So I performed scribe duties. And scribe duties is I record all evidence that's collected and assist with putting it into packaging to be transported to our evidence facility.
And so could you explain that process to the jury? Do other detectives collect the evidence, give it to you, you bag and tag it, so to speak?
Yes, sir. So when you perform scribe duties, it's like a carbon copy piece of paper, and every item that another detective finds during the search, they would bring me. I would package it in an envelope and collect it all in one place, and then I was responsible for transporting it to the evidence facility when it would later be processed into evidence and completely sealed and everything.
And approximately how long were you there? Do you recall?
No, several hours.
And did you have further contact with Harley Hunt at that time?
While I was waiting for other detectives, I spoke with her kind of about various topics. She had notified me about her career aspirations and about kind of different various things. But if I would mention anything involving her brother, she would refuse to talk to me.
Was that unusual to you?
It seemed odd, yes.
Was she otherwise pretty talkative when she didn't talk about the reason why you're at the house searching?
Yes, sir.
And did you note the things that you actually bagged and later submitted into the evidence locker?
Yes, sir.
Do you have, can you tell the jury those items and I can help you refresh?
Yeah, I have a copy of my report if I can reference.
If you could turn to, it would be page date stamp 10075, 5 of 6 of your report.
Okay.
Have you done that?
Yes, sir.
Here are the items that you bagged and later submitted into evidence.
Okay. We collected a burned carpet square found in the trash can located in the backyard of the house. And this was found by Detective Farrell. A candle that appeared to have carpet fibers, a sock, and other items melted into the wax. This was found in a different trash can located in the back of the house by Detective Farrell.
I'm going to object to the hearsay that where the stuff was found and who found it would have been related by somebody else.
Mr. Young?
Yeah, and it goes to the chain of custody. Detective Farrell is going to be testifying next, and he's going to cover these items. But since she's the one that actually put them in envelopes and sealed them, I've got to be able to cover it with her.
Overruled.
I think you're on number 3 there.
Yes, number 3 was swabs from a black and white Nike woman's right shoe. This was found in the laundry room by the garage by Detective Farrell. Swabs from a black and white woman's left shoe. This was found in the laundry room by the garage by Detective Farrell. Swabs of the light switch located in the basement hallway outside of Gannon's room, collected by Detective Farrell. Swabs of the light switch located inside Gannon's room in the basement of the home, collected by Detective Farrell. Swabs of Gannon's bed located on the east wall of the room in the basement of the home, collected by Detective Pete Vigil. Additional swabs of Gannon's bed located on the east wall of the room in the basement of the home, collected by Detective Vigil. Swabs of the exterior side of Gannon's door in the basement of the home, collected by Detective Vigil.
So you noted who collected those items. Would those detectives physically hand those items over to you for you to seal them in an envelope?
Correct. I would place them into an envelope and we would close it but not completely seal it until it was later processed at the evidence facility.
And did you later process those items at the evidence facility?
Yes, sir.
And did you seal them with tape?
Correct.
And is that so when the items would go to the lab for testing, they would be sealed until someone from the lab opened them?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let me turn your attention now to January 29th of 2020. Were you at the El Paso County Sheriff's Police Department here, right downtown?
Sheriff's office, yes, sir.
Is that on Bermejo and Tejon, just across the street?
Yes, sir.
Were you there waiting for Miss Stauch, the defendant, to show up for an interview?
Yes, sir.
And did she show up?
No, sir.
Did she show up late?
I believe she showed up later after I had already left.
Okay. When she arrived, did you go out to look at the vehicle that she arrived in?
Yes, sir, I did.
And what kind of vehicle did she arrive in?
In her VW Tiguan.
And is this the same VW Tiguan that you were looking for the night before?
Yes, sir.
You had a description of it, I take it?
Yes, sir.
Did you have photos of it?
Yes.
Did you recognize it? Where did you see it on the 29th when Miss Stauch came down to the sheriff's department?
She was parked inside the El Paso County Sheriff's Office parking facility that is located off of Castilla. And it was parked, I believe, on the 3rd floor when we located it.
And what was its condition when you saw it?
It appeared to be freshly washed. There was still water droplets all over the outside of it.
How do you know it was freshly washed?
It was a otherwise dry day. It wasn't raining. And so the presence of water on the entire exterior was unusual.
And was Detective Farrell with you at that point?
I believe so, yes.
And did he take pictures of the vehicle?
I believe so.
And did you later assist in obtaining a search warrant to search that vehicle?
Yes, sir.
Based on what Ms. Stauch had to say in her interview, did you help obtain another warrant to search the house at 6627 Mandan Drive?
Yes, sir.
And as far as you know, did that house go back and be searched on January 29th, 2020?
Yes, sir.
Were you involved in that at all?
I believe that one was just the Metro Crime Lab.
Did you also have an opportunity to do what's called a canvass of various dumpsters in the university shopping center?
Yes, sir.
Why did you go to the university shopping center to do that?
So we had received information that Miss Stauch was seen at the Petco located at University Village on 2 occasions that day.
This would have been what day? Do you recall?
I believe the 28th. But
If your report indicates it
I'm
was
sorry,
January.
27th. There we go, sorry.
So January 27th, 2020, you had information that Ms. Stauch was at this shopping center.
Yes, sir.
And so what is a canvas of dumpsters? What does that mean?
So kind of looking for something out of place, perhaps something that would have been at the home that was removed from the home prior to our search, such as a suitcase or bedding or something along those lines.
Okay. Were you able to find anything and looking in those dumpsters and things?
No, sir.
And do you know how many times Ms. Stauch went to that particular shopping area that day?
I believe it was 2 times.
And we're going to look at some surveillance video from some neighbor's house later on this afternoon. Does that coincide with some of the times that we see Ms. Stauch leaving her residence?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to take you to January 31st of 2020 now. Did you receive some information that Ms. Stauch may had rented another vehicle?
Yes, sir.
What was that information, and can you share that with the jury?
I'd have to reference my report to remember the model of that vehicle.
Sure. We can go to page, it's Bates stamp 01200. It would be page 3 of your report dated January 31st, 2020.
I apologize. I do not have that report with me.
May I approach the witness, Sean?
You may.
You can read that top paragraph to yourself.
Thank you.
Does that refresh your memory?
Yes, sir.
You know the make and model of the car that Ms. Stauch was understanding may have rented at that time?
Yes, sir. I had been advised by Detective Farrell that she had rented a Nissan Altima.
And did you later learn that it was actually her aunt who had rented that vehicle?
I don't think I had been made aware of that.
Did you do anything to obtain a GPS or a warrant to put a GPS device on that particular vehicle?
Yes, sir.
And why did you do that?
So due to kind of the ongoing issues we'd been having with knowing her Miss Stauch's location, because she kept telling us she was on her way and then she wouldn't be, and everything going on, we were afraid there was a chance of her fleeing. She had a lot of family out of state, so we were concerned that she may try to return out of state, and so we decided to get a tracking warrant to be aware of her location.
And did you in fact do that?
Yes, sir.
And do you know whether or not a tracking unit was placed on that vehicle?
It was.
Did you also have information with regards to some financial transactions that were taking place between Ms. Stauch and Harley Hunt and their various bank accounts?
Yes, sir. We were made aware that a large amount of money had been transferred into Ms. Stauch's account, I believe from Harley's account.
And would that have been $2,600?
Yes, sir.
And was that concerning to the fact they may be leaving the area due to that transaction?
Yes, sir. That kind of corroborated our thought of she'd be moving this money so that she was able to flee the state.
And did you know where Ms. Stauch was from?
South Carolina.
And now I want to turn your attention to February 1st of 2020. Have you still been continuing watching these social media groups regarding Gannon Stauch and things like that?
Yes, sir.
And did you at one point look into a group that called Support T Stauch or words to that effect?
Yes, sir.
And was that on Facebook?
Yes, sir.
Did you see anything unusual in those postings during this time period?
If I recall, that was the account that there was a family member of Ms. Stauch posting on that page.
Okay. And during the course of the investigation, did you learn of a photograph that was taken of Gannon Stauch while he was in bed during the early morning hours of January 27th, 2020?
Yes, sir.
And did that cause you to look for anything based on those photographs?
Yes, sir. We had observed that the photograph with Gannon had a specific set of bedding in it that was not located during any of the previous search warrants at the residence.
At this time, I'd request to publish Exhibit 20 that's already been admitted in evidence.
Go ahead.
Thanks, Judge. Okay, behind you and to my left is People's Exhibit 20. Is that the photograph you're talking about that you learned was taken on the early morning hours of January 27th, 2020?
Yes, sir.
And what is it in this photograph? What items are you looking for at this point?
So the red blanket with the snowflakes on it had not been located, as well as the sheet that is up above him, not the one that's on the bed, but it's blue and I believe it has airplanes on it.
Okay.
Or anchors, I'm sorry.
Anchors?
Yes.
And what about the pillow? Was the pillow ever recovered or ever found?
No, sir.
And so what did you do? We can take that down now, thanks. But what did you do to look for these items and where did you look?
So we looked at a couple different locations. The primary one being we went to the El Paso County Transfer Station, known as the dump, and we had the staff locate the area of trash that had been collected around the time frame of the 27th. And they had told us where those items were, and we conducted a search of all of the trash and garbage, attempting to locate that bedding.
And would this be the landfill or, as you
Yes, sir.
said, the dump?
Yes, sir.
And did you search in the areas where that neighborhood, that trash would go to?
Yes, sir. They had located where that area had been dumped, and we were able to identify mail from different addresses on Mandan and Intrepid and in that area.
And did you find anything related to 6627 Mandan Drive?
No, sir.
I'm going to jump to February 4th now of 2020. Were you also assigned to review various surveillance videos from residents?
Yes, sir.
And would these be like Ring video or doorbell videos, those type of things?
Yes, sir.
And I'd like to start out with video footage from 6643 Mandan Drive. Are you familiar with that address?
Yes, sir.
And did you review all the video from that particular address?
Yes, sir.
And just so we're clear, are some of these videos different? Are some of them motion activated and some of them 24/7?
Yes, sir. There's different types of video surveillances. Some of them are set by the user that is able to only alert when there's motion within a certain distance, and they're able to adjust it. So they may only turn on if somebody approaches the front door, whereas others record constantly.
And the one we're going to talk about, 6643 Mandan, does that record constantly?
Yes, sir.
Did you sit down and watch hours and hours of surveillance video just to see what happens during the course of the 26th, the 27th, into the 28th?
Yes, sir.
What were you looking for?
Trying to see if there was anything that we could go off of as far as suspicious activity, if we could see the time frames where Gannon was seen last, if we could kind of piece together the story of what happened.
Were you also looking for cooperative evidence of things that Ms. Stauch had told Detective Bethel and other members of your organization?
Yes, sir.
Were you familiar with this story about her being raped and somebody, construction guy coming to the house, a carpet guy named Eduardo, that kind of thing?
Yes, sir.
And were you watching this video nonstop to see if anybody would come or leave from that residence, especially in a truck that had carpet repair on it?
Yes, sir.
And was that based on what Ms. Stauch was telling you?
Yes, sir.
Or not telling you, but telling members of your team?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever see a construction worker go in and out of the residence at the time frame that Gannon Stauch went missing?
No, sir.
When you're reviewing these particular videos, were you familiar with the people who lived at 6627 Mandan Drive?
Yes, sir.
Knew what Al Stauch looked like?
Yes, sir.
Do you know what Letecia Stauch looked like?
Yes, sir.
Do you see her in the courtroom today?
Yes, sir.
Could you please point her out and describe what she's wearing?
Ms. Stauch is wearing a light pink shirt.
May the record reflect identification of the defendant.
The record will so reflect. Go ahead.
Did you know what Lena Stauch looked like?
Yes, sir.
And Lena was the 8-year-old girl that was there?
Yes, sir.
And did you know what Gannon Stauch looked like?
Yes, sir.
How about Harley Hunt?
Yes, sir.
You actually met Harley on the night of the 28th, right?
Yes, sir.
And did you know what vehicles were associated? We'll start with Harley. What kind of vehicle was Harley driving?
I remember hers was a silver sedan. I don't recall what model hers was.
Was it a white Volkswagen Jetta?
Sorry, white. Yes, sir.
Okay. And we already talked about Miss Stauch and the black Tiguan Volkswagen.
Yes, sir.
Was there another vehicle that was assigned or that Al Stauch drove?
Yes, sir. There was a red Nissan Frontier.
And so as you're watching the videos, if you saw those vehicles move around, would you make note of it in your report?
Yes, sir.
If you saw those individuals walking around, would you make note of that in your report?
Yes, sir.
And obviously, if you saw a carpet worker named Eduardo go in the house and leave with a suitcase, would you put that in your report?
Yes, sir.
Did you see that?
No, sir, I did not.
When you were looking for the blankets and the pillow and the covers from Gannon's bed, did you have any information as to where to look?
I'm sorry, I don't understand your question.
It's not the first time I heard that. Did you have any GPS information as to Miss Stauch and her phone?
Yes, sir.
Do you know what a Life 360 app is?
Yes, sir.
And was there a Life 360 app associated with the defendant, Miss Stauch?
Yes, sir.
And were you able to track her whereabouts based on that app?
Yes, sir.
Do you know what a Life 360 app does?
Yes. Yes, sir.
What does it do?
So it's a app used a lot of time with families, so you're able to know where your family members are and it tracks your location.
And so were you able to search various areas that Miss Stauch may have been looking for items that might be related to this investigation?
Yes, sir.
Did you find anything?
No, sir.
Now, we talked about dumpsters and canvassing dumpsters and things like that. Is it critical that you get to the dumpsters before the dumpsters go to, your words, the dump?
Yes, sir.
And by the time you get to this Life 360 app, had several days gone by?
Yes, sir.
In front of you, there's a series of discs. I'd like to start with People's Exhibit 41, which should be the one on top. Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
And what is People's Exhibit 41?
It is a disc containing video footage from 6643 Mandan Drive.
And would that be related to January 27th of 2020?
Yes, sir.
Approximately 10:13 a.m.?
Yes, sir.
And did you have an opportunity to review that disc?
I did.
How do you know that?
My initials and date are on the top of the CD.
And does this particular disc have 2 clips on it?
Yes, sir.
And is it the disc that shows 6627 Mandan Drive from 6643 Mandan Drive?
Yes, sir.
And does it accurately depict a black Tiguan, a red Nissan truck in that area?
Yes, sir.
And does it accurately depict the video that you reviewed from that location?
Yes, sir.
We would move to admit People's Exhibit 41 at this time.
Exhibit 41 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Let's go to 42 now. Do you see People's Exhibit 42?
Yes, sir.
What is People's Exhibit 42?
It is going to be another video clip that depicts from 6643 that depicts 6627. That is later in the day than the first disc.
We talked about the Petco situation where Ms. Stauch went there a couple times in an afternoon.
Yes, sir.
Are these time frames when the vehicle leaves and when the vehicle come back consistent with what we know and when she was at the Petco?
Yes, sir.
And does People's Exhibit 42 accurately depict the surveillance video that you saw from 6643 Mandan Drive at 6627 Mandan Drive?
Yes, sir.
Move to admit People's Exhibit 42.
No objection. Exhibit 42 will be admitted as well.
Now, in People's Exhibit 42, can you see individuals get out of this red Nissan truck?
Yes, sir.
And People's Exhibit 43, is that an enhanced version of People's Exhibit 42? So you can zoom in and see, for instance, individuals getting out of the truck at a closer view?
Yes, sir.
And does that accurately depict People's Exhibit 42, or at least a portion of that, as to when these individuals get out of the truck?
Yes, sir.
And can you see it more clear because of the zoomed in focused version?
Yes, sir.
We would move to admit People's Exhibit 43.
Defense. Exhibit 43 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Next one is going to be People's Exhibit 46. What is People's Exhibit 46?
It's going to be another clip from the same address pointed at 6643 and shows Lena arriving home later in the day.
And is that accurately depict the video that you saw from 6643 Mandan Drive that depicts 6627 Mandan Drive when Lena gets home from school?
Yes, sir.
And does it depict Lena out in front of the residence for a certain amount of time after she gets home from school?
Yes, sir.
And does it accurately depict that as to what you saw on 6643 from 6643 Mandan Drive?
Yes, sir.
Move to admit People's Exhibit 46.
Defense. Exhibit 46 will be admitted.
And then People's Exhibit 47. Do you have that? What is People's Exhibit 47?
So that's going to be later again in the day once Harley returns home to the house.
And again, does that accurately depict that portion of the video that you reviewed from 6643 Mandan Drive?
Yes, sir.
Move to admit People's Exhibit 47.
No objection. Exhibit 47 will be admitted.
And then finally, we have People's Exhibit 220 there. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
What is People's Exhibit 220?
That is when the vehicle leaves the house later in the day.
Would that be the next day of January 28th, 2020?
Yes, sir.
And did you review the surveillance video on the 28th in the morning hours
Yes, sir.
from 6643 Mandan Drive? Does that People's Exhibit 220 accurately depict what you saw? A vehicle leaving 6627, another vehicle backing out and backing into the garage?
Yes, sir.
Move to admit People's Exhibit 220.
Defense. No objection. Exhibit 220 will be admitted.
Okay. So we're going to go back to People's Exhibit 41. We indicated that it's 2 clips. Can you just briefly summarize what we're about to see, or would you prefer to do that after we see it?
I prefer to do it after.
I had a feeling you're going to say that. That's why I threw that in there. So why don't we publish People's Exhibit 41? And again, these are 2 clips. We'll start with the first clip on the disc, okay? So why don't we pause that real quick, if you don't mind? I'm sorry, Ms. Gratiano. So now that we see the first slides of this People's Exhibit 41, can you just point out what we're looking at and where 6627 would be located? There should be a pointer up there. That's a pointer that.
Yes, sir. So right here is the red Nissan Frontier associated to this address. So this house right here would be 6627.
And can we see the black Tiguan in this image?
Yes, sir. The black Tiguan.
And so would 6643 be a couple houses north of 6627?
Yes, sir.
So we're now looking from north to the south towards 6627, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead and hit play, please. Pause, please. We see an individual walking there to the red Nissan truck. Do you know who that individual is?
It appeared to be Gannon.
Are you sure about that?
Yes, sir.
Well, does Gannon drive the truck?
No, sir. Can we, sorry, go.
Is it hard for you to see from there?
Yes, sir.
Why don't we continue to play and watch and see what happens, okay?
All right.
Does that kind of refresh your recollection who that might be?
Yes, sir. I believe that was Miss Stauch moving the truck.
The defendant, Ms. Stauch?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can we go ahead and resume, please? Thank you. Can we pause it, please? Now we see an individual walk towards the back of the red Nissan. Do you know who that individual is?
I apologize for before that was Gannon.
So is this when we see Gannon come to the truck?
Yes, sir.
And do you recall the clothing that he had on?
I do not.
Is it a little bit more difficult to see on these TV monitors than a computer?
Yes, sir.
I imagine when you're watching these videos, you were probably looking at a computer screen.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead and hit resume, please. That's clip one for the record. It's approximately 2 minutes and 40 seconds. Now, clip two, does that overlap clip one a little bit? Will we pick up towards the end of clip one and then take it from there?
Yes, sir.
We can play clip two now, please. Okay, for the record, that concludes clip 2 of People's Exhibit 41, which is 3 minutes and 1 second long. We talked about when you initially saw this video, you were sitting in a computer screen. Would you take notes as to what you actually saw happen and then later transfer those notes to a report?
Yes, sir.
And do you have that report there in front of you?
I believe so.
I'll direct you to page 3 of 4 of your report dated March 10th, 2020. Page stamp 11137.
I'm sorry, you said March 10th?
Yes.
I do not have that one with me.
Okay. Let me approach her.
You may.
A copy of the report.
Yes, sir.
And do you have the descriptions of what you see taking place on the video as you're watching it from your computer screen?
Yes, sir.
And can you just kind of read to yourself what you have noted from People's Exhibit 41 that we just saw when Gannon and the defendant leave in the red Frontier truck?
Yes.
Okay, have you had a chance to do that?
Yes, sir.
And in your report, you specifically put who walks out to the truck when it's in the street, gets in it, drives out, and backs into the driveway.
Yes, sir.
And who was that?
Miss Stauch.
And when you're watching this on your computer, are you able to go back and watch it several times and make sure you got everything right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, do you also note when they come back out of the house and the truck is in the driveway, who gets in and who's where?
Yes, sir.
Who do you note? What do you note there?
I had observed that Gannon stepped into the driver's side back seat, and Miss Stauch appeared to get into the driver's seat after she walked back inside and then came back out.
And do you have a time for that particular action?
Yes, that was at 10:13 a.m.
And do you have a time for when they actually leave?
That was at 10:15 a.m.
And does that coincide with this Petco trip that we talked about where she's seen at the Petco area and you search that shopping area?
Yes, sir.
Now, before we play People's Exhibit 42, what I'd like to do is have you summarize what we're about to see in People's Exhibit 42, okay?
Okay.
Can you do that?
Yes, sir. So in that exhibit, one of the other vehicles is leaving the house.
Well, is People's Exhibit 42 when they come back after they leave at 2:20 p.m. in the afternoon on January 27th?
Oh, I'm sorry, I've got the wrong disc. This is confusing me. Okay, yes, sorry. 42 is when they are seen returning back to the residence.
Okay, so what do you see? What do you see on the video and what did you note as you're watching it closely at your desk?
So I observed that the red Frontier returns, and it was initially hard to tell because she's seen stepping out of the vehicle, and then upon closer examination, it was seen that a shadow is seen in the footage of what appears to be Gannon stepping out of the vehicle as well.
And does that happen as soon as the driver's side door opens in the video?
Yes, sir.
This time we request to publish People's Exhibit 42.
You may.
Can you pause it, please? That's right. So we paused it at 2:35. Did you see the shadow you were talking about in this particular video clip?
It is hard to see from this distance.
Can you see it clearer in People's Exhibit 43?
Yes, sir.
Now, I probably should have asked you this before we played this, but where does the shadow come from?
I believe it is the back passenger seat. The door opens. If I could refresh my recollection.
Well, it's on the opposite side of the truck that we're seeing here in the rear
Yeah.
passenger side seat, right side of the truck.
Yes, sir.
And does it happen very quickly in the door?
Yes, sir.
We can go ahead and resume, please. That concludes People's Exhibit 42. It's 7 minutes and 26 seconds long. I want to talk to you about the end there. We see the black Tiguan right back out of the driveway, turn around and back into the driveway. Do you recall seeing that?
Yes, sir.
Could you tell whether or not it backed all the way into the garage?
Based on the shadows underneath the frontier, it appeared to back all the way into the garage.
And are you familiar with other surveillance video in this investigation from across the street, 6626 Mandan Drive?
No, sir.
You didn't watch that one?
I don't think so, no.
And at the end of People's Exhibit 42, we see some individuals, looks like they cross the street at the end of the road,
Yes, sir.
start walking up the sidewalk.
Yes, sir.
Is that soon after the Tiguan is backed into the garage?
Yes, sir.
And then we see a vehicle come by shortly after that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And obviously, if there's other surveillance video across the street at 6626, they would pick up that same activity so you can coincide the two different videos. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
We're going to play People's Exhibit 43 now, and I just want to give it some context. It's not going to be, excuse me, everything that we just saw in People's Exhibit 42. Tell us what we're going to see.
So 43 is going to be the kind of zoomed in on those shadows that I referenced previously of being able to see a shadow consistent with somebody stepping out of the frontier.
Okay. That concludes People's Exhibit 43. It's 2 minutes and 40 seconds. Could you see it clearer in People's Exhibit 43, the leg drop on the other side of the vehicle?
Yes, sir.
And do you know whether or not the garage door was open or closed when they got back?
I do not.
Would it be able to show it if it was from 6626 Mandan Drive across the street, if the garage was open or?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, did you annotate in your report what time Ms. Stauch moves the Tiguan to back it into the garage?
Yes. Yes, sir.
What time was that?
2:24 p.m.
And the next disc, People's Exhibit 46, is that approximately 3:11 p.m. when we see a school bus coming by that has Lena on it?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, publish People's Exhibit 46 now, please. Go ahead and pause it, please. Okay, we paused it at 2:07 into the video. There appears to be a child by the red Nissan truck walking up the driveway. Do you know who that is?
It appeared to be Lena.
And is that consistent with her coming from the bus stop, which is around the corner?
Yes, sir.
There appears to be people working on some kind of electrical box out in the front yard of 6627.
Yes, sir.
Do you know whether or not those individuals were ever interviewed?
Detective Arndt was going to follow up with them. I'm not sure if they were interviewed.
Okay. But what do we see with Lena coming home from school? Does she have anything on her person?
It's hard to tell from here. I believe she had a backpack on her, though.
And is she able to go into the house when she comes home from school?
I believe she went in very briefly.
Can we work on the volume? But not go up any higher? We're going to see if we can increase the volume, Judge, before you hit resume.
All right.
Could you hear Lena talking and saying things to the individuals out in the front yard and to someone at the house?
Yes, sir.
Good. Let's go ahead and resume it now, please.
No, the food bank came down. Yeah, way down there. I'm on a new wire. Hold the fire.
Can you pause it, please? Who do we see that are walking on the sidewalk?
Appears to be Lena.
And did you see where she came from?
It looked like she came from the area of the front door garage area of the house.
Did she come from the opposite side of the truck?
I did not see that part. I apologize.
Um, just to kind of give us some context, they get home at 2:20 p.m. What time was it when Miss Stout moved the Tiguan into the garage?
At 2:24.
And the school bus comes back at 3:11, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And this video is 19 minutes and 29 seconds long.
Yes, sir.
Is Lena outside for this entire 19 minutes and 29 seconds?
I'm unable to tell due to her being off camera.
What time would it be if we take from the time the Volkswagen backed into the garage up until the end of this 19, I guess it would be what, 3:30, something like that?
Approximately an hour.
And from you reviewing all this video, who are the two people inside the house for that hour?
Gannon and his mother, or his stepmother, sorry, the defendant.
We can resume, please. And is that Lena that we see walking by? It's at 9:06, right?
You gotta hook it up up there.
Yeah, right. We paused it at 10:50. Your Honor, I think it might be a good idea for the jury to stretch out maybe or stand up or.
Okay, we can do that. Everybody do a seventh inning stretch. All right, we all good to go? All right.
So before we hit resume and before the seventh inning stretch here, did you see where Lena went as she walked back towards the house?
Yeah, she appeared to go on the other side of the Nissan.
And would that be consistent with going through the garage door? In other words, when we saw her get off the bus and come home from school, she walked on this side of the Nissan to the front door, perhaps.
Yes, sir.
Is it also consistent with going to the garage door if she's on the other side of the truck?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we can go ahead and resume, please.
Okay. Now it's getting hot.
Okay, that concludes People's Exhibit 46. We see, is that Lane on the bicycle riding away from her house?
Yes, sir.
Do we ever see her when she gets back to the house? Are we able to pick that up at all?
We do not.
So we don't know what time she got back into the house?
Correct.
Okay. Now I'm going to publish People's Exhibit 47 in a minute, but before we do that, is People's Exhibit 47 essentially Harley getting home from work, Harley Hunt?
Yes, sir.
And is Harley Hunt in the house for a period of time?
Yes.
And then what happens after 10 or so minutes?
Harley and Lena both appear to leave in Harley's vehicle.
Yeah, if it's okay, what we may do is start it as to when Harley gets home and then fast forward to when they leave. Because the rest of it's just the white Jetta sitting in front of the house, unless the court wants to watch the whole.
Is there an objection by the defense?
No.
That's fine.
Okay, we'll go ahead and publish People's Exhibit 47 now. So we paused it at 55 seconds. We saw a white vehicle pull up. Do you know whose vehicle that is?
It'd be Harley's VW Jetta or Jetta, sorry.
And was that Harley who got out of the vehicle?
Yes, sir.
She goes in, and then you said her and Lena come out later?
Yes, sir.
If we can just fast forward to about, I would say 11 minutes. Okay, go back just a little bit. Right there's good. So before you hit play, we're at 15:13 on the video, Your Honor. Go ahead, hit play. Okay, that concludes People's Exhibit 47 at 16 minutes and 16 seconds. If you have Harley getting home at 4:37 p.m. on January 28, 2020, she's in the house for approximately 15 minutes. Would it be safe to say that at 4:52 p.m. is when her and Lena leave?
Yes, sir. I believe I have 451 annotated in my report.
I was close. Okay, let's go to People's Exhibit 220 now. Now we're on January, that was January 27th. Okay, so January 27th at 4:37 p.m., Harley gets home.
Yes, sir.
And 4:51, they leave to go. Okay, now we're at the 28th, and I want to turn your attention to People's Exhibit 222. Based 220, I'm sorry. Yeah, People's Exhibit 220, you're correct, Your Honor. We have two clips on this. Could you describe what the first clip is if you remember?
The first one would be the defendant leaving for the airport in her vehicle, and the second clip was when she had Harley move her Jetta, and they kind of were just repositioning vehicles in the driveway.
So would the first clip be at 8:13 a.m. or approximately that time frame?
I believe so.
And based on your understanding of the investigation, that's when she's going to the Colorado Springs Airport to pick up Al Stauch, her husband at the time?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You can go ahead and play clip 1, please. Now, we just finished clip 1. It was, God, I want to say 50 something seconds. I didn't catch the time, Your Honor. The Tiguan leaves the driveway and it looks like it stopped at the end of the driveway. Did you see that?
Yes, sir.
Is that an issue with the tape, or did Ms. Stauch actually stop and sit there for a second?
I do not recall.
You don't know?
I'm not sure.
All right. Let's go ahead and play clip 2. Okay, that includes clip 2, 3 minutes long. Did it appear to you that the Volkswagen Jetta went into the garage?
Yes, sir.
Do you know what time that took place in relation to the defendant leaving for the airport at 8:13 a.m.?
I do not.
Do you have that in your report?
I do not. No.
Can I retrieve that report, Your Honor?
You may, go ahead.
I can just have a second, Your Honor.
All right.
Do you have your report dated February 4th, 2020?
I do.
I'll turn your attention to the last page, which is 5 of 5. It's bait stamp 01426. Do you document when the Jetta pulls out of the driveway and then pulls back into the driveway and goes into the garage?
Yes, sir. That was at 8:51 a.m.
And when it pulls back in, is it 8:53 a.m.?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Those are my questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Detective. How are you?
Good afternoon. Doing all right.
All right. So you've been a detective with the sheriff's office for 9 years now?
Detective for about 3 years. Been employed for 9 years.
Oh, okay. And going back kind of to the beginning with this, with this case, you did, how many searches did you do of 6627 Mandan Drive?
I believe I participated in 2 of them.
Okay, and one would have been on the Tuesday and then one on the Wednesday. Were they in back-to-back days?
I believe so.
Okay. And what time did you get there on Tuesday?
I would have to refresh my recollection by referencing my report.
You had that report up there?
I believe so.
Okay.
I arrived at the residence approximately 10 o'clock on the 28th, so I believe it was about that time when I
Okay, 10 o'clock in the morning or 10 o'clock?
10 o'clock p.m.
PM. Okay. And when you got there, who's there?
At that time, there was Detective Farrell, Detective V. Hill, Detective Arndt. I had arrived with Detective Williams, Lena, and Harley were at the residence.
They were at the residence?
Yes, sir.
Now, ideally, if you're doing a search of a crime scene, the best case scenario, you're there quickly after the crime occurred.
Yes, sir.
And then that crime scene would be secured.
Yes, sir.
Why would you want to secure, why do you guys secure crime scenes generally?
For preservation of evidence.
Okay, because you don't want other people, civilians, whoever, going into that crime scene and either taking something out that should have been there or leaving something that shouldn't be there, correct?
Yes, sir.
And sometimes it can be even done unintentionally. I mean, you could leave trace evidence, fingerprints, DNA, hairs, that could corrupt a crime scene if it's not secured.
Yes, sir.
And so this obviously, based upon the information, best case scenario, it's up to a day, if not more, past when you believe the crime occurred when the house is searched, correct?
Yes, sir.
And do you know how long? And so was Harley there before any detectives got there?
I do not know. I was not the first one there.
And do you know how long Harley had unfettered access to the crime scene?
I do not.
She was the only, well, she's 17 at the time, but she's the closest thing to an adult civilian there when you guys get there.
Yes, sir.
It's just her and Lena.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then you leave, Lena is taken from the crime scene, but Harley is left there, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so again, Harley has access to the crime scene after the search is done, and then before you guys do the search the next day.
While I was at the residence, I had described that I was performing scribe duties. So I was in the kitchen area and Harley remained in my immediate view the entire time.
I'm sorry, that was a bad question. But after you guys leave and before you guys come back to do the second search, she would have had unfettered access to the crime scene.
She left while we were at the residence. I do not know if she had returned to the
So
address.
she may or may not have unfettered access to the crime scene.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Going to those videos that we were just watching, it appears that the truck gets back to the residence around 2:19. That I'm going back to the videos that we were just watching just now.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that is at least the best of what you can see, it appears it's Ms. Stauch and Gannon getting out of the truck at that point in time and going into the residence.
Yes, sir.
And then about sometime after 3, we see the school bus, and it looks like Lena then goes into the house around 3:11, 3:10, 3:11.
It's a little bit after that, but yes, sir.
Okay. I also noticed on that video, it appears during the whole course of the day, there was a lot of utility workers on that street right in front of the house working on that transponder, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you never interviewed any of those utility workers?
Detective Arndt was going to be reaching out to them.
To the best of your knowledge, did any of those utility workers report hearing gunshots?
Not that I'm aware of.
Based from that video, if somebody's coming from the south, you can't really tell. I mean, somebody could come from the south and get into that house and be undetected, correct?
Potentially, yes.
Well, I mean, that's how, I mean, it appears Lena did that when she came back from her bike.
Yes, sir.
Because we see her leave on the bike and you watched close to like 48 hours of that video, correct?
Yes, sir.
A lot of video.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we see Lena leave on that bike. We never see her go back in the house from the bike trip.
Yes, sir.
And then we see her leave the house with Harley to get in the car, correct?
Yes, sir.
So it appears that somehow Lena was able to access and get inside the house that was not captured on that video, correct?
Yes, sir.
In some portion of that video, especially during the day, it actually appears or sounds like you get some pretty decent sound quality.
Yes, sir.
I mean, you can actually hear Lena talking with the utility worker there.
Yes, sir.
And that doesn't feel like they're yelling. It kind of appears like they're just talking.
Yes, sir.
You never heard any gunshots in the 48 hours of video that you reviewed.
Not that I recall, sir.
And then lastly, that the next morning, for some reason, it doesn't appear to be sound on the video. Do you know why?
I do not.
Do you know why sometimes there's sound on the video and sometimes there's not?
I do not.
Okay. No further questions. Redirect.
Yes, sir. In an ideal situation, you'd like to show up to a crime scene right after the crime happens, correct?
Yes, sir.
And one of the reasons you want to do that is because you don't want whoever committed a crime to clean up that crime scene, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, who was controlling when police came to the house on January 27th, 2020?
Mr. and Ms. Stauch.
The reason why the sheriff's office got involved at all is because Ms. Stauch called 911, correct?
Yes, sir.
And she called 911 shortly after 6 p.m. that evening?
Yes, sir.
Police arrived shortly after 10 p.m. that evening?
I think initial responders had arrived earlier. The detectives did not arrive until later.
But you can see when you're looking at the video on 6643, when the sheriff deputies showed up, right? It was after 10 p.m. that night?
I believe so.
Okay. And the jury's already seen the body worn camera of Deputy Yumpkin and the audio of Deputy Parker.
Objection, another question.
Yeah, sustained.
Hold
on.
I agree.
Jury, that's good, because I'm going to tell the jury that they will disregard counsel's comments. As we know, nothing that the attorneys say at any point in time is evidence. Mr. Young, if you have a question.
So you were able to see when the deputies arrived on January 27th, 2020
Yes, sir.
for the first time,
Yes, sir.
and that was after 10 p.m.
Yes, sir.
Now, based on your investigations and your career as the deputy in the sheriff's office, have you been called out to gunshots fired, those type of scenes?
Yes, sir.
And have you done neighborhood canvasses where there's been gunshots alleged to be fired?
Yes, sir.
And have you talked to neighbors who have both heard gunshots?
Yes, sir.
Have you talked to neighbors who did not hear gunshots?
Yes, sir.
Is there ways to muffle the gunshot?
Yes, sir.
Is it surprising to you that no one heard a gunshot when Gannon was killed?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
No, sir.
Did you even know that Gannon had been shot until after March of 2020 when his body was discovered?
I did not.
Did you even know to ask anyone if they heard gunshots?
I did not.
Those are my questions, John.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Detective Perry? No. All right. Thank you, Detective. You may step down. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take our afternoon recess. If I can have everyone back in the jury room at, say, 3:05, we should be able to start on time at that point. Again, don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. With that, all rise for the jury, please. Thank you. You may all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Court will be in recess until 3:05.
Let me know if you guys can hear me okay, because I know that I am, and so it's probably going to be a little bit iffy, but I agree completely with what you guys are saying. Like, Harley is a victim, 100% a victim in this situation. Just gonna wait. Okay, you can hear me. Okay, good. Yeah, I think she's a victim in all of this. I think that there's a really good chance that the fact that her mom was in control of her whole life, that's the change that the friend's seen. And that is the change that they were talking about whenever the detective would bring up Gannon and stuff like that. I think she was being controlled by her out of fear. I think she was terrified of her mom. And she may or may not have thought that her mom could have done something to Gannon. Like, I don't know. And we're going to hear a lot over the next couple of days, I'm sure, about Harley. It seems like that's the way that both the prosecution and the defense is going. So it's just going to be about a matter of time to see exactly what she says. I think that the defense is going to try to trip her up every chance they can about what happened that day. But yeah, she lived with T her whole life. Sorry, I'm scrolling down through the comments. Obviously, I'm at the soccer field. Listen, Junior is literally an entire head shorter than everyone. She looks so tiny out here on the soccer field. But I know that there's a ton of mixed emotions about Harley and about this case. I'm honestly still shocked about the fact that they really do believe that Gannon walked out of that truck. I never thought in a million years that they had it. But what Emily said was that Gray Hughes actually broke down that video early on in this case, like in the beginning, and that he has, I'm guessing Gray Hughes the videos like he always does, right? He probably altered the shadows, altered the video so that you were able to clearly tell that that door opened and that Gannon got out. And so that's amazing. Hopefully Emily was able to find the video because we'll definitely share that. But yeah, me too, Amanda Page. You agree? You hate that they're going to use Harley to try to cause reasonable doubt, even though he's going for NGI. Yeah. What it comes down to, though, is if they can put the question in their mind about was Harley involved? Did Harley know? And honestly, think about the videos that you have watched over the last week, even over the last 72 hours, even. I know I have been in plenty of chats where people are accusing Harley left and right, or saying, there's no way she didn't know. There's no way she didn't smell it. There's no way that she didn't clearly see something was wrong with her mom, and all of this stuff, right? That's what we constantly hear about Harley. And all of that's probably true. But does that mean that Harley necessarily knew that her mom was covering up a murder scene? No. That just means that that she likely noticed something was wrong, and she probably thought something was going on, but we don't know what she knew. And even if she did know, was she fearful for her own life at that point? Did T threaten her as well? Yeah, people have been bashing up on Harley so bad. It's been awful, Mama Bear. And I mean, and I get it. Like there are 17 sides to every story. Yeah, it's not even 3. It's like there's so many sides to every story. And there is that realm of possibility always that Harley could have been involved in the cleanup and the cover up and blah, blah, blah. Yes, it's a possibility. Do I think it's likely? No. If anything, if there was any knowledge, I think it's more along the lines that she was threatened. More along the lines of, yeah, exactly, Dynamite. Deep-rooted trauma bond. I agree with that. She is deeply rooted in a trauma bond with T. She has grown up with this twisted woman her entire life. Forever. So. All right, get in the line. Let me see the keys. I'm going to go up and grab her jacket while I'm standing. You had a mentally ill parent who you loved unconditionally but was also terrified of, right? Yeah, chances are she was terrified of the monster. And I think that's what people mean sometimes when they're like, she had to have known and stuff like that. And I think just the way we read it with our own inflection of how we would have meant the comment, right? And so I can say something in a chat and it doesn't necessarily mean that somebody's going to read it the way that I intended. So who knows? So people who are like, Harley had to have known. I'm reading it with like attitude, like, oh, they're accusing Harley, because I automatically go on the defense for these people. But they may not mean it in a way to accuse Harley. They may just mean it in a way to say, like, yeah, she probably knew. Does that make sense? It got really, really windy for a second, so I muted. Hi, New Zealand World Mysteries. Yeah, it could be that Harley wrote off her mom's behavior to the fact Gannon was missing. Exactly, Vicky. Even if she knew, it doesn't discredit her fear of addressing it. Ringo, I hate you so bad. Or should I call you Eduardo? Sorry, guys. I think I lost service there for a second. Yeah, hopefully Harley will clear up our questions. We definitely feel bad for her. She lost everyone at once, her siblings, her father. Yeah, everything. She lost everything. And I know there are a lot of people who are like, Harley went on a vacation before she came. Who cares? Who cares? If you knew that you were getting ready to have to go to a trial in which your mom killed your brother, you were going to see your ex-dad, because that's the man who practically raised her for the last couple years, right? Freaking, you were going to see your ex-dad, your ex-sibling was going to have to testify against your mom, right? Possibly see pictures of your brother, possibly have to testify about the suitcase, about the smells, about the sounds, about everything. Wouldn't you want to get away and clear your brain? I would take a vacation, honest to God, before and after. I would take a vacation before and after, and I wish that every single member of this family could take a vacation before and after. They are going through so much right now. I cried so freaking hard this morning looking at those photos. It was awful to think about what he went through, to look at his poor body. This is their family. This is people that she lived with for several years of her life. I don't know if it's so much that Al won't have anything to do with her or if she won't have anything to do with him. I don't know. I know that Albert held on to her stuff all the way until divorce court and then asked the judge if he could please stop paying on the storage unit that was storing the items that was Harley's. Asked the judge to please reach out to Harley to come get her items because he had tried and she wouldn't return the calls and stuff. And so I don't know. Exactly, Jet's mom. Shoot, I would give her some of my air miles. And there's people attacking her for that, though. Like, I don't agree with that. I will never, ever agree, guys. And this is where I differ from a lot of true crime creators. Because while everything is in the realm of possibility, I will go out of my way to make excuses to not have to bash the family or look at the families in a bad light, especially in a situation like this. There is so much dirt on Landon. There is so much dirt on Al. There is so many things that Harley has done that I don't agree with. Does that mean that I feature it in a video and put them on blast and sit there and call their personal lives into question over and over and over again? For what? Did they kill Gannon? Could their actions have resulted in Gannon's death? In a roundabout way, sure. In a roundabout way, sure. Albert marrying T led to Gannon dying, sure. Landon having issues with Mike and their relationship and the kid losing custody of the kids and all of that led to Gannon dying, sure. In a roundabout way, absolutely. Harley not responding or not doing what people would have done or how they would have did it, could it have led to Gannon not being found in the suitcase? Sure. Is it my place as a freaking YouTube content creator to sit there and put them on blast and to call their lives into question day after day after day and to criticize their every single freaking action and to sit there and give them a hard time every step of the way simply for the fact that they didn't do what I would have done? No. How is that my place? How is that anyone's place to call their actions into question? It's just not. They are going through the worst moments of their life and they will beat themselves up forever. They will criticize their own selves. They're the ones who have to go to sleep at night. They're the ones who have to live with it. It's not my place. It is not my place. God wants to wake them up every day at 2 a.m. Far be it from me to stop him, but it's not my place to do it. It's just not. Yeah, and why blame Harley if she's already saying she essentially did it? Exactly, DB. Rule number 1 in this is respect the families. Every single step of the way. Every step of the way. Exactly. They will do it all on their own. It's not my place. It's not my place. Exactly, Carrie. We all have dirt and we are all our own worst critics. Lord knows if something happened in my family, if something happened to one of my family members, and my entire family got put up onto y'all's big screen for you guys to analyze every picture, every photo, every decision that was ever made, every background check, every anything. Lord knows I would be furious with you people because my family has dirt. Do I have a background? No, I have no criminal record at all, period. Speeding tickets, my last one was like 8 years ago. That's it. That's it. That's all. But there's stuff, right? There's stuff in all of our family's closets. And I struggle with that. I struggle to watch it happen. And that's why, like, listen, I love the people the links that I've been dropping, CDT, Criminality, Alex Erickson, Avery Shannon, the people that I've been dropping, I've been watching their coverage. And yes, they'll say stuff like, I get it, like, Albert's got this, that, and the other thing, but they are not sitting there just blasting and blasting and hammering and hammering and hammering on this family. They're just not. They're just not. Just for the record, you don't have a criminal record either. Of course, somebody's going to park right next to me. I came up to the car to quote unquote get a jacket, but I really wanted to get out of the I really wanted to get out of the wind for a second.
My husband's down there with my daughter and I'm watching from the car, but of course somebody had to park right next to me, even though there's like 9,000 other spots. Yes, this community has humanity. That's exactly it. Hi, Tragedy Pimps Exposed. Oh gosh, please, somebody warn Tragedy Pimps that there is the photos in the beginning. Please. Because I can't type. But if she's watching from the beginning, she's going to hit those. And I know I say it at the beginning, but you know.
Oh.
Okay, we're back. I'm going to go back down to the soccer field.
Well, 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch, record should reflect the jury is not present in the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up before we bring them in?
Nothing from the people, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, let's bring them.
No, I got him out. Here, I'll put him in. No, I've got all these. Okay, yeah.
It's a word from maintenance.
Yeah.
We got a best.
Oh, good. All right, for the jury,
We'll just
please.
leave it on my chair.
Yeah. It's in the-
Yeah.
It's admins.
Mhm.
Thank you. You may all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Prosecution, call your next witness, please.
Your Honor, we would call Detective Tim Farrell to the stand.
Detective Farrell, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Could you please state your name, introduce yourself to the jury, and spell your last for the record?
Detective Timothy Farrell. That's Ferrell. I'm a detective with the El Paso County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been with the sheriff's office?
10 years.
And how long have you been a detective?
3.
Back in January of 2020, what were your assigned roles with the sheriff's office?
I was assigned to the Special Victims Unit within the Investigations Division.
Were you asked to assist in the investigation in the disappearance of Gannon Stout?
I was.
And back on January 28th of 2020, was one of your duties or assignments to go out and search 6627 Mandan Drive here in Colorado Springs, Colorado?
Yes, it was.
And why were you going out to search that residence?
Initially, the call came in as a missing juvenile endangered, which is why it got referred to investigation. So we went out to try to figure out where the child had gone, whether we could find any evidence, whether they ran away, whatever the case might be. So we were just trying to figure out what exactly happened to see whether we were able to gather any evidence.
Did you have any idea what you were looking for when you went out there?
Not at that point, no.
About what time did you get out there on the 28th? Do you recall?
The house, I believe it was around 10 p.m.
Okay. Who was there when you got there? Do you remember?
Besides the other detectives, I believe Harley was the only other person on scene at that time.
Did you know whether or not Lena, the 8-year-old child, had already been taken to go be interviewed?
I'm not sure on that now.
As you're out there on the 28th, you said around 10 p.m., were you getting information from the police department, the sheriff's office, as to the investigation, as to items you may want to look for, things like that?
Yes, through the sergeant.
Were people being interviewed at the sheriff's office and giving information and relaying it back to you as to what you should be looking for?
Yes, they were.
So what did you know prior to going into the residence at 6627?
I knew that patrol had been called in the day prior for a runaway. They had not found any evidence as far as had not found the child on scene, hadn't been able to locate him. And beyond that, there wasn't a whole lot of information when we got there. Once we arrived on scene, the information was pretty sporadic at that point. We didn't have a whole lot to go on.
So what was the game plan? What'd you do when you got there?
Basically, we went in, took photographs of the entire scene. One of the other detectives took those. And then we basically just went through looking for something or anything out of the ordinary or something that might help point us toward where you might have went or what had happened.
And did you and your fellow detectives search the entire house, every room in the house?
Yes, we did.
Did you find any loose shell casings that looked like they had been expended from a gun?
I did not know.
Would that be something that would be unusual or suspicious if you found a shell casing on a floor somewhere?
Yes, it would.
Did you see any blood in the house?
Not visually, no.
Would that again be something that would be suspicious, draw your attention to that?
Yes, it would.
You said you went through and you took photographs within the house. Did you take photographs of the exterior and the interior of the house?
I believe so. It was another detective that took the photographs.
Would you recognize those photographs if you saw them again?
Yes, I would.
In front of you to your right are a stack of photographs. If you could take a look at those, and for the record, those would be People's Exhibit 240, 241, 242 through 245, 247, 248, 250, 251, and we'll stop at 251 when you get there. Have you had a chance to look at those pictures?
I have.
And what are those pictures of?
That's the inside of the residence. Appears to be mostly of the laundry room area.
And are there pictures of some Nike shoes that are on a washing machine?
Yes, there are.
And do all those pictures, I'll be specific for the record, People's Exhibit 240 through 245, 247, 248, 250, and 251, do they all depict the laundry room at 6627 Mandan Drive as it looked like on the night of January 28th, 2020?
Yes, it does.
And are we would move to admit those particular exhibits?
Defense?
Objection.
Exhibits 240 through 245, 247, 248, 250, and 251 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Request to publish 240.
Go ahead.
What do we see in People's Exhibit 240 here on the TV screens?
This is the entrance from the garage into the laundry room.
And could you, we got a stick pointer up there. Spans, do you see that anywhere? Yeah. Can you just kind of point out some things that I asked you about? For instance, can you point out the entry to the garage in this photograph? This door here. And do you see a dryer or a washer there on the right? And is there appear to be a shoe rack there on the left?
Yes, it does right here.
And this is what it looked like when you got there on the 28th?
Yes, it does.
We can go to 241, please. What do we see in People's Exhibit 241?
That is the washer and dryer in the laundry room.
And do you know which one is the washer and which one's the dryer?
I believe the one on the left is the washer.
And Detective Farrell, I'm gonna have to ask you to speak up loudly because when you're facing the TV, voice is going that way and people. So let's go to People's Exhibit 242 at this time. What do we see in People's Exhibit 242?
Large mound of clothing on top of the washer and the dryer.
And is that what it looked like when you initially got to the residence?
Yes, it does.
And did you do anything to look through this clothing?
Myself personally, no.
Did anybody do that?
Detective John Price did.
And were you there when he was doing that?
I was not there when he was initially looking through it, but he called me up once he was looking through that.
And why did he call you up? Do you know?
He found a pair of shoes with that seemed out of place to him with a pink residue on the bottom of the soles.
We go to 243, please. What do we see in People's Exhibit 243?
A little bit closer shot over top of the washer.
244? What do we see in 244?
These are the shoes that Detective Price pointed out to me.
And is that what they look like when you got into the laundry room?
Yes.
And you talked about some kind of, did you say pink substance on the bottom of these shoes?
Correct.
What did you think that substance was?
There was suspicion that it was possibly blood and had been attempted been washed, but had soaked into the sole issue.
Why did you have a suspicion of that?
Just based on our experience and the time that we've seen blood-soaked clothing, it just seemed out of place. It seemed very strange to us at that point.
So is this one of the instances that we were talking about when we started out, that you didn't necessarily know what you were looking for, but if you saw something out of the ordinary, you're gonna make note of it?
Yes.
And so what did you do upon seeing these shoes?
We photographed those, and then I also took swabs of the bottom of both of the shoes.
And in this particular shoe, which shoe is which?
This is the left foot, and that would be the right foot.
Could you point out on the right foot any areas of discoloration that you've been talking about?
Right up through here. This picture is a little hard to see, but basically on the indentations of the pattern of the sole, there was the pink residue.
Okay. If we can go to People's Exhibit 245, please. What do we see in People's Exhibit 245?
This is where it had soaked into the foam on the shoe and gave that discoloration all throughout it.
And just so the record's clear, you're using a pointer to point out like in the middle of the shoe where there's a crease. You're saying there's some discoloration there?
Correct.
Is that the area that you swabbed with regards to the right bottom of the shoe?
Correct. Right up in this area here.
And if you would resume your seat, there's a brown envelope marked 246. I believe it's going to be on your right-hand side. Do you see that?
Uh, 246. Okay, there we go.
246. You got that?
Yes, sir.
What is People's Exhibit 246?
It states that it's one package of 2 swabs from women's black and white Nike shoes.
And is that the swab that you took from this shoe?
Yes, it is.
And how do you know that?
Because I placed it into this envelope, and it was later taken to evidence and then inputted into evidence by Detective Perry.
And do you need to open that up to know that that's what's in that envelope?
No.
At this time, I'd move to admit People's Exhibit 246.
Defense? Exhibit 246 will be admitted. Go ahead.
We can now publish 247, please. What do we see in People's Exhibit 247?
This appears to be the other shoe, and also has the pink residue and various indentations on the shoe.
And 248? What do we see in 248?
This is the heel of the shoe, and again, there's more pink residue in all of the low areas and indentations of the shoe.
And did you swab those areas with regards to this shoe as well?
Correct.
And now we're talking about the bottom of the left shoe.
Yes.
And if there's another brown envelope, hopefully it's still there, 249.
Correct.
You see that?
Yes, sir.
What is People's Exhibit 249?
It states it's one package of 2 swabs for women's black and white Nike shoes.
And are those the swabs you took from the shoes we just looked at?
Yes.
And you need to open that envelope to see that those are the swabs.
No.
Move to admit People's Exhibit 249.
Mr. Cook,
Objection.
Exhibit 249 will be admitted. Go ahead.
We can go to 250 now, please. What do we see in People's Exhibit 250?
This was a pink towel that was in the washer next to or underneath where the shoes were at.
And was that the only thing that was in the washer at the time?
Yes, it was.
We can go to 251, please. What do we see in 251?
Again, this is the pink towel that was inside of the washer.
Did you notice any red discoloration on that towel or anything suspicious with regards to that towel?
Me personally, no, I did not.
Are you just annotating that there's one towel in the washer and you're taking a picture of it?
Correct.
Now I'd like you to look at the next series of photographs that are in front of you. They haven't been admitted yet. They're going to be in front of you. It's 252 through 258, and then 260 and 261. Have you had a chance to look at those photographs?
Yes, I have.
And what are those photographs of?
Those photographs are the beginning of those are in the family room in the basement, which is an area of the carpet that had been cut out. There's also appeared to be burn marks on the couch. The other photographs are of the trash cans, which are in the backyard of the residence.
And what about 260 and 261? Are those close-ups of the trash cans?
Yes, they are.
And do all those photographs accurately depict the items you said they depict from January 28th, 2020, from 6627 basement area and then the outside area where the trash cans are?
Yes, they do.
Move to admit People's Exhibits 252 through 258, 260, and 261.
Mr. Cook,
No objection to those being admitted.
exhibits 258 through, or I'm sorry, 252 through 258 and 260 and 261 will be admitted.
Thank you, Judge. We're going to publish 252 now. What do we see in People's Exhibit 252?
This is the couch downstairs in the family room. There was actually some carpet that was covering us up, and when we moved it, because it wasn't actually tacked down or anything, this is what we found, and it appeared to be an area that had burnt through. The carpet had been cut out, and then this is the padding under the carpet that appeared to have been melted down to the concrete, which is what the white part is here. The areas over here on the couch appeared to have melted through the couch liner cover and appeared to possibly be a waxy substance that was left on there.
And prior to going to the residence on January 28th, 2020, did you have any information about a candle being fallen over and causing a fire?
Initial information from the sergeant on scene, that information had been passed over or passed to him from the office that there had possibly been a fire in the basement caused by a candle.
And is that why you're documenting, taking photos of this area?
Yes, it is.
And did you bring that dog with you?
No.
Did you tell him to pose there or something, or just happenstance?
He was photogenic that day.
Okay. People's Exhibit 253. What do we see in People's Exhibit 253?
This is the couch, and this is the waxy substance that we noticed on the couch. These are holes within the fabric on the couch itself, as well as down through here with that wax substance as well.
254. What do we see in 254?
This is approximately a 2 foot by 2 foot square of the carpet that was cut out. This is the padding underneath that carpet that had appeared to be either burned or melted through, and this is the bare concrete on the floor, and this appears to be a section that was burned.
And when you're there on the 28th, can you smell anything?
No, I could not.
Did it smell like this fire had been recent, or you have noted that in your report?
I didn't smell anything at that point.
And based on what you're seeing here, was it consistent with a candle falling over and burning right through the carpet, through the pad, and to the concrete?
Based on what I saw there, yes.
Okay. And did you make efforts to find, for instance, this piece of carpet that had been burned?
Yes, we did.
So we can go to People's Exhibit 255 now. What do we see in People's Exhibit 255?
These are trash cans that were in the backyard on the side of the house.
And so, just for the jury's benefit, would it have been on the, which side direction-wise, north, south, east, west?
Trying to remember, I believe it would be east, but it's been a while since I've been out there.
Okay. We can go to People's Exhibit 256. What do we see in People's Exhibit 256?
This is a trash bag that was on top of one of the trash cans, and on the top of it, when we first opened it, this appears to be melted part of the carpet and the padding that was also taken out from underneath.
And so would this be in the backyard of that residence?
Yes.
Is it fenced in completely?
Yes, it is, with a 6 foot privacy fence.
And was there a gate with a padlock on it just on the other side of this?
Yes, there was.
Okay. So we can go to People's Exhibit 257. What do we see in 257?
This is a approximately 2 foot by 2 foot square of carpet that was pulled from that trash can. And on that carpet, this was a burned area with what I believe to be possibly a wax substance. This is actually a hole burnt through the itself.
And 258? What do we see in People's Exhibit 258?
Same piece of carpet, just a little bit closer up shot. This is the hole that was burned through the carpet, and then there's more red substance that appeared to be part of the wax or whatever substance had melted onto the carpet.
You want to maybe approach a witness?
You may.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked as 259. As you can recognize 259.
Yes, I do.
What is People's Exhibit 259?
This is the piece of carpet that's pictured in that photograph.
And does it actually, does it look like as it did when you packaged it back on January 28, 2020?
Yes, it does.
To admit People's Exhibit 259?
Mr. Cook? Exhibit 259 would be admitted.
Request that Detective Farrell publish that for the jury so the jury can see it.
Fine.
You wouldn't mind just standing out here and just holding it up so the jury can see what we're talking about? You may want to, yeah, just walk over here so these guys. Can we publish People's Exhibit 260 now, please? What do we see in People's Exhibit 260?
Hold on, you've already, 260 was the photograph.
260 and 261, I believe are in. I admitted those. Okay.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Yep. So what do we see in People's Exhibit 260?
This is the second trash can, and in this trash can is a candle that was on top of the trash can.
In People's Exhibit 261?
That's the candle that we pulled out of that trash can.
And was there anything inside the candle when you pulled it out?
Right inside of here, it appeared to be some sort of fabric. Unsure of what it was, as it didn't appear to match the carpet or the couch.
And there's a brown paper bag in front of you that's labeled People's Exhibit 262. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
That's the candle.
You need gloves to open that.
If I was to open it, yes.
Doesn't sound like you want to open it.
Not particularly.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Is What's in 262, the same thing we see in the photograph, 261?
Yes, it is.
We do need to open that to know that it's in the same general condition, or is it still sealed as it was when you packaged?
It's still sealed.
We would move to admit People's Exhibit 262 at this time.
Mr. Cook,
No objection.
Exhibit 262 will be admitted.
Why don't we go ahead and open it? I'll get you some gloves, okay? There's some in a box right there. I can approach you just to move some of the items.
That's
out.
fine.
Go ahead and open them up, please. Okay, for the record, you pulled out an item from that exhibit, and what is that?
This is the candle that was in the photograph.
Can you just hold that up high so everybody in the jury can see that? And looking inside the candle, is that cloth material still in there?
Yes, it is.
You know what that is by looking at it now?
It looks like it possibly might be a sock.
Go ahead and repackage that the best you can, and I'll help you out with it.
You may.
Did you also go into Gannon's bedroom to do a search?
Yes, I did.
And what did you note when you went into Gannon's bedroom, if anything?
The bedroom seemed to be very clean. There was not a whole lot out of place that I noticed in the bedroom. The only thing of note that I noticed at that point was on the inside handle of the bedroom door, there was a brown smear on the handle.
Could you smell anything when you went into Gannon's room?
Myself, no.
And what do you say yourself? Did someone else smell something?
Detective Peter V. Hill smelled and told me.
Sustained.
Detective Vigil is going to be up next. Okay, we'll cover that with him. In front of you, there's some photographs 263 through 270. Can you take a look at those? You had a chance to do that?
Yes, I have.
And what are People's Exhibit 263 through 270?
These are pictures of Gannon's bedroom.
And do they accurately depict Gannon's bedroom as it looked back on January 28th, 2020?
Yes, it does.
Move to admit 263 through 270.
Mr. Cook? It's 263 to 270 will be admitted.
Request to publish 263.
You may go ahead.
What do we see in People's Exhibit 263?
So this is the far left corner of the bedroom, and this is the bed that was in there that was, we believe to be Gannon's bed.
And this photograph would have been taken on January 28th, 2020.
Yes, it was.
How about 264? What do we see here?
This is the mattress from Gannon's bed, with the blankets and sheets taken off of it.
And why did you take the blankets and sheets off the bed?
Based on one of the other detectives took it off just to see if there was anything of note on the mattress itself.
265? What do we see on 265?
There's a discoloration on the far back left corner of the mattress here. We were unsure of what it was at that point.
And were you again receiving information from the sheriff's office as to what people were saying about Gannon and being interviewed?
Correct. We had received some information that he did have issues with sometimes having accidents using the restroom in the in the bed.
Now, as you're going through the house on January 28th and you're in Gannon's bedroom and you see this red substance on his mattress, did you have any idea of what had happened to Gannon at that point?
Not at that point, no.
You can go to People's Exhibit 264 or 266, I'm sorry. What do we see in 266?
This is the edge of the mattress with it just flipped up. This is what we saw in the prior picture, and then this is the side of it that faced toward the wall.
So that side of it would have been on the wall where we see the plug back in the background?
That is correct.
Go to 267. What do we see on 267?
Here we noticed there was some sort of spot here that we weren't sure what it was, but we decided to photograph it.
268? Is that a
So-
close-up of what we saw in 267?
Yes, it is.
And someone's using a ruler to demonstrate?
Yes, it is.
269? What do we see on 269?
So this is the inside of Gannon's door. When we got there, the door was actually open all the way to the wall. When I looked behind the door and opened it to see if there was anything back here, I noticed this brown smear on the handle right here.
270. What do we see in 270?
This again is the door handle with the brown smear right here.
Now, by the time you're in Gannon's bedroom on the 28th, had you received any information as to the version of events the defendant was giving as to what took place in this house?
From what I understood, I wasn't given everything. Most of that was going through the sergeants. We had a lot of moving pieces. But from what I understood is we were starting to get some conflicting stories about what had happened.
When you started your search, did you start your search as looking for a kid who may be a runaway or missing versus something else by the time you ended your search?
Yes, we did.
In front of you, you have some more photographs. We have 271 through 272. Do you see those?
I think you misspoke. You only referenced two.
Yeah, just 271, 272. We're going to get to
Okay.
the other ones in a sec.
Oh, he was just looking through a lot of photographs, so okay.
Yes, I do.
Do you have 270, 271 and 272?
I do.
What are those photographs of?
These are photographs of firearms that I located in the master bedroom closet.
And why did you document those as photographs?
Just because something seemed off. We couldn't put a finger on what was wrong or what we were seeing exactly. But something seemed off. So anytime we run across firearms and we don't know what's going on, we generally try to document them.
And do those photos accurately depict those firearms as you saw them on January 28th, 2020?
Yes, they do.
Move to admit 271 and 272.
Mr. Cook? 271 and 272 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Request to publish 271, please.
May, go ahead.
So where was this gun that we see in 271 located?
I believe this one, I don't remember exactly whether it was under the bed or in the closet on this one. In the master bedroom, though.
And what kind of gun is that? Do you know?
That's a shotgun.
And 272? What do we see in 272?
This is a shotgun as well, and this is an AR style short barrel rifle. Or AR pistol, actually.
And where were these guns located?
These were located in the master bedroom closet.
And did you find any handguns in that residence on the 28th?
I did not know.
You can take that down, thanks. I now want to turn your attention to January 29th of 2020. Were you at the sheriff's office when the defendant, Ms. Stauch, was supposed to come down and be interviewed?
Yes, I was.
And were you there when in fact she did show up to be interviewed?
Yes, I was.
You have an opportunity to go out and see what vehicle she came to the sheriff's office with.
Yes, I did. I went out to the parking garage and located her vehicle on the first floor of the parking garage.
And what kind of vehicle was that?
That is a Volkswagen Tiguan SUV.
And did you notice anything unusual about the vehicle when you located it?
When we located it, the vehicle was actually still dripping water off of it, like it had just been washed. There was no rain. It was completely dry outside. So that struck us as very odd.
And why was that odd?
We've been trying, from what I understand, the other detectives have been trying to get her to come in for an interview for quite some time. And then when she showed up with a vehicle, it's freshly washed.
And did you photograph that vehicle?
I did not, another detective did.
Were you there when it was photographed, and would you recognize those photographs if you saw them?
Yes, I was.
I'll have you take a look at People's Exhibit 273 through 276. Have you had a chance to do that?
Yes, I have.
And what are those photographs of?
These are the photographs of the vehicle that I found that Miss Stock drove to the office.
And do they actually depict the car as you saw it back then with water on it and parked in the garage?
Yes, it does.
Move to admit 273 through 276.
Mr. Cook,
No objection.
exhibits 273 through 276 will be admitted. Go ahead.
We'll publish 273, please. Can you kind of point out in People's Exhibit 273 with your pointer what we see here?
This is the vehicle. It's parked nose first into the parking space. And you can notice on, kind of hard on this one, but you can notice the water spots in several areas as well as water that was dripping down off the vehicle in several areas. It'd only been there for less than 5 minutes by the time I got there.
Now, when you went and saw this vehicle for the first time, did you have a camera on you?
I believe the other detective had to go back in and get a camera.
So it took some time to get the camera and come back out before we actually took the photos.
Yes.
Right. If we can go to 274 now. What do we see in 274?
This is the hood of the vehicle with water drops still all over the top of the hood.
In 275?
This is the top of the vehicle that as the vehicle dried, I noticed the top was still covered in dirt and dust.
Was it apparent that whoever washed the vehicle didn't wash the top part of the vehicle?
That's correct.
And did you notice that right away when you saw the vehicle?
Once it started to dry, yes.
In 276. What do we see in 276?
This is just a picture taken from the back to include all the dirt and dust that was on top of the vehicle.
Now, were you able to get inside that vehicle right away?
We did not know.
Did you have to get a search warrant to eventually get in and search that vehicle?
Yes, we did.
Did you search that or someone else search that?
I was there when it was searched by the FBI's evidence recovery team.
Do you know whether or not the inside of the back storage area, the luggage area, had that been washed out?
Unsure whether it had been washed out, but they didn't find really much of anything in the back.
I now want to turn your attention to January 30th of 2020. Were you part of a surveillance team that was watching the defendant and her daughter, Harley Hunt?
Yes, I was.
You see the defendant, Letecia Stauch, in the courtroom.
I do.
Could you point her out and describe what she's wearing?
She's in that corner over there wearing, it looks like a light pink sweater or shirt.
May the record reflect identification of the defendant subject to cross.
The record will so reflect. Go ahead.
Why were you guys going out to conduct surveillance on the defendant and her daughter?
At that point, more information had been gathered that were making the lead detectives on the case a little more suspicious about what was going on. We weren't able to determine exactly what had happened yet, but we were concerned based on her actions and how she was reacting that there might be something more than what we knew at that point.
Well, when you say suspicious, were you aware whether or not the defendant had been taken to Memorial Hospital for what's called a SANE examination?
I was vaguely aware, yes.
Were you aware that she gave a statement and said that she was raped?
Yes, I was.
It makes sense that she would then be taken for a SANE examination after that statement.
Yes, it would.
Were you aware that she left the hospital?
I believe they had told us that she had left, but I wasn't involved with that, so I wasn't sure of, I didn't know all the details on that.
Was that part of the reason why you were conducting a surveillance? Because she now became a person of interest, so to speak?
Yeah, it was at that point where I was advised they were actually writing and seeking a search warrant to collect the cell phone of Harley as well as her vehicle.
So talk to us about, well, talk to the jury about the surveillance. What did you see happen? Did you follow them anywhere and things like that?
We were at a residence down near, not too far actually from the house where they had been staying. We were all in unmarked vehicles. Her and Harley got in the vehicle. They drove around town for quite some time. We followed them. We had numerous vehicles that were following them so that they wouldn't know we were there. They ended up in a parking lot up in the area of Woodman and North Academy is where they stopped, and they went into a store there.
But this store would have been the Marshalls over there?
Yes, it would.
And so what happened when they went in the store? What did the surveillance people do?
So we had undercover officers as well that were in plain clothes that followed them into the store and were maintaining eyes on them to see where the cell phone was.
Now, in the meantime, were others drafting warrants for Harley's white Jetta and Harley Hunt's cell phone?
Yes, they were. And while they were in the store, I was advised by Sergeant Abishan that the warrants had been signed for the vehicle and for the cell phone, and I was ordered to seize them.
And what does that mean when you're ordered to seize something?
We take the vehicle, impound it to our evidence facility. We take the cell phone and place it into evidence, and then we would seek a warrant to then get the contents of that cell phone.
So what happens? Let's start with what happens when the defendant comes out of the Marshalls.
So the defendant came out of the Marshalls by herself. While inside of the Marshalls, we were getting reports from the undercover agents that both her and Harley were both using the cell phone while we were in there. They lost sight of them in the store, so they didn't know who had the cell phone at that point. Ms. Stauch come out of the store by herself, walking toward the vehicle. We had determined that we didn't want to let her get back in the vehicle because that becomes much more dangerous for the public when they're in control of a heavy object like that. So it was determined that we would stop her prior to getting to that vehicle to prevent her from entering it and then it turning into something more. As she walked down toward the vehicle, one of the undercover officers from our Vice Narcotics and Intelligence Unit at that point, he had a thrower vest on with sheriff and big white letters on the front of the vest, pulled in between her and the white Jetta and stepped out of the vehicle. As soon as he stepped out, I was pulling my vehicle in between her and the store to prevent her from getting back in the store. As soon as she saw him, she turned and bolted north through the parking lot and actually passed my vehicle.
Was this Sergeant Ganstein that got out of his vehicle?
Yes, it was.
And when you say she turned around and bolted, what did she do?
She took off running at a full sprint, and he was chasing her through the parking lot.
So what did you do when you saw that?
I threw my car in the park, jumped out, started giving her commands, started following her, chasing her through the parking lot, and she was ignoring my commands at that point.
And how were you dressed that day?
I was in a khaki pants, a black polo that has my name on it, as well as a badge on the left side, and I also had my badge on my belt as well.
And you wear that why?
To be readily identifiable as law enforcement.
And did she acknowledge you as she ran by you? Did she look at you?
No, she did not.
And so what did you do next as she ran by you?
As she was running toward another store, I drew my firearm and gave her commands again. She turned her head, and when she saw the firearm, she stopped and started complying with commands.
When you say she saw the firearm, did she look directly at your firearm?
She looked directly back at me over her shoulder, and once she saw it, she stopped.
So how soon after you drew your firearm did she stop?
Almost immediately.
Say anything as you drew your firearm?
I was giving her commands to stop at the sheriff's office. Once she stopped, then I gave her commands to get down on the ground. and essentially had her lay on her stomach until Sergeant Janstein was able to get there and then place her in the handcuffs.
Was the game plan to arrest her at that point?
No, it was not, and I informed her of that.
Why'd you draw your gun?
At that point, I had no idea what she was doing or what she was planning on where she was going. She was headed toward a crowded building. We didn't know if she had the cell phone. And at that point, we believed something had happened to Gannon. We just didn't know what. And we believed she was the person of interest in that.
Was it unusual for someone under those circumstances to bolt once they see a police officer?
Yes, it is.
Was it unusual for them to stop once they see you draw your fire?
No, it's not.
Why is that?
Generally, when people see a law enforcement officer draw their firearm and point it at them, they in most cases, obey commands at that point.
Think she would have stopped if you didn't draw your fire?
No, I don't.
Sustained. Sustained. Jury will disregard the answer.
Well, why'd you draw your firearm?
To get her to stop.
Based on your interaction with Miss Stauch out there at Marshall's parking lot, did she seem to understand what you were saying to her? For instance, when you placed her in handcuffs and things like that.
Yes, she did.
Did she acknowledge you as a police officer?
Yes.
After you drew your firearm, did she obey your commands?
Yes, she did.
And did you have to calm her down at all?
I explained to her once we got her in handcuffs, we stood her up and I explained to her she's not under arrest. She's just being detained. We had a search warrant to seize the cell phone and the car. And at that point, she acknowledged and then she didn't say another word to me at that point.
What happened when Harley came out of anything?
She started yelling over toward Harley as other officers escorted Harley out of the store.
What was she yelling? And when you say she, you're referring to the defendant?
Yes, I am.
What was she saying?
From my best recollection, she was shouting, "Don't tell them anything."
And did Harley tell you anything?
I did not speak with Harley at all.
Do you know if she spoke to anybody?
I'm unsure. I don't think she did.
Okay. Did you go back and assist in a search of the 6627 Mandan Drive on February 3rd, 2020?
Yes, I did.
Was this a more thorough search now?
Yes, it was.
Were members of the crime lab there as well to collect evidence?
Yes, they were.
Have a moment, Your Honor.
Me.
Back on March 9th of 2020, did you have an opportunity to review some video surveillance from a Walmart in Trinidad, Colorado that was dated February 1st, 2020?
Yes, I did.
And why were you reviewing that?
I was advised that the video had been collected as the defendant had been caught on video going into the store purchasing something, and they wanted to confirm whether or not it was her.
And were you able to confirm whether or not you saw the defendant in that surveillance video dated February 1st, 2020?
Yes, I was.
And what was she doing?
She went into the store, walked around, looked at a few things, picked up something near the electronics department, checked out there. And then she walked out the front doors, stopped. They checked her bag and her receipt, and then she walked out, got into the vehicle outside, and they left.
Okay. One moment, Your Honor. Those are my questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Right. Cross-examination, Mr. Cook.
Thank you.
Hi, Detective. How are you?
Good, sir.
My name is Will Cook, and I represent the defendant, Letecia Stauch. The Nike tennis shoes that we saw in the exhibits from the laundry room at the Mandan Drive house, did did you actually take swab samples of the underside of the shoes at the where the pink staining was?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And when you take samples, are we talking about a Q-tip swab?
It's a pair of sterile Q-tip swabs that are used.
Okay. And I take it you have gloves on, and then you put the I don't know what you would call it, the used Q-tips or the Q-tip swabs that have been already used to sample. You put them in an envelope or something secure. So
After we swab whatever we're swabbing with those, we put them back into the open package that they came out of, and then those go into a manila envelope, which is then sealed.
okay. Why do you put them back into the manila envelope and seal those?
Because we only use them to sample one item.
Okay. And you want to have a pure sample or an uncontaminated sample, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And if you put those in and you took the samples, what were these samples eventually tested for, if anything?
I'm unaware of that. I wasn't the one that submitted them.
Okay. Could these samples have been tested for DNA, blood, poisons? I mean, it's a whole host of things that they could have been tested for, correct?
Those options are out there, yes.
Okay. Who makes the decision on what testing is done on a sample that was taken?
Generally, the lead detective on the case.
Okay.
In conjunction with the lab.
Who was the overall lead detective on this case with Gannon Stauch?
Drawing a blank on her name right now. She's no longer with us. It's Detective Bethel.
Detective Bethel. Okay. And was she the lead detective from beginning to end of this case?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And you state she's no longer with us. Does that mean she's no longer with the El Paso County, Colorado Sheriff's Office?
Correct. She's no longer employed by us.
Okay. Is she still working in law enforcement, or do you even know?
I have no idea.
Okay. So she's the lead detective. I know there's sergeants, lieutenants that have been endorsed and have testified already. Sergeants and lieutenants are above even the detective, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So even above Detective Bethel, who was the overall leader of this investigation?
Overseeing it from the office in conjunction with her at that time was Lieutenant Mahalko.
Okay. So this lieutenant was the overall in charge person.
In conjunction with Detective Bethel, yes.
Okay. Now, before you went out to the house on Mandan Drive, on January 28th, you said you went out there about 9:30, 10 o'clock at night?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Before you went out there, you had already done some work. You had interviewed a Braden Gilliland, an Andrew Conant, Conant, and a Peyton Cerrillos, Cerrillos. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And also, just within a few hours of you going out to Mandan Drive on that date, you also interviewed Genevicia Gagan. First name is Jennavecia. Last name is Gagan, Gaygan.
Yes, I did.
Okay. And at that point, after you had interviewed these individuals, you went to Gannon's house.
Sometime later, yes.
Okay. And so you told Mr. Young during direct examination that you had some baseline of information that you had received when you went on the 28th.
That is correct.
Okay. And in fact, the day before on January 27th, there had been at least 3 El Paso County Sheriff's deputies that had gone through the house and did a search, and they were looking for Gannon.
What we were informed is they had taken a case for runaway as they've been called out there. And they had done a walkthrough on the house, which is pretty standard because kids like to sometimes go in places and hide where their parents can't find them. And then that's why we check those areas.
Okay. And as a detective, I see you're in a suit and tie. Do you ever wear a uniform? Or since you're a detective, do you wear plain clothes?
Generally plain clothes or the khaki pants and black shirt polo.
Okay. Okay. Do you ever wear a body camera?
At that time, we were not issued them, no.
Okay. Have you been issued a body camera now?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Do you wear it with your plain clothes?
I do with the khakis and polo, yes.
Okay. Now you assisted in surveillance of Letecia Stauch and her daughter Harley Hunt. Is that what your testimony was earlier?
Yes, I did.
Okay, what was the address where that was done?
Where it started, I'd have to refer to my report. I don't remember the exact number or street.
Okay. And you were working with Sergeant Christopher Ganstein?
He was one of them, yes.
He was one of them. Was he the one leading this surveillance?
Yes, he was.
Okay. And he's at that time was with V&I?
Yes, he was.
Okay, and what does V&I mean?
Vice, Narcotics, and Intelligence.
Okay. Were you part of V&I at that time, or are you part of V&I now?
I was not, and I am not now.
Okay. So ultimately, you understood the purpose of this was to get Harley Hunt's phone, which there was a warrant, correct?
Yes.
And to get the white Jetta and impound it, which there was a warrant for that Harley Hunt had been driving, correct?
Yes.
Okay. What else were you supposed to do, or were those the 2 main tasks?
Those are the 2 main tasks.
Okay. If you were outside this residence where the Jetta was, and you had Harley Hunt and Miss Stout both come out and sit in the car, why didn't you just stop the situation then, or light them up and go and seize the phone and the car at that point? Why go through this big rigmarole of driving around, following them, having people in a Marshall store, you know, letting them get out into public? Why do that?
We didn't have a search warrant yet signed by a judge.
Okay. And when did the search warrant come through?
I don't know the exact time. I was informed when we were at the Marshalls and I was sitting outside prior to Letecia Stauch exiting the door. I was advised by Abishan that the warrant had been signed, and that's when I was directed to collect the items.
Okay. Now, Letecia Stauch was a suspect or a person of interest at this time, wasn't she?
Yes.
Okay. And her daughter, Harley Hunt, was a suspect or a person of interest also at this time, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And in fact, the warrants were only for items that belonged to Harley Hunt, her cell phone and her vehicle.
Correct.
Okay. On that date that you were describing, you weren't out there collecting, you weren't out to arrest Letecia Stauch, and you weren't out to seize any evidence of hers or any items of hers, correct?
Correct.
On January 31st, you assisted in the execution of a search warrant for a Kia Rio. Can you tell the jury what a Kia Rio is?
It's a small sedan.
Okay, so it's an automobile.
Yes.
Okay. And you searched this vehicle, correct?
I did not. The FBI's evidence response or recovery team searched the vehicle.
Okay. But there was evidence that was collected from the search of this vehicle.
Yes, there was.
Okay. And you actually entered the evidence seized from this Kia Rio into the El Paso County Sheriff's Evidence Facility, correct?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And it looks like it was a few items, a Kia Rio engine air filter, one, a Kia Rio cabin air filter, one, swab of passenger side rear headrest, soil debris from driver's side rear wheel well, swab from interior driver's side rear door handle. So it looked like there were different swabs that were taken from, I'm not going to go over everything that was taken, but it looks like there was swabs taken from different parts of the vehicle and trace evidence quadrant E, D, C, B, and A. Do you recall logging that evidence at the sheriff's office?
Yes, I do.
Okay. On February 1st of 2020, you did some follow-up on a 2016 Nissan Frontier pickup truck, correct?
Yes, I did.
And was it your information that that pickup truck had been seized or taken in from the Mandan Drive evidence address and actually was registered to Al Stout?
He actually drove it to the evidence facility and turned it in.
Okay, so he turned it in, but your information was that it did in fact belong to him. He owned it and it was registered to him.
Yes.
Okay. And you entered into evidence information that was collected from this vehicle. It looks like you took in some 4 trace evidence filters, 2 cabin air filters from the Nissan Frontier, an engine air filter from the Frontier, swabs from different spots of the truck bed. It looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 different swabs from different locations in the Frontier truck bed were taken in, and other trace evidence. Is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Do you know if Harley Hunt was handcuffed inside the store?
I don't know.
Okay. It said in your report, your information was that she was detained, though.
Yes.
Okay. And when you say detained, a person that's detained by police, while they may not be under arrest, they can't just walk away, can they?
That's correct.
Okay. And were you equipped with a taser at the time of this incident where you drew your firearm?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Mr. Cook?
Could we approach?
All right. You object? Sorry. The objection is sustained.
Mr. Young asked you about evidence that was collected from a Walmart in Trinidad that you reviewed on March the 9th of 2020, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Did you collect the evidence from the Walmart in Trinidad?
I did not.
Okay, but you reviewed it all.
Yes, I did.
Okay. You took screenshots of the video. It looks like in your report you indicated the video you were reviewing from Walmart, you did take screenshots.
I'd have to review my report. I don't recall that.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
May I approach?
You may.
Detective, you want to look at that and see if it can refresh your recollection? Near the bottom. Is that a copy of your report?
Yes, it is.
You see on the first page.
Okay. Yes, I do.
After you worked from March the 9th of 2020, did you take screenshots of the video from Walmart that you reviewed?
Yes, I did.
Okay. What specifically does that mean you took screenshots? You just shoot it with your iPhone, or what are we talking? Is there a specific device you use to take screenshots of videos, or what?
It was on my computer where I was reviewing the video.
Okay. And what did you do with these screenshots?
They were put on a document and attached with that supplement.
Okay. Just a moment, Your Honor.
All right.
That's all I have. Thank you, Detective.
Redirect.
No, thank you.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Detective Farrell? No? All right. Thank you, sir. You may step down. And before you call your next witness, let's everybody stand and take a stretch. I saw a juror doing that while we were having the bench conference, and it looked like a really good idea. Take it back. Oh. This. Okay. Right, call your next witness, please.
We'll call Detective Peter B.
His name again?
B. Hill.
V Hill. All right. Detective V Hill, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, sir, please. You swear affirm the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand. Good
afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the record?
Detective Pete Vigil. My last name is spelled Vigil.
And what is your occupation?
I'm a detective with the El Paso County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been with the sheriff's office?
13 years.
And have you been a detective all those 13 years?
About the last 3.
Back in January of 2020, what was your role?
I just transferred to the SVU unit of the Investigations Division.
And were you asked to go out to 6627 Mandan Drive on January 28th of 2020 to assist in a search of that residence?
I was.
About what time did you get there? Do you recall?
I don't. It was dark.
Who was there when you got there?
When I got there, it was for the house. The first time I went to the house, there was me and another detective, and the house was off, and we were just told to contact people inside the house if anyone was there.
You're very, very soft spoken. So you may want to just pull that microphone closer to you a little bit.
There we go.
Is that better?
Is it better for you?
It is.
All right.
Thank you. Did you have issues with getting into the house when you got there?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
So me and my partner, we knocked on the door, made several loud announcements to see if anyone would come out. No one came out. So then I decided just to sit outside and see if anyone would show up to the house or if anyone would come out and maybe just didn't hear us. Some moments later, we saw lights come on and the garage opened up, and then we contacted the people that were in the garage.
And who did you contact in the garage?
Haley and Liana.
Was it Lena
Yes, Lena.
and Haley Hunt? Harley Hunt, I'm sorry.
Yes, Harley Hunt. Sorry.
You got me saying Haley.
All right.
So Harley Hunt and Lena are in the garage. Did you say, what's going on? Why didn't you open the door?
I did, but I don't remember what they said to me.
Okay. Did you eventually go in and search the house with, was it Detective Farrell with you as well?
Yeah.
And was there another detective?
Yeah, there were several of us.
Was that Detective Arndt?
Yes.
Okay. Is that who your partner was when you were trying to get in the house initially?
Yes.
So what I want to do is focus in on Gannon's bedroom and that search of the house, okay? Did you go into his bedroom?
Yes.
Did you notice any smells when you went into his bedroom?
Yeah, like an ammonia bleach smell.
And what did that mean to you?
Cleaning supplies. It's like it was being cleaned. We've all.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Did you see cleaning supplies in his bedroom?
No. Just
Where was, I'm sorry, my fault. Where was the smell coming from?
So the light switch was when I was originally told to take pictures of the house once we first got there. So I took pictures of the entire house. When I got there and I was at the threshold of his doorway, that's when I started smelling it. And then I started smelling in more obvious areas. There was a light switch. And then when I entered the room, the smell got stronger as I would get into the room.
And did you eventually look at his mattress of his bed, Gannon's mattress?
Yes.
And did you see what appeared to be blood on his mattress?
There was a stain on the mattress.
And did you swab that stain?
Yes.
And did you swab different areas of that particular stain?
Yes.
If I may approach, I'm going to hand you what's been marked as 278 and 687. Get there for now, but have you look at these. Let's start with 278. What is 278?
278 is a package of 2 swabs from the bed on the east wall.
And is that the swabs that you took from that mattress that had, was it blood or what? What did you think it was?
I didn't know what it was at the time.
Okay.
I don't think any of us did. So we swabbed and just sent it off for testing.
All right. So does that contain the swabs, at least of the portion of the mattress that you did on January 28th, 2020?
Yes.
And is that package still sealed?
Yes.
Do you need to open it to see if the swabs are in there?
No.
Move to admit People's Exhibit 278.
No objection. 278 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Now let's go to People's Exhibit 687. What is People's Exhibit 687?
Swabs from 2 additional swabs from the bed located on the east.
Is that the same mattress, Gannon's mattress that you swabbed on January 28, 2020?
Yes.
Do you need to open that package to see if those swabs are in there?
No.
Move to admit 687.
No objection. 687 will also be admitted.
I handed you a picture, or at least I put it on your chair there, People's Exhibit 277. Do you recognize that picture?
Yes.
And what is that picture of?
The storage room in the basement of the address.
And did you take that picture?
Yes.
And is that actually depict the storage room as you saw it on January 28, 2020?
Yes.
Move to admit People's Exhibit 277.
No objection. 277 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd request to publish People's Exhibit 312, which is already in evidence.
Go ahead.
Detective Vigil, sorry, it's been a long afternoon for me. We're looking at People's Exhibit 312, which is a still taken from January 27th of 2020. Do you recognize the storage room in this still?
It's the same storage room, but it wasn't like that when I took a picture of it.
What do you mean?
That it's been altered or someone was going through it and moved boxes.
Were the boxes stacked up like that on January 28, 2020, when you went and took photographs?
No.
If we can now go to People's Exhibit 277. We may have to mute it, Your Honor, so we can get 277 on there.
Turn off the screen for just a moment.
Got it.
Thank you.
It's ready.
Okay, we can unmute it. Thanks,
Good.
Judge.
All right.
So is this what that same area looked like on January 28th, 2020, the next night when you were there?
Yes,
The boxes aren't stacked up as high?
correct.
Those are my questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
No questions.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Detective Vigil? No? All right. Thank you, sir. You may step down. Prosecution, call your next witness, please.
Thank you, Judge. We would call Spencer Wilson.
Mr. Wilson, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please, sir. Come up a little farther. It's all right. Right there's good. You swear from the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand.
Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Doing well. How are you?
Good. Have you ever testified before?
No.
We couldn't tell. I'm kidding. Would you please introduce yourself to the jury and then spell your name for the record?
Yes. My name is Spencer Wilson, Spencer. Wilson, Wilson. I am a reporter with CBS 4.
All right. That's what I was going to ask you next. I want to jump back even prior to now. What kind of training education do you have that allows you to be a news reporter?
I have a degree from the University of Missouri in broadcast journalism and going on 10 plus years of experience as a television reporter.
I've never had the opportunity to do this before as a Jayhawk. I have to say rock chalk to a Missouri grad.
I will just say MIZ and leave it at
that. Back in January of 2020, who were you working for then?
KKTV 11 News.
What was your job assignment in that time period?
I was a multimedia journalist, which just means that I'm a cameraman as well as a reporter at the same time. So one-man band.
Was it common for you to cover stories in the Pikes Peak region, Colorado Springs, El Paso County?
Very common, yes.
As a part of your job, would you sometimes interview people out in the community?
Yes.
How many interviews do you think you had done at that time of your career?
Thousands.
On-camera interviews?
Yes.
Thousands. Did you start to, at some point, cover the Gannon Stauch case?
I did.
How did your coverage start in that case?
It was kind of bouncing around between different reporters. Eventually, one day I was put on the story, and I can't remember if it was the very first day or if it was the second day I was doing the story, but I was out there and made contact with Letecia Stauch.
Okay, so let's talk about that a little bit. Was there anything odd about you making contact or the way the contact unfolded for you?
Yes, I can remember it very clearly. I was on the sidewalk. We were just covering a search that day in the neighborhood. And there was a big moving truck and also a car pulling out of the neighborhood. And somebody rolled down their window and started to chastise me for coverage, being out there and reporting on stuff, and questioned the way that I was telling the story. That person was Letecia Stauch. And I realized that. And I said, well, if you got such a problem with this, why don't we go talk about it?
So when this, you described two vehicles. What you said was a moving truck. Was this like a van, like a utility van?
Yeah.
And then the other vehicle, what kind of vehicle was that?
No better description than just a standard car.
Okay.
Not like a truck, not a SUV, little car.
Which vehicle was the defendant in when the window rolled down and there was words said towards you?
The car in the front, the moving car was behind them. She was not in that car.
So she was in the actual vehicle,
That is correct.
passenger vehicle.
Mm.
What seat was she in?
Oh gosh, I couldn't tell you.
Okay, that's fine.
I believe driver's seat, but I don't feel super clear on that.
Was it immediately apparent to you that the person that was saying these words to you was Letecia Stauch?
No, it took about 5 seconds. And since I had been keeping tabs on the case and the social media along with it, a lot of people were talking about her at the time. And then when it did click, I had this moment of, oh gosh, this is the people everyone's trying to talk to.
What was her demeanor like when she did that?
Angry, I guess is the best way to put it. She was not excited that I was there. She was not excited to see other members of the media there. There was a lot of people down there covering the story. And just the words she said to me were basically, "You're doing this wrong."
Okay. And so then that's when you make this arrangement to go talk somewhere else. Did you in fact do that?
That's correct. I offered to do an interview. She mulled it over for a quick second. There was some conversation in the car. Eventually she said, "Okay, we'll give this a shot." And I said, being the reporter I was for that station, I don't want everybody else to have this at the same time. So let's go somewhere else. And she agreed that it would be a spectacle if we were to do it right there. So we drove to a construction lot, maybe half a mile away.
Okay. And just for contextual reference, was this on January 31st, 2020?
Correct.
So roughly, I guess, 4 days after Gannon was first reported missing to the police?
That's correct.
So tell us, how do you go about setting up doing an on-camera interview in a general sense? And then how did you do it in this case?
Generally, I will talk to the person beforehand, kind of give them an explanation of what's about to happen. This is all while I'm handing them a remote microphone that will then clip onto some part of their body somewhere. And then I begin by asking them to say and spell their full name and explain who they are to the story. That's fairly standard practice. I think almost every reporter does that ever. The difference on this story was a part of the circumstances where Letecia was willing to talk to me was in the event that she did not have to show her face. And so I try to get creative because I desperately wanted to have this interview, but at the same time, I could not show her face, which is difficult for TV because we have to show things. I came up with the idea if she looked away from the camera and if I looked towards it, you could still see the conversation happening. That being said, you would not see her face.
Let's talk a little bit about this microphone that you just described that would click on somebody's clothing. Does it have a wire that goes to some sort of little control box that is somehow then wirelessly connected to your camera?
That's correct.
Is it typical that that control box to that microphone would stay with the person while that microphone is attached to them?
That's correct.
If a person walked away from the camera to a different area or, proximity wise, would the camera still pick up on anything that that microphone is picking up on?
That's correct.
Did that happen in this case?
Yes.
Was it odd to you as a reporter that had done thousands of interviews that Letecia was asking you to do this interview but not have her face facing the camera?
Not entirely so. It did make it an unusual situation, but there are some instances where people ask to not have their face shown. We'll sometimes shoot somebody's hands as video when we're talking to them. And considering the nature of this interview where she was hesitant to do it in the first place, I was more willing to accept the terms of that agreement.
Did the fact that you were able to do this interview, was that a good get for you as this news cycle was developing?
My newsroom was ecstatic, yes.
Did you play along with what the defendant was telling you during this interview to keep her talking?
As a part of that training you mentioned at the University of Missouri, it is told to us that in order to have a conversation with someone, you cannot agree with what they're saying, but you do need to keep them continuing what they're saying. That is why, as you're nodding right now, I would nod along with whatever was being said. That doesn't necessarily mean I was agreeing to anything. It was meaning that I needed her to keep saying things.
Okay. And you did that in this particular case as well?
That's correct.
All right. Was there a portion of this interview where she asked you actually to redo a portion of it?
That's correct.
Tell the jury about that circumstance.
Towards the end of our interview, after we had had a couple different conversations, I was also, mind you, the cameraman in this instance too. So I'd have to stop and walk behind the camera hit stop, hit start if we needed to redo things. I think we cut it maybe 2 or 3 times, took breaks, came back on. At the very end, this was the thing that was the most interesting to me and why I remember it so much, is that I asked, is there anything that you would want to say to Gannon? In this interview, she had told me that she believed he was coming home. She said yes, gave her statement, and I said, okay, we got it. And then she said, you know, what if we did that one more time? And I said, sure, whatever you want. So I went back, turned the camera back on, but this time she was crying when she was not crying the first time, and her demeanor completely changed. It went basically from, I can't wait till you're home, everyone's going to see that I'm not lying, they owe me an apology, to, I will not mimic someone crying, but she was very upset in the second part, which took a second to happen.
Based on the things that you were hearing coming from the defendant, Letecia Stauch in this case, during that interview, did it seem that she was more focused on how she was being perceived publicly as opposed to helping find Gannon?
Absolutely. I talked to neighbors who were more concerned for Gannon.
Okay. And Your Honor, may I approach with People's Exhibit 334?
You may.
I don't know who's doing this. Mr. Wilson, I'm holding a disc, People's Exhibit 334. Do you recognize this disc?
I do.
Why do you recognize it?
I just watched it in the other room.
So did you initial or put your signature on it and today's date?
That's correct.
The contents of this disc, is it a basically a file of that interview?
That's correct.
Is it fair and accurate representation of your interview?
Yes.
I move for admission of Exhibit 334.
No objection. Exhibit 334 will be admitted. Go ahead.
And permission to publish, Your Honor.
You may.
You are.
I am Letecia Stauch, which is Gannon's stepmother.
You've been a part of the investigation since the very first time. You were the last person to see him. Is that right?
Correct.
What did you see when you last saw him?
Well, I'm not allowed to talk about anything with the case. I would more so be willing to talk about how the community needs to have faith and continue to work together and not make these false accusations, like the things that have been said that I've disappeared from the community. I haven't been there to help, but there's lots of reasons behind that.
Reasons like death threats, right?
Right. Death threats are one of them. My family's getting lots of death threats. We counted over 20 some death threats already. Two, my husband's ex-wife is living in our home. And of course, I'm not coming home to do these things and to help with the family when I was kind of like told I couldn't. And then many other things that happened with the El Paso County Police Department, you know, and in doing the investigation, I was told I wasn't complying. And could I elaborate on that?
Please do.
Yes. So I asked for an attorney during the interview, and I was denied that by them. I was held because they were blocking the door, and I was told I couldn't leave, and that if I would have touched them, they would have probably, you know, said I still wasn't complying or said I was, you know, trying to run away or something. But during the interview, I asked several times, could I stop the interview? Could I get an attorney? Could I stop the interview? Could I get an attorney? I was denied. I was told I couldn't get nothing to drink. I couldn't go to the bathroom. I mean, it was continuously that my constitutional rights were violated.
And that's why you say that they said then you weren't cooperating with the investigation.
That's why they said I wasn't cooperating at that time. Correct.
And why did you ask for an attorney at the time?
Well, I asked for an attorney at the time because there was one individual, there was two really good detectives. And so I'm not, you know, going to talk bad about detectives, but the tactics they started to get when I would answer questions, they try to, you know, they're detectives. They're supposed to twist. The one main goal is to find Gannon. But during that time, some of those things made me feel uncomfortable the way they were saying things. So I immediately stopped and felt like an attorney would help me with some of the vocabulary and things like that that I needed help with and understanding some of the things that they were asking.
I'm going to shift gears to what has become a huge online presence of people obviously trying to do the right thing, help find Gannon. But at the same time, sometimes it just feels like rumor mongering. Have you seen any of those comments yourself?
We have. And see, that's one of the main things we haven't been around in the public eye because I didn't want to expose my family to it if all these things were going on. You know, there was comments about Gannon getting pushed off the hike, and there was comments about this, and that's just not true. I took care of Gannon for the last 2 years in our home because his mother didn't want to do it. And I would never, never, ever hurt this child. And I know there's some questions out there about, okay, so tell me what happens. That's up to the investigations when they end up letting you guys know. But I've cooperated with them, even to the point that we were held with a gun. And my daughter, a 17-year-old who serves our country in the United States Air Force, who has never committed a crime or done anything wrong in her life, was put in handcuffs over the keys that was in her purse so they could take her car.
And they weren't in there.
They weren't even in her car. I mean, in her purse.
And
They were in my pocket.
You originally didn't even know if it was a law enforcement officer.
I didn't know it was a law enforcement officer because when he came out, I guess he was putting his jacket on, and it wasn't necessarily his fault. He was adjusting and happened to catch me. But I saw the gun and I panicked originally and kind of thought, oh gosh, I got the, like, who's this guy? And then once I realized it was the sheriff's office, I was totally okay. But they still had a gun and told me they were going to shoot me. But I was really concerned about my daughter, asking why she was being detained in handcuffs and things like that, when that shouldn't even happen for a child. That shouldn't happen for someone who was standing inside of a store shopping because we couldn't have any clothes because all of our clothes were here. If we came here and got clothes, we would be harassed. So she went to purchase some underwear and things like that and was put in the handcuffs in the store, and then brought out with men with guns. And that's just not okay. They could have approached me and said, hi, I'm with El Paso County. Can I please get this? Instead of the way that it happened.
I'm just gonna check your chat. Doing great. Want to make sure that we're still good on recording. Still can hear you okay. Okay, yeah, sounds like we're good. Every once in a while my mic will be out, and I want to make sure that's not going to happen here. Okay. I should try and clarify here. Not necessarily crime rates, but the way that people are reacting online to rumors about you with the search.
Oh yes. Wow. The rumors have gotten so bad. I pretty much have been told at least 10 different ways that these people have these conspiracy theories. I guess they watch a lot of law shows and maybe they have all these theories on how Gannon is dead. And that's what they're saying. So I'm like, why are you saying Gannon is dead? He is not dead. We are going to find Gannon. And that's the main goal that we all have. My family has. Just because you haven't seen us, we have that same goal. And we've been out searching. My aunt has been out searching. My family has been out searching. We all have been doing that together so that we could protect each other.
How does it feel when not only you have a lost child who you are in care of, but then people blaming you for that child not being there?
I'm just ready for Gannon to come home. Most importantly, for him to see his family. But second, I am going to be so ecstatic when I'm able to say to people that I hope they have a really sincere apology for all these theories that have came out online, for all the things they said that I have done or people have done. And I just want everyone to know that we're going to find Gannon. And I love him so much. I've helped taking care of him for so long.
Can you talk to me a little bit about him? I don't know him.
Gannon is so kind and he loves to play video games. That's one of his favorite things. He loves Sonic and Mario. And, he's always helpful. And he was always so helpful with the dogs around the house. And we have 2 little cute dogs. And he was always like a person I could say, Gannon, can you go do this? And he would do it right away. Sometimes with kids, we have to remind them and things like that. And that's okay. But he was so sweet and able to help anyone. He could notice when you're sick and say, are you okay? And such a kind heart.
I know you just said that you can't say anything about the investigation, so you can just say so again if you can't answer this. But is there anything we can hear about the hike? Was there a hike? That just seems like rumors right now.
You know what? Could we bring my daughter up here? Because she can go and say that, she came home from work after the hike and she can verify that Gannon was at our home.
Okay, yeah, that's fine with me. If she doesn't want to, that's okay, but you're allowed to sign after. Not an okay so far?
Yes. I need Harley. Because they want you to verify was Gannon at home after the hike. Because you didn't go to the hike, but you came home from work. Want me to just say yes? No, just answer the question. Yes, you came home from work and you can verify Gannon was at home. Yeah. I told her she didn't have to be too in depth because she is still, a child. But I want to make sure that someone knows that there's another person to verify that Gannon.
Sure.
Does she need to hold this?
No.
Yes, so I came home later that evening. I was at work and I can verify that he was there that night.
So there was a hike that you guys went on, but then you guys came home.
Yes.
Where'd you guys go hiking?
Garden of the Gods.
Oh, yes. Okay. I guess when
And then we ate Burger King afterwards. So, you know,
there you go.
yeah.
And then it just was, I'm gonna go to play at a friend's house. And then it was just, I'm off to go to play at a friend's house.
Unfortunately, I'm not able to like comment on that anymore. And for that reason is because some things have been turned and twisted. And, you know, that was one of those stories you were talking about where people say things. We had to hear things like who would let their child go out at dark and things like that. And that's just why I don't want to answer that. If I had to give, I'm not gonna say that part.
That's okay.
Never mind. I could take that
I
out.
understand that it gets tricky with
Yeah.
legal stuff. Do you feel like I asked you what I need to? Do you feel like this is going to help kind of turn the tide of what feels like a witch hunt, in my opinion?
I hope am I on camera now?
You are
Okay.
still.
Okay. I think that a lot of people can see that I'm not missing and see that I am being cooperative. But to me, it's okay that they think those things because the way someone thinks about me, I don't have a problem with that. My main thing is I would never want someone to think that I would hurt Gannon or any of the children in our home because that's just not the case. I've spent my whole entire life working so hard in education. There was even things online that was talking about my education license and I shouldn't even be a teacher. And they just didn't know that. Like we moved on a military move and I didn't finish out my contract. So I gave up my license in that state. It had nothing to do with any criminal activity, you know, or any of those things. And it just got blown out of proportion on my professional status, you know. And
Do you feel like these are just internet detectives who think they know what they're doing?
it definitely is. And, you know, here's the thing that kind of saddens me. It's like if you're going to talk about someone like that and have a witch hunt out for them, why would you even care like about doing those things? Because this is a child. You're telling me that you're just as mean, you're just as hateful to talk about someone else like that. That's how I feel. Like we just should not. We should all come together and wait until the end and see what happens because Gannon's going to come home.
Any message for Gannon?
The message for Gannon I have is Gannon, when you get here, you'll be able to truly tell what happened. And then I really hope I get a sincere apology from everyone who has made all those things, especially from my husband. We just wanted to add a message to Gannon from my family is that we love you and miss you. And we hope that you come home soon. And Gannon, I can't wait till you can come home and let everyone know that you're okay. We love you.
Mr. Wilson, it's probably fairly obvious, but the person that you were interviewing there, is she here in the courtroom?
She is.
Will you please point around and describe what she's wearing for the jury?
Pink shirt.
You're pointing over to the right-hand side of the courtroom?
That's correct.
Female at defense table?
That's correct.
All right, ask that the record reflect has identified the defendant.
The record will so reflect.
Mr. Wilson, did the defendant appear to be of sound mind to you while you were with her?
Yeah.
No, he can give his opinion regarding what he thought about her mental state at the time.
Yes.
Did she seem to be able to answer questions to you logically and give coherent answers?
Yes.
You mentioned that, to your memory, that she was driving the passenger vehicle.
Yes.
Did she seem to be following the rules of the road?
Yes.
Could she stop when she was supposed to stop?
Yes.
Was she driving on the right side of the road as opposed to the left?
That's correct.
During that interview, do you remember, is there a point in time where she's referring to Gannon in the present sense and then she changes it to the past tense?
Yes.
Do you remember when that was?
We just watched it. But
Okay.
no, sorry.
If we can queue up 5 minutes and 50 seconds, please. We're going to just replay that portion, Judge, because it happens fairly quickly.
He decided, we're in the like we don't want to use it. It's all who like exactly about approach me, approach hi, I'm with help out of the way.
550.
Even had all shut in. That's when we take.
For that child and shame.
You know, I'm just ready for Gannon to come home. Most importantly, for him to see his family. Gannon to come home. Most importantly, for him to see his family. But second, I am.
Just so that we're tracking. So it's paused right now at 5 minutes and 33 seconds. And then we'll get to that 5 minutes and 50 seconds section. Go ahead and play it, please.
going to be so ecstatic when I'm able to say to people that I hope they have a really sincere apology for all these theories that have came out online, for all the things they said that I have done or people have done. And I just want everyone to know that we're going to find Gannon. And I love him so much. I've helped taking care of him for so long.
Can you talk to me a little bit about him? I don't know him.
Gannon is so kind and he loves to play video games. That's one of his favorite things. He loves Sonic and Mario. And, you know, he's always helpful. And he was always so helpful with the dogs around the house. And we have 2 little cute dogs. And he was always like a person I could say, Gannon, can you go do?
Was that significant to you that it changed in mid-statement from present tense to past tense? I'm asking his impression of it.
Now I'm going to sustain the objection. I think the jury can draw their conclusions about it. I'm not sure that his opinion about it adds any extra relevance. Okay. The objection sustained.
Okay. What about when this interview ended? Did she get back into the driver's side, driver's seat of that passenger vehicle to drive away?
Yes,
She again appeared to be driving and following the rules of the road.
that's correct.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Cross-examination.
One of the reasons. Oh, I'm sorry. That she expressed she didn't want her face to be seen and she had concerns for her safety.
Correct.
No further questions.
Redirect. Do any of the jurors have any questions for Mr. Wilson? Okay, just write it down. And looks like just the one. And counsel approach, please. Mr. Wilson, did the defendant stop crying immediately following the interview? Did her demeanor change following the interview?
Yes.
Let me ask those separately so that it's clear which one is you're answering to. Did she stop crying immediately following the interview?
Quicker than a normal person would stop crying.
And did her demeanor change following the interview?
Yes.
All right, I will allow reasonable follow-up as to those questions only. Prosecution?
No.
Defense?
Was the camera shut off immediately after the interview, or was there film that was not shown that would have shown her demeanor afterwards?
The relevant pieces of information, the camera was still rolling previous to, or I'm sorry, post that interview. That being said, the microphone was removed from Letecia Stauch and also I left the scene.
So there would have been no video to confirm what you're saying about when she stopped crying.
It would have been outside of the view of the camera. I'm not sure if she had the microphone on at the time.
Okay, and that wasn't played for the jury.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. You may step down. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will take our evening recess. Again, don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. I know everybody wants to go home and download some sort of Celebrate program so that they can see what's on their phone. You can't do that. You have to decide this case based only on the evidence presented in the courtroom. So if we can have everyone where they need to be tomorrow, we should be able to start right at 9 o'clock. So have a good evening. All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. May all be seated. It should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time? Prosecution?
No, Your Honor.
Defense? Okay. Right, then we'll see everybody tomorrow, same time, same place.
Okay, guys, so that's it, right? Wow, Spencer. I love Spencer. That was so great that he had that interview for us. I honestly, I wish that they would have showed her. I wish they would have showed her stop crying immediately, like he was talking about. But they didn't. Yeah, it would be better to have a millstone around your neck than harm one of these little innocents, I know. So, guys, we have a lot of things happening in 9 minutes. I believe 9 minutes. Let me double check. Yes. Alex Erickson is planning to go live. Oh no, video removed by uploader. Hold on. Let me check. Let me see what she's doing. I know she moved it to 8:30. So she is going to be going over Lori Vallow opening statements with Jen Liu at 8:30. That's on Alex Erickson. 10 p.m. The Local My Life. If you guys are tired of watching just constant Gannon, if you're looking for a different case, The Local My Life will be on tonight with Missing Mondays. She is finally back from vacation. Let me get you guys her link here. See. So she sent me the case that she is going to be covering, and it's interesting. It's definitely an interesting one. So she will be live tonight at 10 p.m. Oh, she just scheduled it. Okay. She just messaged me that she just scheduled it. Not seeing it yet, though. Let's see. It ought to be popping up soon anyways. So she is covering, let me pull up who this is. Christopher Miller is the case that the Local My Life is going to be covering tonight at 10 p.m. If you guys are interested in seeing something that's outside of Gannon, right? Everybody is talking about Gannon, Daybells, the West Boys, but there are still other missing people. And so Local My is doing Missing Mondays tonight and covering Christopher Miller. And so please go and check out her channel. Give her a chance tonight at 10. Her and I usually work pretty closely together for almost the last year, if not longer, honestly, since Ariel Sellers' case. I plan on doing an update on the West Boys later on this evening. And I know that Alex Erickson is planning to talk about the Vallow case tonight. Also tonight, look for an upload from Avery Shannon. We'll be breaking down the case days from today, what happened today in court. And CDT will be live tomorrow morning about the Daybells. Or no, I'm sorry, about Gannon. My bad. Sorry, ATS News will be live about the Daybells. There's so many. There's so many things going on in my brain right now. And so, please guys give this little circle of people a chance and go check them out. If you like me, you're going to like Lokomai. She's very similar in how she covers cases and the amount of respect and things that she pays towards the victims and the families and all of the things. And so I know she would appreciate people coming over to check her out. Let me see. Who did I drop? I dropped Lokomai. I dropped Avery. I dropped CDT. Let me get you guys Alex. Where are we at? My clipboard is like getting full of things because I keep clipboarding more things. Here it is. So, and I will probably see you guys in the chat. So many places. so many places. So, yeah, lots of great people in our communities. I am just so thankful that they have all this evidence on T. Honestly, I wish we could skip to the defense though, because I want to see. I want to see what the defense is going to do with this. I want to see how they're going to approach it. I really hope that we can get Harley on the stand sooner rather than later too, because I know everyone is interested to see what she has to say. And I know I'm forgetting something. Sorry, I was definitely out in the kitchen, like making dinner whenever he said that he was going to quit for the day. Crazy Crime Chick. Daylana, can you drop her channel as well? She is covering a case that not very many people have looked for. Again, it's a trial. I might be able to grab it actually too. I popped into her chat the other day because, again, you know, sometimes you just are watching so many things that are the same. And so you need a little bit of change. And she is covering Zachary Latham. He is a TikToker, YouTuber type person who he murdered somebody, but he was on his property. And so I'm interested to see if it could be considered self-defense or if it is going to be, you know, that he murdered them. Because technically they were in his garage. They came onto his property. It was multiple people basically attacking him within his property and things like that. And so I think there's a really good case for self-defense there. It's just a matter of which way they're going to go with it. But it's pretty interesting case in itself, but they are on, I think, day 7 or day 8 of that trial right now. And so I believe she intends to catch us up on the trial and cover it from there, basically. So here is her link here. Yes, it is a great channel with a great chatter. So you guys did amazing today. And thank you so much for being patient while I was out at the soccer field. I love you guys all so much. Thank you everyone who sent super chats and super stickers, and thank you for the Cash Apps and all of the things, right? I didn't check my PayPal. I guess I probably should, but let me just double check it because I hate it whenever I get off and then I'm like, darn it, there's a PayPal there. Good night, everyone. Yes. Good night. But I love you guys, and I will see you in the morning, 10:45 my time, 8:45 Colorado, and we will go on to the next day. I will talk to you guys later. Bye.